hope you guys had an awesome, how's it called, lunch break. And we'll see how this is gonna turn out. So, I probably still have to adjust the tag, so give me guys a little moment. And yeah. Modern. Here we go. So, wait, what? No, the titles haven't been edited, so I have to edit that real quick. So, live moderation modern game. Oh wait, I will just take the one from like I did write it in OBS and double pressed to have it updated, but seems like it didn't, so I'm just gonna check if it's doing it or not now. Seems like there are still some issues here and there. So give me guys a moment. Yeah. Both titles and description haven't been updated. So I will do that real quick. And then I should be back for you guys. I'm not sure why though, like I did update it 2 times quite early. But it is what it is. And because I don't like it, I'm gonna edit this one down as well. So, okay, now that the settings are over, let's actually start it. So, today we are gonna be watching the Pro Tour. I'm gonna do my best to moderate what's gonna happen on the field and everything. We heard that there will be 8 contestants that are facing this competition. Here we have a Tameshi Belha, so it's probably something with the one like I will go through the deck. Yeah, let's just start going through each deck. So here we have this deck. If you manage to see it, he has no land cards. The idea of this deck is gonna be I just have to look for the creature. Wait. Here. A Goblin Belcher. It's actually an artifact. I thought it was a creature. The key card is this card. It says you reveal the top 4 cards of your library until you reveal a land card. And then it deals damage equal to the number of non-land cards revealed this way to any target. If the revealed land card was a Mountain Goblin Belcher, deals double the damage. So in this deck, there is not a single basic land. And now the question is, how should it work? Like a lot of cards that he has, as you can see, are on the backside a land. Or like this one, for example, is on the backside a land that enters tapped. Then we have a lot of spells that can be cast by here. Another cast a spell that can be placed as a land. This one can be placed as a land. This one can be placed as an untapped land. A land. So as you see here, he has 7 lands, 11 lands. Let's just keep counting all the cards that are on the backside of the land. 11, 15 lands, and then we probably have here one of the creatures. Yeah, 15, 19 lands. So in total he has 19 lands, and this deck is worked about together with the Lotus Bloom get for lands on, get Goblin Belcher out, and instantly start his ability. If he manages that, he wins the game. Because he has no lands, he's just gonna say, I'm gonna put my entire deck into my graveyard, and I'm gonna deal, how much is it? I think 60 cards, 60 damage into your face, or 40 damage into your face. So unless you're a real fast life gaining deck that has on the 4th or 5th turn over 100 health, this one it kills you on that moment. And yeah, that's basically how this deck is structured. We go into the next one. Here it's at Amulet Titan. Some of you that watch the modern games with me and a friend of mine know that this is actually the deck where you play around a creature called Primeval Titan. Sometimes it's hard to pronounce names. I'm doing it very badly right now. Sorry, guys. This creature says when it enters or attacks, you may put 2 land cards from your deck onto the battlefield, and then you shuffle. It doesn't sound that strong, but if some of you know, there are very, very strong lands. Here we have Urza Saga, one of the strongest lands in the history. Then there's this land for 1 red, you can get haste to your creatures, which means in the turn that he enters, if you have a red mana somewhere open, you can use it to instantly attack. You can use a land to copy a land from the graveyard. Then what does this one says? Here, when this land enters, sacrifice 2 lands, add 3 mana of any 1 color, so a land that taps for 3 mana. You may search the library, destroy target land, its controller may search the library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. So here you destroy lands. Urza's Cave, a lot of bring your lands back onto the field, probably because he has an artifact, Amulet of Vigor here, I'll show you in a bit. A transmute land that you can discard for finding something else, or a special land one. Okay, I'm surprising, like, I think the deck of one of my friends, Max, is a bit stronger, because he has like a land that allows you to gain double strike, so the moment he has enough mana, he's like, oh, the game is over in that aspect. But maybe he has some different updates on it. Like, I mean, the Otawara is also something like an interaction in his hand. Then the most important card here is the artifact Amulet of Vigor. It makes that a land that comes in tapped gets untapped. So if you have like a tapped land, for example, shock lands come in tapped unless you shock, for example, or the lands for the tap for 2 mana, say you have to return a land, always enter tapped. Well, they entered untapped, so you will have instantly 2 mana available. If you have 2 of these, you can use it twice, like tap a land twice and get the mana, because the ability can stack and all. Which is why these, let me just show you. Not this one, maybe not. This land is one of like the most important spells, lands in his deck. He plays it with 2 Amulet Vigor, he gets 4 mana instantly, and that's how he gets 1000 lands if he wants to. And this deck, it's also important to have a lot of land drops. That's why Arboreal Grazer is so important. Or my friend plays it with the Dryad that says that all of your land types are every type. So he has multiple winning condition. Agron, nice to see you. So there are like condition 1 in Max's deck would be with Amulet of Vigor, getting land drops and then starting hitting you with Primal Titan that has double strike and haste. And the auto combo he loves to do is having the Dryad outside and getting a land that says whenever a mountain enters, you deal 3 damage to an opponent. And you just go for land drops and burn the enemy down. That's the one that Max has. I like that one more, but we'll see. Maybe this deck is gonna be destructive. I'm gonna be very, very interesting. That's at least how this deck is gonna play out. So, then we have another Tamashii Belcher. I'm like really confused. Why do they call it Tamashii when they don't really... Tamashii, okay. They play it with this guy. Interesting. I thought I kinda mixed Tamashii and the other creature. There is like a blue one mana creature. I already like tried to explain it, but I can explain it again. This deck is focused around the Goblin Belcher. as you see, it has no land cards in his 60 cards. Instead, all of his lands are on the backside, like all of his spells are on the backside of land. This is like, for example, the only land that comes in untapped, while these two come in tapped. So he has more of a slow start. He starts to have 4 lands in it, a Lotus Bloom, and then finish the deck with the Goblin Trailblazer. And too much MTG over here, to be honest. It's not a commander deck. It's modern. We are gonna be watching a modern game that's gonna be live here. It starts in some minutes, the first games, and I'm just trying to introduce the top 8 decks that are gonna play, and I'm gonna try to on a live stage moderate for you guys. Also talking to you guys in between if you're onto it. In the morning, I did play some MTG Arena, so the live stream should still be out there, hopefully, or finished already in YouTube or whatever. And this is one. And here it's like the modern game format where I'm a fan of it. I'm watching it because I also play modern tournaments, and I'm gonna be moderating while also going through the everything here and checking it. Okay, now we are on to the top 4. We're actually hanging around. This deck is Goyo, Esper's Goyo, and the idea is the most important one would be, let me just see, Proofside, isn't there the Goyo and here, Goyo's Vengeance, this instant. The idea is getting strong creatures like Griselbrand, Atraxa or so into the graveyard, using Goyo's Vengeance to get them into the play, and then use any kind of blink spells to make sure the creature stays on the field. Sure, I would love to have you here. I'm loving to have you here. Thank you for joining in on this chat, Agron. So, this deck is focused around this instant spell and these strong creatures. You get them into the graveyard or onto the field, and then flicker them with Ephemerate or any other kind of flicker spell. I think here Ephemerate is like the only one. The other one are more interactions. Yeah. So the idea of this deck is getting Ephemerate on your hand and Goyos, or using Goyo to get something like a Griselbrand and get the draws to win. Like, the good thing about this with Griselbrand and Atraxa, you can get like sort out your deck. The Psychic Frog is important to get these strong creatures at the right timing in the graveyard, because we all know that in Modern it's very easy to have something against graveyards. And yeah, I think Quantum Riddler is also one of the strongest cards in this Modern deck. I think he was part in almost every deck. That's just sick. Like, if you guys happen to play a blue deck and a Quantum Riddler, you should keep an eye out on this card. This card is gonna go all the way up to the sky. When it enters, you draw a card already, which means for 2 mana you can just have this 4/6 enter and draw a card. And if you then flicker it, it stays on the field. And then it even has the ability, if you have only one of Hero Can's cards in your hand, after that, you would draw. If you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards plus 1 instead. It's so crazy that if you only have 0 or 1 card, with this ability you are allowed to draw 2 cards instead, or increase the amount of cards you draw from any kind of a draw ability just by having him on the field. That's just so crazy. Alright, but then again, that was just one of the strongest creatures. We go to the next one. He's gonna play Esper Blink. Esper Blink is a little bit different. Here he does blink a lot of his creature. Like, here we have Philia, we have the Emperor of Bones, the Psychic Frosh, Sublay, Quantum Riddler, and Behemoth. Like, this, the idea of this deck is having Quantum Riddler or Overlord Behemoth onto the field, flicker them and get them in. So this one is really focused around flickering. You have Ephemerate, and wait, is that it? You have this one, like, you have the lands, but I guess it's the flickering also happens with Philia, right? Yeah. You have the permanent like Quantum Riddler or Overlord. You flicker them with the Philia dog here to make them stay on the field, or for example for Overlord to get all of his counters gone, kinda. So this deck is focused on getting very fast, very, very strong creatures onto the field. Like, just imagine having in turn 3 an Overlord Behemoth on the field, and in turn 4 he can start smacking you. On the other side, I think the Belcher deck is a little bit faster than this one. Alright, next one. Simic Neoform. Okay, this is a new deck, I think, because I haven't seen that before. Summoner's Pact, Purification. Okay, on this one, I haven't seen... Oh, yeah, okay, now I get it. I saw it like in some games, but it's actually, I think, a deck that is on the rise again. Maybe it's an old one, but it's on the rise again. The idea is to get the Allosaurus out early. You can cheat him out by removing 2 green ones. And having a big creature on the field, kinda, that can attack and block and anything. Like the Allosaurus likes to have... equal to the number of... likes to have a lot of lands on the field. I think here the idea is to cheat creatures out or have a lot of landfall onto the field, but I still haven't seen that much, so I cannot talk too much about it. So I'm really interested how this one is gonna go off. Like, I'm really, really interested in this one. This deck seems very strong and interesting. Azorius Control with Teferi, Narset, Subplay, Solitude. The counter spells a lot, Force of Negation. So this deck is probably focused around control, but I don't really see the winning condition here. Like, he has a lot of board vibes, maybe Narset. Other one card, look at the draw for cards of your library, you may reveal a non-creature null card from one down and put them into your head. Okay, this is also like, I know control decks, but I don't see what is gonna be the case for him to win. Like, how is this deck gonna win? Like, the control deck is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna keep an eye out on this one, because I have no idea. And of course, with Vivi and everything, probably an Izzet Prowler. No? Wait, Izzet Prowler also is something considering. Okay, here he has Cory Steel Cutter, so his idea is probably gonna be with a Cory Steel Cutter. Dragon Rage. No, Vivi? Is Vivi not super strong? Or was, did I miss some, how is it called? Some bands? Because I think Vivi should be actually in here. That's me, but Twitch says video is unavailable. I refresh it and it says it's still like that. That is weird. Well, in any case, it's fine if you're in YouTube, too hard to think. Thanks for joining in. Maybe it will work later. Like, maybe you just close Twitch anti-rally and in half an hour you try it again. I mean, if you're watching through YouTube, that's why I'm doing restream anyways. It's also fine. Thank you for your support, too hard to think. Okay, and that's everything. I'm surprised that no Eldrazi deck has managed to come into the top 8, because I have seen that some players said and talked about Oogie being very strong. But it is what it is. Okay, I guess we're still not starting into the game. So, you know what, guys? I'm gonna put that onto the side for now, and we can just keep checking the decks. Like, I'm really, really curious how the Izzet Prowler, like, let's go for the Izzet Prowler. Like, there are 3 decks that I'm really curious about. The Simic one, the Azorius Control, and the Izzet Prowess. So the Izzet Prowess, well, Chandler, so probably would, yeah, he just wants to, like, get fast through his non-creature spells, cast maybe some things. The Slick Show was such a strong card as well. You can just plot him for later. No one with this card or anything can do anything against it, and it can just come out of 0 with the right cards and things to get through. And then a Cory Steel Cutter to make it worse, getting a Trample Haste Prowess Monk on the field just by casting 2 spells. It's crazy. But I'm really surprised that there is no Vivi or a Storm deck that managed to get into this. Like, a Storm deck, I feel like got also quite strong. I did build my one of myself, so I really feel like this Storm decks could be the thing. I mean, we'll see. Ah, okay, here it is. The Azorius Control is probably focused around getting half of the Storm Giants to get out and protect him with his counter spells. Then again, I'm gonna be curious how he's gonna manage to stop the Armor Titan or Esper Blink things, because Esper Blink or everything is so early, and from his control deck so far, I only see like this 2 mana counter spell, and that's it. Well, we'll see how it goes. Like I have no idea how the Asurius control deck managed to get into the top 8 and how he's gonna play it out, but it works. And how the Simic deck actually works, because that's a new one for me. I was wondering why it was just black screen this whole time. Okay. Temtem does the trick. Welcome back, Too Hard to Think. Nice to have you here. My headphones are not working. Like, I did put the sound off because I'm gonna be moderating it, but I'm not really that interested in listening to them because maybe you guys will not hear me that well. So I'll just try to moderate it once it's starting, but apparently it's not starting yet. So we'll see how it goes. In any case, while we are waiting, for you to know as well, Agron, I did put new information about how the next giveaway is gonna go and when it's gonna go. So feel free to check out my YouTube channel as well, Agron, because there will be a YouTube video where you will need to comment if you want to participate in the next one. Very important. So I will make a YouTube video the coming week where I will be explaining and going through everything you need to know. So yeah, but since it's not today and I'm really interested in this top 8, let's see how it goes. I'm a little bit also confused. I saw the other times when I was like streaming a Japanese guy going ham, but apparently he did lose into in the second day quite a lot. I didn't check the second day game yet. Like if you're going here in YouTube, you might see them in the SG Con or Play MTG, the thing. Here in live, this was going for 9 hours. Like there was also, I think, an EOE draft, but I wasn't really that interested into that. You will have to allow me to give sometimes a break for drinking, because you always need to stay hydrated. My favorite type of speaking and everything. So, well, there we are with the commentators. Like, let's listen in and see what they're gonna plan to do.
Ogasawara. So, shout out to you, Tomoaki.
All right, thank you so much, Ailey. Well, our crack team in the back has been crunching the numbers here in our top 8 to give us some odds at the likelihood that any individual player will take down the whole tournament, and Corey is here to walk us through those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a look, and the first thing we're going to kind of look at is if everything were even between these 8 players, 12.5% is kind of the baseline percentage that you have to take down the top 8. So anything above, they have a solid chance. Anything below, it's going to be a little tricky. So we'll put up our graphic here and kind of show you what we're looking at. Starting at the bottom here with our lowest chance to take it down. We have no way. And then heading up to 9% here. Now we're going to boost this up a little bit more. These are going to be the players at 12% that have that very even chance to be able to be holding the trophy at the end. And then let's start looking at the players that are going to be advantage going into this top 8. We got Miko at 13%, Michael at 14% chance to be holding the trophy at the end. And then we'll take a look at our second place player here, Johnny at 15%, and the person who has the highest chance to be taking down this tournament is Justin Shable here at 17% on the play, playing that really aggressive deck. Definitely favored to be taking it down with some good old Swift Spears.
Oh yeah, Planet Surge, baby.
Yes.
All right, there's a look at the math, but of course, anything can happen. Let's set up our first quarterfinal match that we'll be watching this morning. Take a look. The first match in the feature match area coming up, Mikko Araxinen on Tameshi Belcher versus Esper Lorios in the hands of Johnny Gutman. 2 top finishes for each of these players who each have an online top finish before today. Let's take a look at Mikko Araxinen's road here to the top 8. Won 8 matches in a row to clinch his spot in the top 8 with 1 round to spare. There you see in round number 16. That is the bye that Mikko was awarded. Crucially, beat Johnny Gutman in round number 15 to lock up his spot here in the top 8. So this is something of a rematch. match
So wait.
here in our first
Yeah, I was about to
quarterfinals.
say, doesn't
On the
he
other side of
like
things,
now
Johnny
play
Gutman's
play
went
against
6
Johnny
and
Gutman?
4 overall
That's
in Modern,
interesting.
was one of our 6-0 drafters, so congratulations to Johnny Gutman there. But of course, lost to Miko in round number 15, Corey.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you know, you look at rounds 4, 5, and 6 there, beat Belcher 3 times and only lost 1 game. So yeah, well, still doing okay, 3-1, but you know, the 1 loss is against the opponent. You gotta see again here right in the morning.
I know. Walk me through these deck lists, Corey.
Yeah, so let's take a look first at Miko's list here. That is the Belcher list, and Belcher.
Okay, here we see their decks. We already saw it anyways.
In this
So as we already know, they have no lands at all. That's how the Goblin Belcher goes. So the best thing, like with the right cards, you play Lotus Bloom in the beginning, or at least on the second turn, you could say. And then on the moment it actually comes out of suspend, if it's not getting like counter spelled, and you cast Goblin Belcher, the game is over. So, and here Johnny Gutman is actually playing the Espers Gorios. I have seen this deck going into the top a lot of time. I regret selling my Gorios Vengeance in a very cool art. So I really, really hope to like build it myself at some point and play it. I already got my Grizzleband. I have 2 Psychic Frog from the Modern Horizon, so I might need 2 more Psychic Frog. The Quantum Riddler is just gonna be so expensive, so I'm not gonna get that one for myself. But yeah, my prognosis will be that the Gorios Vengeance has the easier way to do, because the way on how fast and good it can cheat out things, and the thing that this Belcher deck only has like 4 only 4 lands that can come in untapped, will make this deck so slow that I think the other decks will be working faster, easier, and better. Also, by the way, there is a lot in Magic, a lot of formats that I would love to see and watch with you guys. But generally, I'm more of a Modern and Commander player. Like lately, now since in the morning, some Standard, so it's gonna be a bit more interesting in that part. As well, like I'm also gonna try to play some of my how is it called, my Standard at some point, and try to go through some analyzation there, but I've been out of that format for a lot. So just tell me if you guys thought the ideas and explanation helpful. In any case, for now, they're gonna be playing hopefully very soonish, and we can see some action. That would be great. I'm also gonna turn out a little bit of volume so we can hear them a little bit in the background. But generally, like Tameshi Belcher, I think focuses a lot about the control aspect. So it's gonna be very interesting if he can control the enemy player out of it. Like the interaction, how and when they are gonna be played, is gonna be the interesting thing. Okay, apparently the Belcher starts the first game, which means he already has a little bit of an advantage. But did he just... No, it's a tapped land, of course, as always. So there we are, game 1. And he already started with the land tapped, I think.
Can he pull it off again and defeat Johnny? He
So,
played really well.
is that the hand? Yeah, that's the hand being shown. So as we can see, he has 2 cards on land. 2 cards that are lands in addition to itself. Fort size, I think it's to discard cards, right? If I wouldn't be stupid, like that should be his very first turn to do. See if there is a Goblin Belcher or anything of the sorts. Wait, what? Ah, maybe is this the sorcery that fort size? I thought it was not. Oh, let's just check it. Where's the player? Ah, here. Fort size. It's the sorcery. Why didn't he play it in his first turn? So what did I wish there would be a show of the card that he played. But you know what, guys? We're just gonna do it differently. Or actually, let's
on the draw. Just something to note.
Does have a
hello? Maybe like this. Yeah, here we are.
Miko revealing Whir of Invention, can get that into play. Turn 3, very common
So here we can see the game. And we are going to Miko right now. Miko is gonna be here. What creature did he play? I think it was not the Acrylics. Yeah, Thundertrap Trainer. So he can choose a card to add to his hand. I see. That was it. So I will always like zoom out when I see a card that we don't see. But we see that this guy already has a Quantum Riddler in his hand. So in the third turn, no, that's probably the thing that the Jwari Intervention is gonna be. Like the Thalai is the creature. So the only counterspell he has is actually also the land he wants to play next turn. So it will be really interesting how he's gonna handle this turn. Like there's the second turn for Johnny Goodman, but he doesn't wanna play the Quantum Riddler right now because even though he could get it to draw a card, the issue would be if he plays it now, it's just gonna get stopped. So that's why I'm so confused at why he didn't use his how's it called? His Fort Size in the very first game. First turn, I mean. Like, I really don't get it. I mean, now he somehow has an white card in the graveyard. Maybe through his Surveil. What, did he play a Surveillance or isn't that the Godless Shrine? Maybe that's what I missed, that the land he played was something else. Like, I'm gonna check real quick the land that Johnny played, because I'm really curious. Which land he just plays.
Situation where he needs to disrupt Miko enough to not just die on turn 4.
Is it a Surveillant? It doesn't look like that. It's in full art after all. But apparently it is, yeah. Maybe he did play the Surveillant, that's why it wasn't on the first turn. That wouldn't be a bad idea either, because now with the Breeding Pool tapped, and in the next turn he will get his third mana to get a Quantum Riddler onto the field and then ephemerate it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing.
And right now, Miko has the issue. If he plays Jwari, he has no interaction. If he plays the Jwari as a land, he gets to rampart there, like he has a Goblin Glacier on his hand. And now he is in a bad spot in my view. Because now Miko did not leave any mana open to be able to play Jwari Disruption. So if I would be into Johnny's... Oh wait. Oh my god. No way. Johnny... No, he does have blue mana. Never mind. So Johnny is now in a very good spot. This guy is tapped out. If he just places a land for 2 mana, places his Quantum Riddler and ephemerates it, he has a permanent creature on the field. What he could also do is get with Glorious Vengeance Solitude into the play from his graveyard, smack Miko to get life and damage him already, and then ephemerate the white creature, the Solitude, to get him permanently in the field, and that way he would exile too. But yeah, I thought that Quantum Riddler is just better because Quantum Riddler is such a strong card right now. It's a 4/6 flyer that he gives him another card in hand, which is already strong enough. So he did like not use anything, and yeah, he can just ephemerate it to make sure it doesn't get into the exile form from the wrap. So now Johnny has a freaking 6/4 flyer on the field. How is Miko gonna handle that? Like, we see that Miko has some cards in hand. It's a Tameshi.
Wants to find a way to kill this Tameshi here if he can.
With the Tameshi, he will start ramping the Miko, so Johnny will need something to handle him at this point. He only has lands and a Glorious Vengeance.
An extra card here to try to find a way to kill this Tameshi. Now, he already did put a Solitude in the graveyard earlier.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I was just about to say, he can just use Glorious Vengeance to get Solitude from the graveyard back into the field and get rid of Tameshi. Because without the Blossom, Miko will not get his combo to finish the game. So Miko right now is only going to be focusing on getting his Belcher out and have 3 mana, are we able to finish the game.
To get the Tameshi off the battlefield.
On the other side, Johnny has already a 6/5 flyer there, a 4/6 flyer there, and can always just attack with the Quantum Riddler. And whenever he has any kind of card that lets him draw a card, then he just draws 2 cards. No, never mind. That ability only works if he has Fever cards, so never mind. You have the game rather than pay this.
And if Johnny misses
Mana cost
here,
counter target spell if it's
have a
converted
ton
mana
of
cost
mana
is
and you
X.
can just play the Belcher here for the win. Johnny doesn't have a Force of Negation or
He didn't have the mana for the any 1 mana card. So actually Miko has a hard matchup here because he doesn't have that many 1 mana spells to counter Ephemerate. But couldn't he have then with that card countered the Quantum Riddler's Rob cost?
Johnny just can't seem to find any way to interact.
Yeah, does not have anything in hand. If Miko just goes for
because right now his vengeance was negated, which means if Miko plays it right, I think he will get 4 mana ready, then just get the Blossom onto the field and the Blacher and wins the game.
Just rattled off all those wins.
In fact of everything, it might be over.
And just kind of ran the table.
Yeah, as expected, he's gonna go for the combo. Johnny only has 1 mana, are we able?
Ridiculous.
No, he does need 1 mana for Tameshi.
From the Tameshi alone, and every land you pick up basically nets you 2 mana, right? Because you have to tap a white mana, you pick up a land, and you get a Lotus Bloom in play, which you can then sacrifice for 3 mana.
You control on the hand, return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X from your.
Right? That's
as it's only a sorcery, as long as he has white mana, he can just get it back all the time. You can use it for 3 white mana, then bring the Lotus Bloom Lab, so he can use all of the cards in his hand. Yeah, that's why Johnny was trying to get rid of that Tameshi.
And what he's thinking about is honestly Force of Negation.
Yeah.
It's like, what can I do here to try my best to play around Force of Negation? And he's got Disrupting Shoal. He picked up Sink into Stupor. So now he has a Disrupting Shoal for 3. He's got the Tameshi in hand too. So he can counter 1 Force of Negation. Can he counter... Can he deal with double Force of Negation?
Okay.
He's at that level?
Right, because he's
So, I didn't think about it, but I forgot that Tameshi is actually a very good creature for this deck. As you guys can see, by just paying 1 white mana and returning a land, he can always get the Lotus Bloom back. So he can like always pay 1 mana and get 3. So he has kind of like, by returning all of his land cards, he can get his entire deck back. A lot of mana back to play whatever he wants to.
Of the Pro Tour, even if you feel like you got it, you can make 1.
So it's I'm gonna be very curious what he's gonna play. Like he did get a lot of lands back, or like a lot of spells back into his hand. The only issue is the moment he starts to go into combat or main 2 or anything like that, he will lose all the mana. He has a Goblin Belcher in his hand, so if he pays
now also has a
4 mana and 3
specimen in hand.
Like he just sacrifices the thing, he gets 3 more mana, and then he can just exactly like now he can just play Goblin Belcher and try to end the game. So just because of the Tameshi, he actually has all the things he needs. And he's just gonna get a lot of blue mana to be ready to interact with whatever Johnny wants to do. So this first game is already being decided by Goblin Belcher. The other day I was in the Magic tournament and I got smacked hard by it. But yeah, that's just how it goes. If you cannot handle either Goblin Belcher or Lotus Bloom, you're in a big...
And one thing too,
you're gonna hit big trouble.
You might be thinking, oh, well, there's
so I do see that
if he forces the Belcher,
Miko tried to counter the interaction Johnny had. What I do not get is, since Johnny still had Goryo's Vengeance, why didn't he just try, like, of course he would lose his Goryo's Vengeance, but why didn't he just try to get the Solitude out? Like, that was his one chance to get the Tameshi out. That's the one thing I'm confused. If you're confused about what happened, Like, I will try to, while they're sideboarding and anything. So, what did Miko do? Miko had Tameshi. Here he is. Miko had the creature Tameshi. Tameshi says, whenever one or more non-creature permanent are returned to hand, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this ability doesn't sound so good, but the second one, you pay 1 white and X mana in any form, and you may return a land you control to its owner's hand, and then you can return target enchantment or artifact back to the field. That's how he got the Lotus Bloom back, and since the thing doesn't enter tapped, whenever you get something like Affinity has, for example, a lot of 0 mana creatures like that, you can get a bunch of creatures, a bunch of artifacts back onto your hand to do it. Okay, we're already in the next game, so I think we should definitely go back to this. But that's the thing, like, Goblin Belcher is already like a win con if you have enough mana, and the opponent can interact, and Johnny did need way more interaction there. Like, okay, the Quantum Riddler was a nice play, and I really thought, okay, now Johnny is a good spot. But the biggest issue that Johnny had was he didn't have any interaction, and I'm not sure why he didn't even try the Glorious interaction. In the end, it would have been countered, but to have that one still on the field while knowing that the enemy has a Lotus Bloom in the graveyard is way too risky, in my view, against Goblin Belcher. You need to make sure to have the correct interaction ready in time. In any case, there comes Quantum Riddler to get more cards once again.
He even has the Ephemerate in his hand.
And he rubbed it, and what did he drew? Another Quantum Riddler. Very nice. Okay, so we can see Miko doesn't have the best hand. He has 2 Goblin Belchers and the Tameshi though. So the only thing he's gonna be looking for right now is gonna be his Lotus Bloom. Once he has his Lotus Bloom, the game will be over. On the other side, since he doesn't have this, and Johnny started probably the game this turn, he has a way better chance. Like, he already got a flyer from him, so he can always smuck with the flyer, if anything. And he has a lot of cards to draw cards or do anything. He even has a Godless Shrine onto his hand, so he has 3 mana available. He's just gonna keep ramping with all the Quantum Riddlers he has. And he has an Ephemerate in hand. Like, the one thing, I'm not sure what Miko sideboarded, but if he has no spells with mana value 1, he will never be able to interact with the Ephemerate. And the Ephemerate makes it that Johnny will keep a fucking strong and big creature that gives him always a cut draw.
Yeah, this just puts so much pressure here.
And now the Ephemerate is gonna be in rebound, which means at the beginning of his next phase he's gonna get it back. Like, I get the thing is, what is he gonna... Ah yeah, in the worst case, in the next turn, he can use the Fateful Mending with Solitude. Like, he can flash in Solitude to remove a creature, and then use the Ephemerate effect to keep the Solitude into play and remove another one. So he can, like, in the next turn, remove 2 creatures, have a Solitude permanently into the field that has lifelink. 5/5 stats, I think, and the flyer 4/6 Quantum Riddler. So Johnny has 6 flyer damage right now on his field and 2 removals. So the time is actually clicking for Miko, who has counter spells, since he cannot counter anything.
Yes, he can't.
You are incapable of getting Breeding Pool with that. So if actually
oh wow, wait.
runs out Belcher here, Johnny can't kill it. He did.
Does Solitude say he can remove an artifact?
But he has a top deck and he has...
Because if he doesn't, and Miko survives next turn, Miko wins the game.
Miko played an untap land. That clock just went from...
No, wait, he has Prismatic Ending, never mind.
But if Johnny decides to Ephemerate, he will lose a turn.
So he needs a Flooded Strand or a Polluted Delta here. Or, of course, you can just naturally draw the Breeding Pool.
The Breeding Pool too.
Yeah, we just hear it, like, Breeding Pool, he needs the mana for his Prismatic Ending. Without a Prismatic Ending, Miko can just use the Goblin Belcher in his next turn.
Perfect draw for him would be...
I'm not sure why he didn't play any pitting needles or anything. That way he would stop.
Right, just to be able
Not a pitting needle, I mean the Clarion Conqueror, for example, would be a free mana drop that just stops all artifacts' abilities.
Right, because Miko can then play another Charbelcher, yeah.
Right,
so currently, Miko has no interaction. So he just has to see what Johnny is able to do. When Johnny gets into his turn, he can remove creatures with Solitude, but not in artifacts, I think.
If he decides to ephemerate, will not have that 2-turn clock we talked about.
Right, yeah.
I think Ephemerate has rebound, that's why Ephemerate is on top to signal that he's gonna try to get it back. Just gonna check when exactly it's gonna be. Here, it says
Yeah, I think Miko's probably thinking similar.
at the beginning of your next upkeep. So in the untap step, everyone who has Summoning Sickness loses Summoning Sickness, so
like, do I want to
if he now ephemerates the Quantum Riddler, he loses a turn. On the other side, he needs to get rid of Goblin Belcher or it's over. And then in the next turn, Miko will just get another Goblin Belcher out, so I don't see a chance where he actually ends the game.
Yeah, and this is brutal, and that Strict Serenade, you can see, did so much work, right?
It really did.
But it's best of 3, so he might still have a chance for in the third game. I'm just, why doesn't he have any sideboards with artifacts cancellation out?
Yeah, this is brutal. That
like,
Strict Serenade, the
what does he have? Like maybe he got other sideboard cancel, obviously, probably, but
a breeding pool with Marsh Flats here.
Oh, this is from Johnny, yeah. So what does he have? So that's the Porsche. Exile target back or red permanent. Rush of Disguise is a board wipe. Nope. The Fairy. Consign. Memories Dispute. What does Prismatic End say? You pay 1 white and exile target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of colors that of mana spent to cast this spell. So he needs black, blue, a green, blue, white, and black. Green, blue, and black to be able to get rid of the Goblin Belcher. That hurts.
So I think he's just 1 damage short of lethal here.
Incredible. And Johnny's shaking his head because he realizes that exact same thing.
Wow, that is brutal.
He loses the second game because of wrong lands. But I think that's why he decided to ephemerate it, because even if he doesn't, it's just gonna end.
I don't know what the sequence of draws here. I don't remember what the sequence was for Johnny, but let's say he didn't ephemerate the Quantum Riddler and went Faithful Mending, Goryo's Vengeance, Atraxa, that would have been lethal.
Oh, that's right, because of the 4 power in the air.
Goryo's Vengeance for Atraxa.
1 damage short, I'm pretty certain. Oh my goodness.
Goryo's Vengeance is not gonna make it.
Yep, and he's going to scoop him up because Miko Araxanen picks up.
He did drew Goryo's Vengeance just now, but he cannot end it. The Goblin Belcher is just such an issue. At 4 mana, 3 mana, and you end the game. You need artifact removal, but he doesn't have it. Like, here you see it in Johnny. He has Surgical Extraction.
He mulliganed and he led with the Delta, and when you're starting out the game, you need to make sure that you get your Esper colors first.
Like,
because you're an Esper deck. You only
didn't he get more consigned memory? He lost 1 game to that guy and didn't decide to go for the consigned memory copies.
This could have been a different game.
Like, okay, he thought maybe his prismatic ending is helping, but that's the issue. Against Goblin Belcher, you need 4 colors or you're fucked. Even though it costs only 4 mana, you need 4 colors. He had a chance of 5 cards, but it didn't seem like it worked. Even Goblin Belcher, just alone on the field, can mean that you're losing in the next turn. So that's terrible, I know, but that's how it is. I don't want to hear the thing. Okay, it seems like they're doing a little break, so Johnny can cool down and get a good head in. But yeah, this is terrible. I feel bad for Johnny. Like, his first hand was actually really strong, But Goblin Belcher is such an annoying card. You need artifacts removal, and then they always have the counter spells ready. Like this time, he didn't even have any counter. He just waits for turn 4 and ends the game in turn 4. This is just terrible. Seeing a Spider-Man in Magic. The break was good. I could also get something to drink and chill out. I really also want to be part in how is it called? In a Magic Con. So next year I'm probably gonna be trying to go to one of these Magic Cons. So maybe you guys will be able to see me then. Oh wow, they brought the stone, one stone into the gauntlet and already the Infinity Stone there. They let one be a museum part of this Magic Con just to pull it out there. I would be crazy not just like just broken in and get this card to it. It's 50,000. No, obviously you would get caught and catch in that moment. Yeah, he's celebrating. Or are they celebrating because he the guy of their team manages to get into the top 8? Well, I'm not sure what the celebration was all on about, but here we are, I think, on the last game of the best of 3 from that final. Yeah, there is the gauntlet, the empty gauntlet with the stone in front.
Sunday, we're in our first quarterfinal match. Miko or Excellent, impressive. This is a 2-0 start in the pre-board games, and he's put.
And here I thought Johnny had the best chance to win this tournament, and he's now 2 losses down. Will he find any solution to the Belchers? I mean, there are fucking 2 Belchers in the top 8. 2 of them. Oh yeah, of course you cannot swap your deck anymore. And maybe there weren't that many Belchers in the tournament itself in comparison to others. But then again, we saw one of them played against 3 other Belchers, no? Hey Feeks! Welcome. Good to see you here. Missed you in the morning stream. So here we are, the third game. What do we have? He has the Thunder Trap Trainer. I think that was that 2-mana drop. Oh, he actually had another land that comes in on tap. Then I take it all back. Then the Miko actually is better than I thought with his deck and everything. You were asleep, I see. You missed quite some cool MTG Arena things. And yeah, maybe today after the stream, if you can, I would like to have a little talk with you. Because I'm really interested in the League of Legends 1v1 that we had. In any case, I have to go into the today's interesting part, the moderation part. So we have a preordain from Esper Glorious to get cards, and he has a mystical dispute. I'm not really sure what the mystical dispute was in Johnny, but we can just check it since here's the list. Here, this spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a blue spell. Counter target spell, unless its controller pays 3. Okay, it's a counter spell he has. So he finally has interaction, the Johnny. So let's see if he learns. Like, he is 2-0, but I do have a feeling that Johnny could win this if he keeps calm and plays it correctly. Whatever happens, he is not allowed to let the Goblin Char Belcher onto the field. So, the game is starting. Johnny lets the mana open to let Miko know that whatever's gonna happen, he's definitely gonna have interaction. He has 2 magical dispute and 2 force of negation. So, Johnny is really gonna go hard onto the Miko in countering his things. So, honestly, if I would be in Johnny's foot right now, with his next land drop, I would be going for a bit of an overwhelming thing. So we do not know what Miko has in hand and how he's gonna play. But as he has the Force of Negation, well, obviously, oh wait, never mind. Miko has also a lot of counters, so he does need to leave the mana open for now. Like, Johnny needs to have enough counter spells to make sure Miko cannot get his spell here out. Because once it's out, it's over for Miko, for Johnny. We already saw that 2 times in a row. Fourth turn or 5th turn in that aspect, game over. Because he has nothing to stop the ability. And yet Johnny goes for the risk and putting his Psychic Frog onto the field. What did he play for 1 mana? Counter target creature spell with power or toughness 2 or less. Okay, Miko is actually gonna counter the Psychic Frog. Very interesting decision. I mean, Johnny has Force of Negation. He could exile his Atraxa to counter it, or he uses his Mystical Dispute. That also works. But that Mystical Dispute should be countered by the Force of Negation, right? Yep, Force of Negation. And he allows it. That way, Johnny still has 2 Force of Negations ready to interact with Miko. That way, he should definitely stop the Goblin Bell here. I'm not sure, maybe it's because of their blue spells, but they lost quite a lot of life, but Johnny at least. So Johnny probably with all his Shocklands, let's say, 3 life with a fetch and Shockland, another 3 life for the second one, so 6 life, and 7th, so he just lost life with his fetch lands to 13. And he just got 3 life back. What? Okay, there seems to be some kind of dispute. I'm just gonna...
That frog was super critical.
Right.
Worth a full-on counterfight.
Yeah, especially with...
I do not agree with them. Like, generally, if I were Johnny, I would have not placed the frog here.
Well, I'm saying that Miko decided to force back.
On the other side, yeah, once the frog is there, Johnny
like, hey,
ramps up quite hard.
This is going to be a game changer on this board.
But I don't know, like right now the interesting part is just seeing Johnny's hand. I don't understand why he would play the frog. He should just play all of his hands to make sure the Goblin Belcher doesn't come out. Like right now, if Miko plays his 4th land, let's say the Jwari Disruption for example, he could try to play the Goblin Belcher and he could have kept his Force of Negation, not using it onto Frog, to win, not to win the game, but get his Goblin Belcher out. Because he already knows, once the Goblin Belcher is out, Johnny has nothing against him. So I'm confused about the fight with the Frog. I mean, they are pros, maybe I'm missing something. But he could have been way more aggressive here, Miko. Since he has 2 wins, he could start on the next game. It's been such an issue. And now he even has the Lotus Bloom on the field, probably with 3 suspense, no? Yeah, just as I thought. He drew it with, like, the creature that he got was the Bloom Borrower Otter that says when it enters, you look at the top 4 cards and get a creature, a card into your hand. And with that, he placed the Lotus Bloom. Lotus Bloom comes in suspend free. After 3 turns, he can cast it for free. And he can sacrifice it to get 3 mana. And yeah, if I were Johnny, I would do the same. Like, I would just pass. Like, the Psychic Frog from Johnny was a very risky play. Like, if I were Miko, I would just cancel it. I would just try to, with my 2 counter spells, counter both his counter spells. And win the game with that. But we'll see, we'll see. I mean, generally, he even had a Thunderclap, the Miko. Miko was the first guy here, I think. Yeah, here he was. Miko had the Thunderclap trainer. The Thunderclap is a 1-2. So he could have prevented one draw from Johnny. Like, I think Miko had a chance to win the game and just gave it up. But after this game, I'm gonna stop the recording. We can re-see the recording while we wait for the other game to start and check it again. For now, let's see how Johnny goes with his things. Fort size. What was fort size? Was fort size discard any card or fort size here? Target player reveals their hand and chooses a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. You lose 2 life. Non-land. Yeah, he can discard any cards. He can discard his Goblin Belcher and see the hand of Miko, and then Miko will have nothing to do anymore. No chance of it. Like, it's not Javari's Disruption is just gonna get paid, and then he will have nothing against it. Like, this game turned into such a crazy part because of the frog. I can understand the frog being a threat, but not that much of a threat that you would use the counter spell when you know how the game already worked. Like, I would say if it was the very first game of this round, you could do that because you don't know what the enemy has in their deck. There's a lot of artifacts removal or counter stuff against artifacts in white. But nowadays he knew 2 games in a row he won because Johnny had no interaction to his Goblin Belcher. And yet he plays defensively the Miko, turning into this moment where if he played it differently, he might have had a Goblin Belcher on the floor and getting a 3-0 against Johnny. In any case, yeah, see you in a bit, try to think. In any case, we are going back to this game and see how it goes and plays out. I'm gonna do a little drinking break. Sorry, I would like to save it for later, but I need a little drinking break here.
But Johnny with back against the wall, down 2-0, still taking his time, thinking about all the combinations of draws that Miko could play off the top. If I take the Belcher, what if he works for 0? He has a ton of mana. What if he top decks a Belcher? I mean, Will of Inventions is something I haven't seen before or have forgotten.
Improvise means convoke probably, right? No, you artifact decay. Search library for an artifact card with mana value extra less, put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. Ah, it's the tutor. That's why it's in there. Yeah, okay, understandable.
That one, right? You can't force a negation to Tameshi.
So if he discards the Charm Blazer, then Miko only has the chance to use his instant to search for another one. If I, like, after seeing that hand, if I were Johnny, I would right now just discard the Trailblazer and try to get my field going while having my Force of Negations, using everything I have to, if necessary, to stop Miko from getting more.
He took the Whir.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
wow.
I think he's just going to lean on these Force of Negations. Taking the instant speed card means that Miko is forced to just tap 4 mana to put a Belcher in.
Right.
And Johnny knows that he has that covered currently.
Interesting decision. I would have gone for the Charm Blazer, but well, I'm not there, so probably that's the reason why Johnny is there. Let's see if he can get a window. Like, I'm really rooting for Johnny here because I like his deck more than the Charm Blazer, but
he can just maybe just play a land. Just
whatever.
He finds land number 4,
Strict Serenade. So Miko has 2 counter spells. I think it was counter target artifact creature. Artifact or creature spell, the Strict Serenade. So Miko will have no counter spell on the other side.
So he just chips in for 1 and then passes the turn back to Johnny.
And interestingly enough,
the other side, Miko has a creature out, so he's not in a need to go on the offensive with his Charm Blazer. Well, Johnny will never be able to cast an Atraxa from his hand, so he has like 2 dead cards that he needs to somehow discard, but he probably filtered out a lot of his things to have his counter set up stronger for this game.
I am going to play around at least 1 Force of Negation here, so I know the coast is not clear here for me to just run out Belcher.
There comes the Force of
And Johnny's actually
Negation.
gonna fight.
Wait. onto the Lotus.
Yeah, and the very important thing here, obviously counting Lotus.
Wait,
but he wants
what?
to exile it so that Tameshi would not.
What
do
is the
anything.
issue with the Lotus Bloom? You have to cancel the Charm Blazer, not the Lotus Bloom.
Right.
Like, you saw his hand at the beginning. He had Javari and the Charblazer. Just
13
stop
turn
the
clock.
Charblazer.
Pete.
Alright.
Let him have free extra mana. You don't know what he draws, but if he tries
way,
to
that
like
is the
use his
only other Lotus
a
Bloom
card like his
in
tutor that
Nico's
he
deck after
grew,
sideboard. He's
he
got
can
two.
just
So if
try to
somehow
cancel
this one also
Deuce
gets exiled
once he
in some
uses the
way,
mana
maybe gets
from
consigned and
Lotus
just
Bloom or whatever.
permanently stays exiled, then Miko won't have that Tameshi.
Very
explosive
interesting. Now he
mana play
the
around
Miko just
everything.
says, yeah, well, I'm gonna smack you for one again and playing another Lotus Bloom.
Not a land still, but another thought
Yeah.
seeds for Gutman.
And this will
Okay,
resolve.
he got
Either
another
keep the
fort
Strix Serenade
size,
so
very
that you
nice. You
maybe
can get
safely
rid of
try and
the
resolve your
Char
Teferi,
Blazer
or
or the
just take
counters,
Vulture.
one of the counter spells to be able to play better. But I mean, Strix
Still
Serenade is
thinking
not
about
gonna
that
be
Belcher
useful
in the graveyard
against
plan
Johnny right now,
for
since
Johnny.
he has right now his Atraxo.
Strix Serenade counters
On
a
the
wide
hand,
variety
nothing
of
else.
cards. There you go. Does not counter instance though, so you can't really use it in a counter war. To be
Yeah,
able
I'm
to-
also
you
thinking
can't
like
treat it
Strix
like a
Serenade is the only card that I wouldn't counter.
But it can
What?
counter Teferi.
What?
Yep, taking the Strix Serenade here, recognizing that, look, I need to get something going here. I'm also at 9 life. This trainer is still attacking me.
Yeah,
I need to
okay,
get
and what is he gonna get out? He has a
It's gotta be
Planeswalker out.
annoying here for Gutman at
And
some
get the
point to
Jabari
get
out
mana
so you
to
can
pay
play
for
your
Jwari disruption
Planeswalker
on
and
his free spells.
counter one and
But
have the
draw
other, like with the
Tezzeret
okay, no, with the Teferi he
Tezzeret
wouldn't help much
extremely strong.
because
I wonder if now Miko's thinking,
I'm not even
"Alright, I
sure why
gotta
the
try to
Teferi is
run
still in
through
his
some of these counters at
deck
some
instead
point.
of some other
Which
things,
one
but
do I want
whatever.
to try to bait the counter with? And it starts
Okay, a
with
Tesseract
Tezzeret
on top to
Seeker,
artifact.
Mystical
Search the library for an
Defense,
artifact
excellent
card.
way to
Oh, okay, with -X you can just search for
Wow.
0 mana for
Force
another
of
Lotus
Tezzeret,
Bloom.
I like that.
And now if you're on Miko's side, you know
Or
how much
for
time
4
it
he can
takes
get
to do this?
Goblin
You kinda have to put
Belcher
him on
onto the
another counter,
field.
right? Like multiple counter options here.
Yeah,
So
of
just have
course,
to be
that
mindful of that as well.
Planeswalker
So
had
he
to
probably
get
has a force
countered.
negation, and certainly not a consign because that wouldn't even be able to counter
Okay,
Tezzeret.
if he draws a land, then Johnny will have more issues.
Hey, the way is clear. Is it
He
time
needs
for
some
Teferi?
cards.
Yeah, he drew a Psychic Frog too.
Okay,
Go
he...
for Teferi plus it and pass to
Wait,
turn back.
why?
And as you
Why
see,
does
the
he
Lotus
play
Bloom is
Teferi
down to one. That
now?
means that if that
I
Teferi
really
is
don't
on the
understand how
battlefield,
Johnny's playing this
Lotus
round.
Bloom
Like,
will not
he's
be
handling
able
it,
to
but I
cast
feel
off
like
the
he's
spell.
having more luck
Teferi
than
getting hit. And I
than
think Miko's just gonna
than
try the
skill
Vulture
right now.
It's
And
gonna
it's
hit
gonna
the
get
force.
immediately forced, and of course Teferi means there's no
This
fight
is not
even
Johnny. So,
possible.
what does the Teferi do? Just to make sure, maybe I
Next turn,
missed the
Johnny
Teferi,
can
but
run out
if the
the
Teferi doesn't let him
Frog.
draw
If he
cards,
draws a blue spell, he can play Psychic Frog
then
and
Johnny
still
is
draw
actually in
Force
a
Negation.
big
And
trouble
he
here.
did, and it's
Did.
even a redundant
Teferi.
time raveler.
So this is
Until your
big.
next turn, you
This
may
one's
cast sorcery spells as
very,
stuff.
very
They
good
had
here
flash.
for Johnny Gutman.
Yeah, that
Teferi
Teferi
at
makes
5,
zero
Thundercrab
sense.
Trainer can't take it down. No Lotus Bloom.
Ah, because it count
It is
makes sure that he
exiled.
cannot
It is exiled.
get any
He
counter
cast
spells
it.
in his deck. Okay, now
Okay, Lotus Bloom
with
reads
this
it. Last
Teferi,
counter
the enemy
is-
cannot counter his spells
is
anymore.
exiled.
That's
You
the
can
reason why he
play
plays
it.
it. Okay.
But if you
Okay,
can't
never
play
mind the
it, just
Teferi. I
play
understand
it.
now.
So no Temeshi
Still, I
nonsense.
think it was
No Temeshi
way too
nonsense.
early.
The only thing you can do with that is, you know, if you can somehow mail a Goblin Charbelcher or something, you can return that to the battlefield.
On the other side, now Johnny has a fucking strong and big creature on his field.
Right. But Johnny with so many counter spells in this game, so many good reactive spells. That is a Gristle
If
brand.
Johnny
That one,
manages, if
not
Miko
creating
manages
just
to
yet,
get
but
his
course
Will
you're
of
just one
Intervention
warrior
out,
distance away
the game is over.
Johnny being able to complete
The underside,
the game.
Johnny still has Force of Negation with not a Teferi in his hand.
He can find
So at this point, I think this game might actually be Johnny's win. But I really...
Johnny will be
You
giving
don't get top 8 with
wings,
luck alone.
and
You're right,
also
you're right.
starting the clock,
You're right.
starting the Gristle
I
brand to do
just
that anyways.
don't like the way Johnny played this game.
also guarantees
Like,
him getting a card off of the frog.
Right.
I get the greedy play of the frog, but honestly, he shouldn't have gone for it at all. Like, if Miko didn't counter
Doesn't even
the
have
frog,
mana here to
he could have
reverse
won
the
on the
Goblin
spot, I
Charbelcher.
think.
Can't even
Like, if you
cast the
rewatch
Goblin
it
Teferi is in play. You
slowly,
have to just main
you guys can
Look at that.
agree or disagree. I would
Teferi's
really like
carrying
your
around Warrior's
information.
Vengeance, too.
But I do
Yeah,
feel
think
like
Miko,
the counterplay from Miko onto the frog was a mistake. Because right now, yeah, of course, that's gonna be negated.
With Oreos there too.
And
so
this time he does it up. Okay.
And did you see that fist pump from him?
He is pumped.
I'm gonna stop the recording real quick.
I can't actually beat this guy because
Hello?
yesterday he couldn't.
Yeah, here it is. Stop.
He lost
And
the first 2 games today.
I'm gonna look real quick into the
this is
video that we just got, and we are.
And he, you know.
Oh, they are already on the next game, really?
Good matchup against Belcher. It's just been Miko.
Oh damn. Never mind then. We're just gonna watch the entire game and then afterwards look it up.
Right.
Or I will do the rewatching of the entire game in the end and do it like a moderation of how I felt like that was the things. I do like that Johnny now, after 2 losses, he finally got way more of his counter spills in.
We've seen Tameshi, you know, even on what looks like very few resources, just completely.
Oh my gosh.
All of a sudden they have 12 or 15 man.
Miko, Flusterstorm, Force of Negation.
And by the way,
He has so many counter spells on his hand, but he only has 1 he can use without mana.
1 land bloom Belcher and some disruption.
And some disruption.
But Miko is the first player to play, so he shouldn't have any issues with that.
Johnny got double dispute, Force of Negation, so gonna be very, very difficult here for Miko to fight through.
Sorry guys, I think my cell phone just went out of battery, or did it just turn off?
Lotus Bloom unless you pay the full 3.
What the heck? Okay,
But there's no lands.
very
for
weird.
Rax
In any
here.
case, I will have to check later on.
is
Oh wait, Miko now starts with.
dicey here.
Oh,
This
Miko
will be really
accepted a
good.
greedy
Yeah,
hand.
Johnny probably gonna play an untapped land here, is my guess, given that he's got both Tainted Indulgence and Faithful Mending in hand.
Keep all of his options open.
If
Really
I were
would like to
Johnny,
be
I would
able
also
to,
go for
you know,
that.
play a Psychic Frog, for example, with Mystical Dispute backup, or just find Thoughtseize to be able to see what Miko's
I
working
mean,
with.
Johnny has all kinds of counter spells ready.
Are we going to see a counter war over that Lotus?
Possibly, Miko has been aggressively countering the Lotus Blooms and probably looking to force a negation that if he can.
It's gonna be interesting. Very, very interesting.
Prismatic.
Why does... Wait, Johnny still
That's
kept the
also
prismatic ending, even though he
attracts-
cannot really
imagine-
use it against Miko that
imagine
well?
we'll see an
We already
attract
saw it, but
this
he cannot
here.
remove the Goblin Charblazer. Or does he want to remove the
But perhaps prismatic
Lotus
ending
Bloom
could be an
before
option.
he could use the Lotus Bloom for the Charblazer? That's an interesting...
Miko with
Think
just
and decision.
1 land is in a tough spot here.
Okay, actually discarding the Prismatic Ending here. Atraxa notably is another blue spell, so you can use that to pitch to the Force of Negation. Oh, and finds Thoughtseize.
Wow.
This
Cool.
hand is incredible. at
If he
disrupting
sees... If
Miko
Johnny
here.
sees
Now
the
you
hand
have
of Miko, he can
Thoughtseize,
go all
double
aggressive on this
dispute,
round.
And Force of Negation? And Miko's on 1 land?
Modern is probably not on Arena, because there's still quite the old cards in this set, in this format. I think that's the only one that you couldn't play on Arena even if you wanted to. You see, I see nowadays modern games in Spell Table, like players that want to play modern there.
To wait.
Yeah, of
And-
course, of Force
Yeah,
of Negation
he
to
does-
the
he
Lotus
really
Bloom,
wants
but
that thing
honestly,
He wants to fight a counter war for the Bloom, especially because Miko's been missing land.
Very
and I feel like
interesting.
Miko wants to also fight back.
if Miko is correct, he would just allow it to get countered, because with his hand, he cannot let this through.
Is he okay with this?
Wow, he just lets it
okay.
happen.
Gonna counter it. Yeah,
So he
Only
just
has-
needs to rip a bunch of lands in a row.
Only has a land here.
of course,
Okay, one
understandable
here.
though.
That's big, because now he gets to play Pelagi Archaeologist or Thundertrap Trainer, which will very likely...
I mean,
hit another
generally,
land.
what I like about Modern
That's
is,
a big draw there for Miko.
you say it's way too expensive. See it the other way, like, you get your deck once, and even the oldest deck can still handle meta decks. Like the other day I was fighting against Infect with my Boros energy deck and got my ass kicked. So the good thing is Modern doesn't rotate. There are strong cards like Quantum Riddler or the Psychic Rock, like a lot of cards can have an impact, but they're like, from a standard set, it's like only 1 or 2 cards that happen to have an impact.
Johnny with lots of disruption, but
probably, but we'll see about that. But after 4 or 3 Modern Horizons sets, there was no, like, there will be a button here and there, but there's no real adjustment there in general.
On the trainer. This is shaping up to be one of those games where Johnny
don't like having to own 4 copies of cards. I get that. Like I see it the other way. I like to have a set of 4 lands, fetch lands for example, for my commander decks and everything. And I do like to play strong and cool cards multiple times.
Do not think Miko will Miko go for
I can understand it. Everyone has their own fault. Like Modern is more of a competitive format, and I really want to be competitive, so that's why I'm. Oh wow, he force of negation the fort size.
Although that's the last form of disruption here, right? From Gutman. But if you think about it, it's like, okay, if I counter this back and then the Thoughtseize resolves, he's got 2 lands in play with only 3 cards in hand. If he's got a Tameshi, I can just take it.
Like, honestly, if I were Johnny right now, seeing that he only has 3 cards in hand, I would go for the risk of letting the Fort-Size Truth, because he already used this counter spell. Yeah, good job, Johnny. That was a good decision in my view. Because now he get the Calmblazer out, and once the Calmblazer is out, the game is over for Miko. With his 1 counterspell being known and a creature that he has to play at some point, his hand is known, and with an open hand, it will be an issue for Miko. The other hand, Johnny has still a draw card in his hand. Probably not able to play this turn because Miko missed a land drop when he has 3 lands. But from the next turn onward, Johnny has to win, because for Miko, he would need a lot of luck to get Lotus Bloom and the Charmblazer Black. This round is probably also won by Johnny. Well, in any case, Feeks, since you like to play Commander, I hope you're not against some of the competitive format watching. I mean, there are some very strong cards in Commander that you can like in Modern that you can like just try to add and add into one of your, how is it called, Commander decks. For example, here in blue you see a lot of strong cards from Miko itself.
Land here, I assume. Finds a land here. I think that's a Jwari disruption that he can get back. There's a disrupting.
Yeah, I for example only would play Standard now again because it's 4 years. Before it used to like rotate every 2 years, and I really don't like this 2 years rotation thing. It just takes way too long in my view.
We're just choosing which card to get back as a land, and takes the 3, can represent the Flusterstorm here.
I can understand that. On the other side, see, that way you spend the money once and you can always play with it. As I said, the one guy that I have always plays with an Infect deck, and he has no issues at all.
It does have flashback.
And we may, if he draws a land here,
what's the cost of the one of those top 8 decks? Like,
he can find a Goryo.
The cost of one of those is a lot, but if you look at MTG Modern, there is also some budget Modern decks. If I know right. Let me just check here real quick, since you're questioning this. Like, as you can see, there's a lot of decks and cost for it. One of the top 8 decks would be, let's see, Belcher was one, right? Let me just look where it is.
Godless Shrine and a Marsh Flats.
I think Belcher is expensive because of the other things, but
The Marsh Flats again.
Let me just check. Okay, I cannot see them right now. We'll check them later in the break, okay? I cannot see it right now, so... And I don't want to miss out how it works. Okay, what did he get? Oh, he did drew cards and gain some life, but it's Marsh, Godless Shrine. He has so many lands, Johnny.
The Pelagi archaeologist can't actually get...
Because it's a creature, right?
Hydroelectric specimen, because it's a land on one side and a creature on the other, and that's the things it can't get.
Yeah, you know,
and that can be untapped.
I thought that, but I wasn't
sure. You didn't want to commit? Yeah, no, I hear you. It's 2 cards to look up to double check too, and it was kind of a key moment.
Yeah, no, that's actually very, very big. And
and that gave him that Flusterstorm.
It did. It absolutely
did. Gosh, Miko got a counter spell.
And now Miko has the
not going to be able to use much except... Wait, why didn't he attack with his Archaeologist?
Johnny can fetch here for a Surveil land. Just try to find something relevant. Oh, maybe it has all the Surveil lands in play already. And so just thinning out the deck.
It's so funny that amongst all of these strong cards, in Miko's deck, for example, that Archaeologist is just a common. But he's playing it. Just a common in all of these very big and strong decks.
But most of the time you can get a land, because most of your lands are spells
so crazy.
Except for Hydroelectric Specimen.
Still in my instance.
Alright, to your question, Feeks, though, like,
well,
let's take into Arcodan's Miko's deck. In Miko's deck, the only expensive thing would be his Tutor, right, that he used, for example, right now.
That is true.
His Force of Negation, and his other counter spell that he has in hand, for example, the Disruptal Shoal.
And look at this, I mean, Johnny had a hand with tons of removal. Miko Iraxanen was stuck on...
It's only 3 blue mana for the Rule of Intervention.
Miko's still able to just find the pieces here that he needs, and is still in a position here to potentially...
Oh yeah, Rule of Intervention. So if you're looking for it, like... MTG Belcher deck. Yeah, here we see it. It is expensive because of... spells, where it is, Force of Negation. Here, one of them costs 50, having 4 of them costs 100. So this one, the Rule of Intervention, can be expensive. A 4 set costs 19. Wow, I didn't think that this uncommon would be this expensive, but I got it from the pack, so it should be fine. The Flare of Denial, it works. This one, Disrupt the Shoal. So the only really expensive card is Force of Negation in this deck.
Johnny Gutman's deck. He's fetched a ton, surveilled a bunch, put a few in the graveyard.
No, I did miss though a little bit thing. Where did Johnny's how's it called? Grizzleband land?
Sacrifice the Lotus Bloom and just you don't see this often, but
or did he discard it with one of his cards? Oh, he got an Atrax.
Oh, and it was Atrax off the top for Johnny Gutman. That is the perfect card to find, and he windmilled it on the table too.
The actual best possible card.
Wow.
Oh, it does Flusterstorm only work against...
Planeswalker land instant already chosen. Now has to decide.
Wait. Here he is. Flusterstorm. Or is that in his sideboard? There it is. Instant of sorcery. No way. He has no counter spell. Yeah, okay, this is game.
Right, because again, just top decking the Atraxa was way better than top decking the Goryo's Vengeance.
And Disrupt the Shoal doesn't work because he doesn't have the mana for it, Miko. This is game. The Atraxa is gonna gain him his life and everything.
Miko will not have enough mana even with a Belcher here, right?
And Johnny just got his full hand back.
If he top decks it.
Right, but Johnny has Teferi Time Raveler to bounce the Belcher.
And that would cost the Bloom at this point as well.
Right.
But
he wants a Tameshi maybe?
He did draw Char Belcher. That is wild.
My gosh. 1 mana short.
But he knows about the Teferi. He just put it into hand.
Well, that's the issue.
Such a nice looking card. Yeah.
Here. It could have also found Force of Negation, of course. But yeah, Miko Erikssonen is...
Miko is missing exactly 1 mana. His 1 mana start was so bad. And he could have won if he had his Jawbreaker. Oh no, actually no, never mind. Even then, Johnny still had Consigned Memory. Just with Atraxa alone, Johnny got all the cards he needs to handle it. If Miko had 1 more land, he could have won that game, but he doesn't have it.
Yeah, and that's the other problem for Miko, is that he's at 14 life.
This is it. That's gonna be a tilter. Like, at this point, I think he does, because Johnny has a lot of counter spells. I just really didn't like the first game he played after having 2 losses from Johnny. We can re-look that, and maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this could have been a way better win for Johnny at the beginning. Whatever, or an easy win for Miko on the 3rd game. Whatever. It looks like it's gonna go into game 3, because no matter what Miko does, he has no chance. He cannot remove the Atraxa. He passed the turn. The Atraxa is gonna gain him 7 life, I think, was it, right? 7 life?
Right.
That is difficult.
7/7 the Atraxa, right?
Too, by the way.
And he drew
Thoughtseize, so he can take a little peek.
Oh my. So with the Thoughtseize though, Miko can, I suppose, hard
Where's
cast
Johnny?
Disrupting Shoal for 1.
Johnny, where are you?
Right, to counter the
Here he is,
Thoughtseize.
okay. There, the Atraxa is a 7/7, yeah, with lifelink and everything.
Super close.
I also have 1 Atraxa. I do know a friend of mine that has another Atraxa. Maybe I should have gotten that one as well. Whatever, let's see.
Yeah, that, or, you know, he also could just start with Teferi.
Yeah,
That would clear the way for the Thoughtseize.
If Teferi resolves, yes. And if anything, you can actually Teferi tick up and then draw step.
If I were Johnny, I would also like probably get the ferry out,
Right?
have a look at Miko's hand, and
I like how you think, Paul.
finish the game.
Like
I mean, in the worst case, he still has Consigned to Memory.
Might be what we see here, actually.
Yeah, because you can or alternatively, you can go Teferi, bounce Lotus Bloom, right? And then just play Thoughtseize, and Miko just has not nearly enough here.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going
Miko
to be
can't
seeing,
do anything.
It looks like we're going to be moving to a game 5 here.
Wow, what a game.
But this is also what I like about watching these tournaments. Seeing how close these fights can sometimes be is very, very enjoyable.
He would lose the Bloom.
He probably figures he's going to lose the Bloom anyway.
I think he's just hoping. I mean, I don't even think what he's hoping, because he also knows that Johnny Gutman has a Consigned to Memory. Now, keep in mind though, and Johnny can replicate the Consigned to Memory, so you can't just Disrupting Shoal the Flusterstorm to counter the Consign, right? Because you can just replicate it and double target.
Right. And the mana advantage for Johnny is profound at this point. I mean, he flooded out late game, but Miko missed the 2nd land drop. I mean, it was a while ago. Oh, okay, and look what Johnny's actually put together here. And he showed him, he said, you got me, but
1 land short.
Yeah, that was actually lethal.
No, he has Consigned to Memory. That's why I really like to be a moderator. The moderators didn't even realize Johnny had a fucking Consigned to Memory in his hand. He can stop a triggered ability with that.
He is trying. Now, Miko is on the play here again. And,
they say 1 mana short. The mana for Miko to counter it wasn't there as well.
Excuse me. Yeah, Miko rather.
Okay.
Like, okay, maybe he has that 1 card where it says mana value 1. Okay, maybe he had a chance, but still. I think with what Johnny had in the hand, it should have been
effectively mono blue. The only white that you see there is
it was nothing
but usually they get that white off the Bloom anyway.
Oh yeah, if Harbinger of the Seas enters the field, I think Johnny is out of this game. Harbinger of the Seas. Oof.
And he will be able to resolve it?
If you don't know, Harbinger of the Seas says all non like it was just showed here on the left side, Harbinger of the Seas will be fully blue.
Once you get the Frog going with the Riddler and maybe the Faithful Mending, you can find a Thoughtseize or a Force of Negation. Oh yeah, Miko does have Harbinger. Miko's hand is fantastic.
Yeah, that is
that's a turn. You can play Harbinger of the Seas next turn. You have Flare of Denial.
Are we going to see Flare?
I think we will, probably.
Like now? Because it's felt like both players have very much value the Psychic Frog in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
it is the annoying card
From
for Miko.
what I see right now,
Yeah,
I
he's gonna go ahead and
really
flare
don't like
immediately.
Johnny's
And as we
deck.
see, Johnny does not have a way
Because
to
Johnny
fight
is
back, so
has
Johnny
an
really did that
aggressor right.
play
It's like the aggressor right now, but he has
because
nothing
now,
to counter
look at this.
anything.
this is scary stuff. For
While
Johnny.
Miko has
play.
2 lands on his
Harbinger
hand,
is
if
next turn.
anything,
Johnny Gutman has a polluted Delta
and
hand.
a
He's gonna have
fracking
only islands, and the only thing he's going to be able to do is warp in a Quantum Riddler.
and a freaking
And I
Harbinger
don't
of
know
the
if Johnny
Seas to fuck
anticipated
Johnny
Harbinger
even
of the
more.
Seas, because he's just been getting dual
Like,
lands here.
Johnny will be super screwed next.
It does
turn.
not feel like Johnny is prepared.
Yeah, here it starts.
for what
He
is
goes
about
down
to
to 14, Miko comes with Harbinger of the
This is
Seas.
so
And in the next
Harbinger
turn,
of the
he's just gonna
Seas.
play
This is
the
so
Goblin
Johnny
Trailblazer.
rolled a little pause
Johnny
there
has
'cause
no
that
card in
was
hand to
rough.
interact
Yeah,
with
because when that happens, you're like,
Miko
"Can I fetch
anymore.
the basic?"
Right.
You always think that.
That's where you think, like, was I supposed to get a swamp here?
Because there is a swamp and a plains in this deck.
And Johnny is smiling and nodding and shaking his head.
Now,
You,
the deck
you cannot
has
tell
two
me that.
Solitude.
Oh my god, he drew a swamp. You've got to be
Curious how
kidding
many
me.
copies of that he kept in,
Oh, that's
right?
interesting.
That is an answer. So if he can
Or
warp in the
actually,
Riddler,
no, he cannot use
maybe he can build
Prismatic
something.
Ending
What's actually
either because he
interesting
only
is
has
he
one
drew
color.
naturally the basic swamp. So that's
And
one
the
step in
Fateful
right
Mending is
direction.
also
He
a
can
dead
pull
card in
Righteous
his
as well,
hand.
But that was a really good draw.
So yeah, the swamp is helpful. He can get the
So he does have
Quantum
access to black
Riddler to get another
Mana. He
card.
does not have access to white mana currently.
Right, so
I
can
don't,
cast Faithful
I don't
Mending,
see how
can cast
Johnny is
Prismatic Ending, or
gonna
Hands of Fairy.
handle
His
this.
hand is white mana.
Next turn, if I were Miko, I'm just gonna cast Goblin Trailblazer and end
Now
the
the
game.
question is, if you're Miko, do you just jam
Yeah.
Belcher? And he goes for it, and Johnny has no interaction.
Wow, this is a great read from Miko. He's just going to slam it, and Johnny says, "You got it."
I mean,
So he needs to find a plains here?
he needs to find natural play. Oh, he found
He
Solitude.
did find
You can Solitude the Harbinger, and then you play Teferi to bounce the Belcher.
Wow.
And you can play
And I
the
think
fairy
he's
to
got
bounce
one
the
or two
Blazer.
Solitudes after
He
sideboard.
ripped Solitude
Really big
this
draw here.
turn? Are you
Well,
kidding
yeah,
me?
I agree with what the commentators say here. Like, that's his
This
only
game is-
out
It was completely
to
over.
get the
Even when
Trailblazer
you-
up.
when you saw
The
Johnny,
only issue is
God,
Miko
Belcher
still
was-
has
There was
GG.
almost a look of defeat in his eyes.
his Tesseract.
And he just drew the perfect answer outside
No,
of course,
Miko has no interaction in his hand.
Even
So
better.
Johnny really got lucky here
Yeah, 'cause
with the
he gets his mana
Solitude.
this way
I can't
for
believe
2
it.
turns.
Actually, what he can even do is Solitude, exile the other cards. You can Prismatic Ending the Belcher because he has a polluted Delta. You can use that to get Breeding Pool and actually cast Prismatic Ending to just permanently get rid of the Belcher so that Miko can't replay it.
Okay, so that part worked.
Polluted Delta, blue, black. He can get
Yes.
breeding.
right.
Yeah,
Yes,
true.
Miko, he did.
Yeah,
Tell me after the match if you just ripped that there.
Johnny
Of
can get
course he
breeding
did.
pool and get prismatic
I
ending
guess
and
there's a chance that he
actually.
had it in his
Oh,
hand.
or
He
he's
had
just
a
gonna
little
do the
bit.
fairy. That
The
also works.
Teferi
I would
here
also do the
This also
Teferi one
keeps
because
the
he can
cards
always
flowing
do that.
for him.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Was it?
what a
Oh no, that was
draw
the
from
minus
Johnny
3. Never
Gutman.
mind, I guess.
That was
Miko
The
had
minus
a
3
win
means he needs
tournament
to
for Johnny,
increase it
'cause
up
we
all
actually
the
get to
time.
play a game now. He's not guaranteed to win,
He's had a couple of good ones,
but
right?
that was really
But
good.
yeah.
Trassa in game 4.
Where is the
Solitude
fairy?
here.
Teferi, Teferi,
It is interesting too,
Teferi.
Paul. Remember when we were talking coming into
There
the
he
match
is.
about the nerves and stuff, and we
Right.
were noticing that for Johnny.
Return
Look at his
target
lifesteal with
artifact,
that.
creature,
He has
enchantment
two
to summon,
notes,
draw a card, or
breathe,
until your next turn you
and
may
have
cast sorcery spells that they have
Which
flash.
is like that's what I was talking about.
No,
right?
that's
Oh, wow.
Being able to take yourself out of the moment. and
Yeah, I
enjoy
did.
it.
I did.
That
I
is
ordered
absolutely-
Lorwyn.
That is incredible that he has that on there. Cause
A play display and a collector display are on their way.
and he needs to
50
do
followers,
something,
and we are opening the
anything in
collector
his
one,
power
guys. The
to just
collector one is gonna
focus.
be for
Right.
you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we see the Charbelcher hit the battlefield.
And
again.
now, like,
But
I
Johnny,
really like what the commentator
time,
said. If they did,
couldn't play
if
the
Johnny did
ending
it the way
on
they
game
told
2.
it, he would
does
have gotten
the
rid
mana
of it.
this time.
But
With
okay,
this
he wanted to
polluted
play
Delta,
careful.
just get
But
the
right
breeding
now,
pool.
Right.
The issue
Miko's
with
in
Johnny
light
is
green. You think he's gonna know when
he
sees
only
that?
has one card
Oh, he's searching.
to get
There's only
rid
one.
of the
There it
Charblazer,
is.
and
Miko's
Miko has
waiting.
right now
Yeah.
a Force of Negation. He can just
And then the
counter
mental acrobatics
Prismatic
you do,
Ending,
you know, when you're Miko, you're
and
like,
Johnny
"Maybe
loses this
he's
game
just
as
setting
well.
up for an Atraxa later."
Right, and here's the thing too. I mean,
I mean,
Force of Negation
The
doesn't do anything.
giveaway is not
There's
gonna
a
be
Teferi
here
play.
until some months, so I'm okay with you staying excited,
Wow.
but
This is
turnaround.
incredible.
What a turnaround.
That
Now
Harbinger looked like it was going to lock it up.
Now here's the thing though, Miko does have a backup here, right? You have to think, okay? Now Johnny has the answer for the Belcher. Miko has Tezzeret the Seeker. You can play Tezzeret the Seeker, go get yourself another Belcher.
It's
does
over.
just turn itself into a Belcher if you want.
wait, what? No
And
force of
Johnny doesn't
negation
have
from
another
Miko?
answer here, right?
Why
don't
did
think so.
did
He
he not
stepped
use
out.
force of negation?
Oh my gosh, can we
Could
find
Miko
another
still have a
prismatic ending?
chance here?
We're reading.
You can -4 that to just get the Belcher into play. You got to pay a premium, but it does give you access to another Belcher.
He will
And he's gonna do
100%
that.
get a Belcher here.
Oh
How many
yikes!
prismatic endings are left? Can Johnny find another one here?
Another Teferi.
Another Teferi would delay things as well.
Oh, you got.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, yeah,
He's-
that's
he's
it.
go
But
get a
that's
fight
also
with
still far off.
I mean, he had that
I mean,
huge
I'm more
lead
excited about
in the
Avatar.
game.
That's my way, but yeah,
And he
really
watched
excited
this
about it as
basically
well.
Fall apart in front of him. He is still here.
Yeah, Johnny did not have the force of negation for that Tezzeret. So now Johnny on the back foot here again, needs to rip something here.
This is
for
really
this
gonna be
Goblin
crazy.
Starbelcher.
Like Johnny just had one chance to get rid of it. Now, I mean, with the Tezzeret, it was already a hard thing, anyways. And now, Miko even still has a force of negation for the worst case.
Faithful mending into Goryo's vengeance.
So what can he get mana-wise? Because he can get an Atraxa into play right now.
I mean,
yeah, he can, but
But he'll
I'm
only have
trying to-
one
he'll
mana.
only have one
actually,
mana of
Johnny,
Vigor,
I think
don't
Johnny still
there's
has
anything.
the consign to
There's no
memory.
Pithing Needle or anything along
And
those
if I
lines.
remember, you can, when you cast
Only
it,
counter triggered
where is
abilities
it?
not
There.
activated.
Consign to memory.
And it can counter the
Counter the
Belcher
target
itself.
triggered ability or cover the spell and
chip is safe.
replicate. When you
There
cast
is
the
no
spell,
free
copy it for
spell.
each time you pay the
It just
replicate
gets
cost.
the
Yeah,
Belcher
like
out.
Johnny has
Consign
consent to
triggered,
memory.
so when you try to cast
Before
it,
he didn't have the mana, but this time he does. So
harmless
he,
spell, but
in the
the
worst
triggered ability,
case.
it would not count. There is
Oh
no
wait,
ability.
why is he using both of his blue mana there?
There's the force of negation he needed.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
One loyalty on Teferi would have been the difference.
One loyal, yeah, Teferi would have worked.
Oh,
Dramatic ending.
Atraxa now?
But with no mana available and only one land drop to give, I think Miko can look at this and say,
Yeah.
you don't have an answer.
Johnny simply does not have enough mana here to deal with the Belcher.
Okay, never mind. He got a. No, yeah, right. He needed a consent to memory. Never mind. He needed a consent to memory.
And fire away with Goblin Charbelcher.
Yeah, what a back and forth game here.
Crazy game 5.
Yeah, okay, I get the point of getting the Atraxa here. I just think it would have been way better for Johnny to
He needed to
get the blue mana, like keep the blue mana up for his consign to memory. It only would have cost him one. But well, it's fine. I mean, he managed to find a solution. With Atraxa, he got one land drops, he has one consign to memory. But if Miko now draws any kind of second counter spell,
Times, and the third time was the charm. He says, well, let's see if you put that island in. But
the basic land here, but there's no reason to.
And this is exactly the situation that Johnny found himself in yesterday, watching Miko go through and in this case count to 23. That's 20.
21.
Yeah.
22.
And that's going to do it. Miko Raxonen advances
What?
to the semifinals in a hard-fought
untap.
five-game
I
match
don't get it
against Johnny Goblin.
correctly. Like,
What an incredible
he had one blue mana open and force of negation, no?
You just thought
Huh?
for sure Miko was gonna make quick work here. He had such a good start, so well.
Yeah, I can
But
imagine.
Johnny Gutman fighting back. Fighting back.
Okay.
Game 4, nothing.
Well, we are gonna
Rips
be
the Atraxa,
waiting for the
takes
next
that one,
game
and then
to
here, back against the
start. Let's already check everything that happened in that game. Okay, first we're gonna go with this one. Here the sound off and the games. So the first games, okay, were hard, no really good interaction. So here we are, guys. So here everything went well, and up to this point. If we look at this point right now, Johnny had 3 hands, 3 cards, and 1, 2, 3, 4 counter spells if he plays it right. We don't know what is in the Miko hand, but if on this cast of the frog, Miko ignores it and goes into his turn, he plays for 4 mana the Goblin Belcher. Johnny uses the Mystical Dispute. No, he cannot use the Mystical. He uses the Force of Negation, let's say with Teferi, to counter it. So then Miko uses his Force of Negation, let's say with a Thunderclap Trainer, to counter that. Then Johnny has another Force of Negation or a Mystical Dispute for 1 mana to counter one of his the Force of Negation. Then Miko had he wouldn't have the mana to counter anything else. Okay, here I see why Miko had to start countering the Psychic Frog and why this entered into that fight. Okay, I take it all back. Well, I wasn't really probably in the game thinking, but I guess Johnny played that one correctly. Unlucky, but I guess he did decide correctly. Never mind then from me. Okay, then we go into the last game, because I'm not sure what happened here. So here in the very last game, we were in the spot. He finds the Solitude, and for 3 mana, Johnny here decides with Polluted Delta to not get rid of it. Like, let's say he got rid of this Goblin Chairblazer, or tried to get rid with Prismatic Ending. If Miko had right now a Force of Negation, that was his scareness. But then again, if he had the negation in this moment right now, he could have also gotten rid of Teferi. What would Johnny have done if his Teferi was getting trouble? Like, how was his Teferi less important than a Prismatic Ending? Because it would have left him with 0 mana? I guess. In any case, here we are. We see Miko's hand. He uses Prismatic Ending onto the Chairblazer and he allows it because he uses his Tezzeret next turn. What I don't get here, he has Force of Negation. Johnny is tapped out. Was he? He had a lot of cards. So Miko was scared that Johnny might have had and Force of Negation in hand. I see. So that was the reason why he didn't interact here, the Miko. Instead, he uses his Tezzeret now and keeps his resources correctly. So here we are in this hand right now. Johnny has Consign to Memory. The good thing is, the moment he casts Consign to Memory, as much as I read it, it says here, Replicate. When you cast this spell, copy it for each time you paid its replicate cost. So he can use it multiple times and not be scared. Yeah, and not be scared that it doesn't get truth because he gets copies of it, right? So what I do not get is that we turn into this moment where he uses the Atraxa, he has a Force of Negation and the Consign to Memory in hand. He even had a land drop, so Consign to Memory onto that cast of the Chairblazer. And he lets it through! Like, use Consign to Memory and Force of Negation to protect against this Force of Negation. Why does Johnny let Miko win here? Like, look at his hand. Force of Negation against Force of Negation. And Consign to Memory. Consign to Memory, it's a triggered ability. Right? No, it's an activated ability. Wait. No, don't tell me. Is it activated ability? Consign to Memory. Here we are. Triggered ability or colorless spell. Oh, fuck it. Now I get it. I thought it was also activated ability. Oh my god, lords, I made a huge mistake here. But that's why I like to rewatch things like this. Now you can see. So the Belgian deck goes on to the semifinals. Let's see Goryo's Vengeance. MTG Goryo's Vengeance. So Feeks, how much do you think Goryo's Vengeance is gonna be? Oh wait, 800? That much already? So let's see, what is the most expensive one? The Quantum Riddler right now, 4 of them, 143, holy. The Solitude is a lot. The Atraxa is a lot. Good thing I have 3 Solitudes, but holy shit. Kedramouse, Psychic Frog, the Grizzleband. I luckily got Grizzleband quite fast and easy. Ephemerate, Goryo's Vengeance is... The Force of Negation is always... Like, Force of Negation is such an expensive card. 600, really? There's a Solitude in Final Fantasy? I wanna see it now. I mean, we are anyway still waiting for the next round. Let's see. Solitude. He isn't as expensive as it showed in this one, but let's see. Is that... No, that's not a... Is that the final... The Yojimbo? Is it from the Secret Lair? Holy. Oh wow, 7 days, 364, 300 euros. Oh, in Japanese, in English it starts at 388. There aren't even that many. In here, there are only 21 cards of the Solitude. Crazy. I have this one, let's see how much it goes. But I still need to do the Germany one, because I'm from Germany. Ha ha ha. From Germany. Here, it starts at 25 euros. They made all 5 of the circle in FF. All expensive. Even the bad ones. I mean, from these, the only bad one would be Grum, as much as I know. Because Grum is being was banned in a format, as much as I remember. Yeah. But that's how it is, I guess. Well, I think we are waiting for the next game to start. Are they gonna put all the games separately now? Okay, if this is taking so long, maybe we can go for one more of the arena one. What do you guys think? Do you want to see me play one arena game? I don't have a deck yet. I was still on the draft that we decided to start. Everyone saw it in the morning. Yeah, go for it. Right, I will keep check of it. Like, my main thing is gonna be this one, so I will finish, if anything, the game and then go back into this. But right now we're just waiting. I sadly don't... Yes, one arena. Alright, I will go for the arena game then. But this was like the highlight of the day. And I really hope that with my streaming career and anything, I will have the chance to at one point be live at one of those games, being one of the commentators, getting paid to watch people play Magic and tell the people like, oh, I like this play or I didn't like this play, you know, that's like my wish. So I will keep this one now onto my second monitor. I will still see your chat, guys, but we'll go for it. First, I do want to check the store since let's see. Seems like no good one. Like, normally if you go to daily deals, you sometimes see them getting extra mana or any extra games. So that's why I always check it first when I see this. But let's go, one arena game. We were still into the event of... Which was the Final Fantasy one that we participated in? Recently played... Nope. It wasn't an event. Here we are. Resume. Alright, here we are. 1 win, 1 pack. Let's go for the second win. And get some music started in between. Since I muted the commentators here. You really need to read the consign, the memory sometimes. I really thought I had more and better things. Okay, I can keep this. Yeah, it is, and I decided to do it. So yeah. It's an instant brainstorm. Who do I put back? The red could play soonish. Do I need this one as a landed interest tapped? Actually I could use Sit as a cycling ability, so let's put this one back. And on top of the library. And this one back for now. Top like this. Let's do it this way. Okay. Now on his turn I will use the cycling. And scare him a little bit with a counter spell. Here we go. I'll go for the magic pot for now. I have a 1/4 that can block his 2/1. And when it dies, I create a treasure token. Alright. This enters tapped, sadly. I got from a graveyard. I don't want to exile my cards from the graveyard though, so I will just pass the turn, I guess. Since he has a 3/2 now. He blocks with both of them. Okay. He doesn't attack though. Interesting. This one has Ward 1, okay. So here I could get my 3/4 that lets me get a treasure token. Or I could get my red out, but then I don't have anything else. I don't have black mana yet, so that's why I need treasures. You know what? I'm just gonna get this one out right now. I need treasures right now. No attacks. I'm gonna put up a defense. Oh, wow. +1/+1 until end of turn. Not bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna block with my artifact 1 to get another treasure. And here we are. I will get my red for 2 mana. I will still have the Vincent one and the interaction if anything. Or I could pay 4 mana to remove this 3/2 because no wait, he didn't have trample before. Don't think I need this right now. Oh, if I get this one, I lose all the artifacts. So this one is not gonna get that much power yet. I do have artifacts. I think I wanna keep. This is a sorcery, sadly. I think I want to keep this one as interaction. So let's go for 2 mana here to get this one. Okay, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Don't need the lands right now, though the swamp wouldn't be bad. It's 3/3. No, I don't need to play this one yet. He does have a lot of creatures, but I kept the interaction here. I'm gonna make sure that my red comes right back. So I get more treasures and treasures and treasures. Next turn I'm gonna get with Lionheart to remove one of his things. Who is he gonna try to deal damage to? To my red. How could you control gains when this creature dies or turn to the battlefield and is on his control and it Let's make it a 3-2, right? And it comes back. Ah, tap though. That's sad. Well, then I have for next turn sacrifice a pawn. I thought it was... battlefield tapped, it says. That's sad. Alright. Might have been right. Okay, I can swap creatures. I like this. Especially since his creature was stronger than mine. So, 4 mana. I have 2 mana remaining that I can use to ward. So, wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 for this one. Remove it, and then I have 2 mana remaining. Or I will just get this one and have myself a great big creature on the field. So, I will leave the route as a defender and pass the turn. Next turn I have 3 mana and 4 mana for this guy, for the Lionheart now. Ooh, 5-3. 5-3 against 7-7. Let's go. Oh, we already see the Nguyen Offman with the Simic. I'm really curious. Okay, I have to finish this game fast. No way, he got a Tifa? Okay, I have to get rid of the Tifa now. I feel like he's just gonna equip his Tifa. Well, right now I can just block like this. He has no mana. What is he doing? Okay, he gets 2 more tokens. That's why he wanted this guy to die. 3 and 4 mana. I lose an artifact, get another artifact, so my 7-7 stays a 7-7, right? To any target. I'm gonna destroy the Tifa here. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep my blockers. He has no more cards in hand, and I can still draw cards with the next turn and gonna make this guy stronger and stronger. Okay, I really need to quick do this fast. The next game is gonna start soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, a 6-4, very nice, and he passes the turn. That player discards that card. That player discards it. Goodbye, Gigatot. I will draw another card. Yeah, I'll get another artifact on the field. I want my rat to die if anything, so yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like this. For 7 mana I can turn her around and begin increasing the power of my creatures. She's a 4-4 indestructible angle. Then I won't have to be scared of my stuff and anything happening. I still have a flashback card, nice. Actually no, I'm gonna use her ability. 7 exile target null and permanent. Okay, I cannot take the ward one. I will take the 7-3 guy. Okay. Once I attack with my 10-10, I'm lost because this one is tapped, so I cannot do that. But I'm just gonna keep my strong creatures. Now, this guy is indestructible permanently? What? Until you turn that gains indestructible. Ah, true, I draw a card if it's legendary. Oh, damn, the game is gonna start. It's Belcher against Simic. Simic. You can do it, Simic. I'm really counting on the Simic guy. Oh, that Tamashi actually is playing a Tamiyo. I'm surprised. He plays a Tamiyo on the first turn. Okay. 4 or less. What can I return? Oh. I always wanted to see if that was the worthy thing or the wrong thing here. So let's see. For 2 mana, I'm gonna return this. You control. Or I will just get this. Whatever. I will try it with it. Let's go. I wanted to see if there is a good combo with it sit here or not in this deck. And I still have mana for the equipments here and to gain life. Destroy target non-land permanent. Okay, that resolves, sadly. I'm losing my very strong equipment here, and this one actually doesn't. Get +1/+1. Okay. Alright. And we go into the next turn, since I'm not sure why I have a 3/3 here right now. But let's give him F4, so he can block if anything. And with my 6/5 indestructible, I'm gonna smack him now. He will probably just use 1 token against me, but that's fine. I still have a lot of life. Oh, damn, I have to wait for the game is already going quite wild. I still have life gaining, if anything. Oh, there comes the Dion. Now he has flyers. I cannot really block flyers. That's the sad part. But if he attacks now, he's gonna have to handle my everything. I'm gonna eat some ramen now. Mmm, delicious. That's 7 mana, that's all my mana. So I'm gonna get the... Wait, oh, fuck. That was not the thing I wanted to do, actually. I wanted to cast this one just now to get more draw. I will draw like this. In his turn, he has flyers. I have 20 lives, so he cannot kill me. But I have to keep pressuring him with my indestructible creatures. Or at least with the one of them. I still have all the others. Oh, I have a plains. Next turn, like if I get my Dark Ritual, I might be able to do more. Oh wait, oh no. His plan was to turn it around. 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my god, he has exactly 20? No way. Exactly 20? Yeah, exactly 20. I should have all-in'd him here to make sure he loses some creatures. Oh my fucking god. I should have got my cleric out to gain life sooner. I lost this game because of the Dion turnaround. Oh, well. You know what? I'll leave it open. Maybe we'll have another interruption in between, then I can start it faster. Okay. Any case, here we are. 12 trample, a 4/4.
Exactly Neoform and Eldritch Evolution. So just going towards a 4/4 creature that you can play ahead of schedule, that might be the route to go. And at least in this game, that is the route that Offman is going.
The other thing to think about here, and maybe this is only a fringe consideration, I think it's worth bringing up, with cards like Seagate Restoration, with cards like Hydroelectric Specimen.
Let's see.
These are
we missed it. It's 10 against 15. A Belcher deck going low is all understandable, and the other one probably just by using life.
So all of a sudden, a 4/4 getting into the red zone, right? Even in the mid game.
What
it's actually a very respectable threat when you're
what did I miss?
14 life.
Yes, absolutely is. And I kind of like this kind of shifty game plan here from Offman of, look, we've...
Wait, oh, it's actually the last one of their game already. It's 2 against 2. So the games are going on the same at the same time.
So it does look a little bit strange, but in this particular game and how Michael has sideboarded, this 4/4 can just keep...
Then why was there so long an interruption? Why didn't they instantly swap to this game? I really dislike something like this.
Look, we're going deep on Mandrill chat here, and that's fine. I mean, it's on the battlefield. It's a clear and present danger. But it's a one-off, right? Like, this is not... The deck's not built around this as a plan B. This is just a nice thing to throw in.
Alright. Oh, wait.
4/4 for 1, 2, 3 mana with Delve. And if it gets there, it gets there. And if it doesn't, well, it hasn't cost you a lot to put a card that, again, pitches to Allosaurus Rider, to Nourishing Shoal, what have you.
Looks like we're just going to see a Veil cast right now.
Okay, we don't need this one. We need this one again, so... Now we are against the Simic deck, so let me just look for Simic MTG.
I'm going to play this. I want to be able to force through all my things.
Because usually Veil of Summer is played reactively, right? Your opponent plays a counterspell, you play Veil of Summer.
So
You play Veil of Summer. It's a reactive.
this is a Simic deck.
Proactively, as you say, in this sort of silence-esque capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the cost? Oh, that's also quite.
Have some interaction. I saw a couple of copies of.
Yeah, you're right, Feeks. They are all very expensive.
And what I like about this too is that this is a really nice just test card of, okay, if you let this resolve, I get to do awesome stuff. So that means you're probably scared of seeing this resolve. And so as you can see, Michael head and hands a little bit here in Game 5 of the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour. Am I supposed to counter this? If I just let this through, is my opponent bluffing, or is
The opponent has a blue or black
am I letting this through? My opponent gets to do their thing, or
Expressive control can be
maybe
controlled
just
this
cast
turn.
this.
You and
I'd say
permanency
that's fine,
control
and
gain
then
hexproof from blue and from
off
black
just
until end of
something
turn. Oh, not bad.
It's going to be relevant here, right? But in
Yeah, that would be nice.
With the Veil of Summer against a card like Consign, is that it doesn't protect you from having your abilities.
That would be really, really nice.
Veil of Summer doesn't completely blank.
I also generally am not that much of a fan of, for example, Spell Table, because you always have to like check the cards, scan the cards, or sometimes interrupt the game and say, sorry, what is that card? I cannot find it, scan it, or how is the name, so you can like recheck cards via Spell Table. Like, it is an option since I do have some issues here and there, but that's it.
Crying about it for weeks, Cedric.
Wait, is it still his turn? And he's...
Has
cast a blue black spell this turn.
Looks like it's going to be played and going to exile the Consign to attempt to take care of the Veil.
But in this, what in that? You've just double Thoughtseized your opponent for 1 green mana.
Yeah, and again, this may have just been a. I'm going to cast
Just
the
to
Veil.
test the water.
It's this Veil could be nothing. It could be something.
Ah, he's using the counter spell to make sure he can still
And the Allosaurus.
target the creature from Noe Offman, if anything.
It's not like you're disappointed to
I mean, what is it? He has a 5/5, I think, that growth creature. Just since I just look at every card without asking.
Now, he can continue to try to...
Yeah, like the real life one is very, very nice.
Threats out. Obviously, if the Veil had resolved, that's
I
probably
have to
what
keep
we'll see.
asking. That's why I like Tabletop Simulator as well. Like, you can just zoom it in and that's it. That's it. Like, Tabletop Simulator was a really good invention, or a really good idea. I really enjoyed. I hope we get some more viewers that play Tabletop Simulator as well, so we can get a 4-table full really easy. Yeah, or I generally personally like to play really offline, face to face. Yesterday I was playing a lot of Commander, for example, and God was it fun.
Alright. Well, we'll see what's next on the docket here. Of course, I'll remind you that these games are untimed. So players are given a bit more leeway to play at...
But then again, there are
at some level of...
just way more people in Spell Table, so I wish they would add some kind of portal or so.
At a leisurely...
Yeah, I also have still 2 or 3 decks that I'm trying to build at the same time, but I really want to watch this modern game and be more of a commentator. So I would love to take a peek on, like, I will keep it here and check it later though. It's now being opened here. Let's check it in a bit. Oh, you're building the Y'shtola deck.
That's really interesting insofar as making the move.
It's mono blue I don't have much experience with.
Sacrificing a creature part of the cost. So now the Hooting Man is attacking. That's
Which
gone.
at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then you're gonna do blink. It control then return to the... Then if it's the first end step of this turn, there is an additional end step after this.
So,
2 end steps. What does 2 end step help you though with?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay, I think a Beseiju was just drawn.
Yeah, I get the idea, but
Probably not a land.
what does it help you?
Deck doesn't play any lands. Most versions
Turn
have
into the
land
owner's
design,
own
sure,
control.
but,
If it's the first end step of this turn, there is an additional end step after this step.
Very fortunate there for Offman.
really, really nice one there.
Like, what do you get from having multiple end steps?
So, a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there for Noah, but hey, you take the hand you dealt.
But I like this a lot now for Michael because Michael is able to.
Yeah, blinking and flicker are the same.
Put a Belcher on the
I think, like you could say, like I think like blink or flicker does mean the same in Magic. If you blink a target like exile and return it, and flicker, it's the same.
Active elements to be able to interact with Offman. So I very much now, especially with the Hooting Mantrels off the battlefield, I really like where Michael's at in this game.
No, not really, because from her ability it says, if it's the first end step, you flicker it and it returns, right?
Conversation we were having before the round began off air, where I was talking about these sideboard plants. I was like, oh, is Michael wanting to really slow down the game, right? With something, with taking out the Lotus Blooms, taking out the Belchers. And you were saying, no, he's just attacking it from a different angle. He identifies, it's not that he wants to play a really slow and protracted game. He just recognizes that it's far more important.
Oh, there, German Blecher tried to come into play, and I think our Noah Offman countered that, right? Which is, no, he didn't. Why is the Goblin into the graveyard then?
Very much so, very much so. And I like where Michael is now in.
And she does it twice. She does it twice?
Plenty of man on the battlefield, able to really protect himself. Because remember,
let me read it again. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then if it's the first end step of this of the turn, there is an additional end step after this step. So you have your end step, you exile target creature, then return it to the battlefield. Then if it's the first end step, you get an additional end step where you flicker it again. So you flicker 2 times. But you also only have 2 end steps, not 3 end steps.
Rarely misses in this deck.
Maybe I should start playing Belcher, so I stop.
Then if it's the first end step,
I imagine it feels good.
after this step. Like you get 2 end steps and 2 flickers with this, right?
Alright.
Like 3 enter the triggers, obviously if it's the first on the first turn, but yeah. Yeah, of course, if you have copies. And then you would like the Spider-Man enchantment. There is an enchantment in Spider-Man where you can get non-legendary copies of her. And you might want to look into multiple like cards that have triggers on the end step to get multiple triggers, for example.
The Finn, waiting in the wings. Miko Arexinen.
Potentially a Belcher mirror.
Could be.
Yeah.
Michael can continue this fine form that he's demonstrating to us.
But I did miss now, I think, some cards of Noe Offman. Planar Genesis, draw a card and have an additional land drop.
So we've got a Planar Genesis in response to...
He either gets a land on the field or he probably just gonna go and get a card, an extra draw from this.
It's in response to something, so we're going to see a Planar Genesis, as mentioned, and it looks like Offman has found a card to be happy with.
Okay. Alright, got it. This spell.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom.
From the old hedge meetings.
He puts a forest in the bin. Alright. Back over to Offman now.
Well, how did... Oh, wait.
Genesis,
Ah.
the Planar Genesis there.
Put the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. Why did he discard a forest?
Very cool.
I don't get it, but we'll see about that.
My magic cards.
Oh, gonna take a look at the old Hope of Gear pal. Maybe it's the first time it's shown up in the sideboard games.
Sacrifice until your next turn. Target player who has dealt combat damage this turn can't cast non-creature spells. Oh, wow.
With this one, you hit them and then you sacrifice it.
Sort of a one and done type effect.
Very much so.
Hope comes in, makes the statement, and then it's out of there.
Okay, but he still needs to go through. It's a 1/1 flyer. He has a null free
Is this still on the stack?
Tamiyo in front.
I think he may still be thinking about it.
He and that Hope of Girapur doesn't have haste. Unless he has a card that gives him haste, but I don't think so. I really don't see, like, I'm not sure what a Simic deck can do and can do, but now I get why this game is still running. I bet it's the only game that's still running. Like, both of them can't really seem to end it, and looking at Michael, he seems to have a lot of cards in his hand. Like, he has a lot of cut draw, I guess.
When you have Tamiyo on the battlefield, you know, you want to be attacking, creating your clues and all that stuff, so.
Okay.
So there's a cost, is what you're saying.
I mean, I see Noah Ottman having the Raptor, which means he can just bring it into the play whenever he feels like it. But I guess he's still waiting because it seems like it's an alternate cost to cast that Raptor. Seeing how the Michael still has a lot of mana and a lot of cards in hand, this seems like Michael might win. Like Michael is in such a good condition thanks to her Tamiyo.
You'll have to stay tuned in for Cedric's Vorthos's hour. The Cedric Vorthos hour coming up later on.
Just ran out of time.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Right.
He just draws cards in his turn as much as he wants.
Now the other option, right, is Tamiyo, crack a clue. That's a third card drawn.
Wow. Is he drawing to get his Belcher, or what is his 4-tier?
Wasn't sure if this was actually going to work itself into the equation or not. So Tamiyo is going to try to transform, and Consign is going to try to
counter target triggered ability.
Consign replicated to counter a triggered ability, and Flusterstorm.
He doesn't want the Tamiyo to flip.
So this is very, it looks like intentional.
Yeah, Noe just paid 3 mana to get 3 copies, so he cannot really react to it. So I think Michael is trying to get the trigger ability of Tamiyo in so that she can swap to the backside. Well, Noe Offman copies his consign to memory 3 times, which means he gets 3 copies.
So Tamiyo flip trigger on the stack, and then I went consign replicates, so pay 3.
Here you can hear him.
And then you went Flusterstorm, cast Flusterstorm, and said target Oliver Consign. And that's when I said, that doesn't work, you don't have the storm.
Yeah, that's true. He did
like
draw a lot, but Consign is a copy. You don't cast the copy.
How is the stack right now? What is this copy?
So at this point, we have...
we have 3 consigns on the stack.
And I try to target 3 spells with 3 spells.
Yep, and so you have a legally casting, but you need to, basically you have to choose your targets for this because it will not counter all of those targets.
Yeah, I think this should be 3 consigns versus 2 Flusterstorms.
That's my reading of the situation.
Yeah, I had her in a very cool artwork and I traded her for an Ugin
I mean,
lately,
problem solved, yes, it's a little bit humorous, but more importantly, that's 2 less Flusterstorms that Michael has.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Yeah.
Wait, it actually turned around?
So a slight miscalculation or a slight disconnect between the 2 players there resulted ultimately in the second Flusterstorm being used to defend that Tamiyo trigger. So we now have Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar on the battlefield.
So the Consign was a misplay here? Was not a misplay here?
So let's remind
I thought it was a good thing because Consign says that it copies himself.
+2 for the Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar.
And
you
need
next turn whenever a creature attacks you or a
target for it, but the copies are
-3, so it can't be activated at the turn of the defense.
They are copies.
Return target
they are
instant
on the stack, but they are copies, right? So how is he able to, with one Flusterstorm, being able to copy and cancel all of the
And then the ultimate
-7
draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library rounded up. You have no maximum hand size. So useful little utility Planeswalker here.
But alright.
And what's Michael hoping to get out of Tamiyo now?
So now with Tamiyo out, what does she do on the backside? Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or player you control, it gets -1 until end of turn. Oh wow, he just plus that, and now the curl is completely useless. Like Michael can just use his counter spells however he likes. Then you can always return instant and sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, and if it's a green one, you even get mana. I don't think he has any green spells except Tamiyo, but we'll see. And then you draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library, rounded up. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. So yeah, this Tamiyo looks deadly in such a control deck.
So it's funny because we kind of think, okay, you pay the activation of Belch and you just win the game.
Yeah.
But you could conceivably get to a situation where it's like, all right, sure, activate it, I'll take 12.
It exists. Like, I think it's pretty unlikely, but it'd be fun if it played out that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there with Consign and Flusterstorm, I really have to check it because for me it doesn't look like it should work this way.
I was like, oh wait, does Goblin Challenge get sacrificed when you use it?
If it does, then yeah, okay, blue is definitely super strong.
Yeah, that's activating the game.
That's it. Concede. Yeah, it's three mana tap in the game.
Yeah, but you do put the reveal cards on the bottom of your library in any order, so.
So
it would just be a weird way for the game to go.
Your opponent gets a stay of execution, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll wait till tomorrow, and then you're going to get belched into the sun.
It's one of my favorite cards of all time, honestly.
Goblin Charbelcher. Yeah. Really? It's a super cool
Seems
card.
like Noe is gonna lose this game.
This is an interesting one to have as your favorite.
It seems like it, because Tamiyo, once she flips, like once you have a Planeswalker on the field, it gets so much harder to play this game.
I'm going to tell you. What do you think of that? Analyze what that means about
Your favorite card is Search for a Land.
So here comes now the Raptor in. And obviously there comes a Force of Negation.
Alright. Can't force a negation that one, right?
Looks like a judge getting involved here.
I have a thought.
Okay.
I'm a fan about your dad.
Okay, well that's certainly one way to...
Michael is letting him know right now.
Certainly one way to end a game of Magic. Flare of Denial, and a Force of Negation, and a Goblin Charbelcher in hand.
Oh, we'll flip over the deck.
Okay,
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see.
If are there any lands? No, offense taking any chance possible here.
And there's the island.
Islands in the sideboard. Not Michael de Benedetto Plummer wins the
Unlucky.
final game here, and therefore will be featured in our final A Belcher Mirror.
Michael drew a lot.
Cedric.
It was quite a hard game, but it seems like everything's going in nicely. I do have to say, I really don't understand how do I say it? The Flurstorm handled the consign to memory there. Because Tamiyo is a triggered ability to turn around, and he had copies, so... I have to check that. Or should I play an arena game and we check that another day? I don't... Like, would you rather see me check the rules on why the consign to memory worked with the Flurstorm? Or would you rather see me play another arena game till we find the new match? I don't think I have the time to play an arena game while we wait for the next game, but what we can do is definitely check out the thing. Like, let's see. Maybe after everything happens, we're gonna do it. Are you learning Spanish, or are you actually able to speak Spanish? Too hard to think. Oh. Okay, what was it? Was it Consider? No, Consider was, here we have it. It was Consign to Memory. Consign to Memory and Flurstorm interaction. I know some words and phrases, don't think I know enough to have full conversation. I see. If it has CTM and replicate it once or twice, Moblin cast FS in response. Is FS able to counter both the original spell and the replicating ones? Is replicate copying the ability of CTM, or is it casting additional copies of CTM? If it's casting additional copies, do those count towards the storm count? Replicates are copies. Copies are put onto the stack and do not count as cast, so they neither count towards storm or trigger, for example, Chalice of the Void. However, putting Consign to Memory and its replicate trigger on the stack is still casting Consign with additional cost for replicate, so does count towards storm. So still casting Consign with additional cost for replicate. Oh, wait a second. Why can I not turn off the onto support stream? Okay, Magic just decided to do an ad. I was like, why can I not see it? But I guess they can just put that in this like this. All right. What happens is you successfully cast Consign to Memory with additional cost. Storm is Storm +1. The replicator trigger goes onto the stack. When everyone passes priority, the replicate trigger resolves, creating as many copies of Consign as were paid for, and you announce the target for each copy. When an opponent gets priority, they can cast Flusterstorm targeting any consigned to memory on the stack. Storm triggers goes into the stack, then everyone passes priority and the Storm trigger resolve, creating Storm copies of Flusterstorm, and the targets will be announced for each copy. So in case no other spells have been cast this turn, and you cast Consign and replicate it once to deal with a triggered ability, there will be 2 consigns, 1 original, 1 copy. After the replicate trigger resolving, while there are also will be 2 Floor Storm on the stack, 1 original, 1 copy after the Storm trigger resolved. Meaning you can out-replicate a Flusterstorm given enough mana. Ah, okay, so it depends on how many spells were cast in one turn. And there he had 3 triggers, and they still let it through though. Didn't they made a mistake then? Considering that Noe Ottman had 3 triggers on that one, I think we have to rewatch that in the end. Once again. Or another day in that aspect. But now, okay, we know the first games, I guess. So let's see how the other ones go. So now we have Izzet Progress against Esper Blink. So, let's see how it goes. Izzet should be a Vivi deck, but he decided to play without Vivi. So I'm really curious how this game is gonna turn out. I personally think Vivi should be such a good deck there, such a good card in there. By the way, I also can see that a control deck without Force of Negation is just not a control. Vivi was banned in Standard, not in Modern. Like if you go Vivi or Nitir MTG. They are gonna ban her for Standard though. Vivi, Nitir MTG, Wizard. Come on, give me the wizard side. There we are. So here we can see legal formats. Here. She is not allowed in Pauper, and she will be banned in Standard. Oh wait, they're right now on the 3rd game. Damn, how do we always end up in the 3rd game from them?
Him to just say, hey, I'm going to do this again. That's how he qualified for this tournament on the RC level.
Did I say her? Sorry.
Now we're seeing it here in his hands.
I said she, right?
The Swiss round with this strategy, and look,
Vivi will be banned in Standard soonish, probably.
I'll make the same point I made yesterday.
A lot of Reddit pages about LGS tournament, people being mad at that it's all people that that's all people were going. Yeah.
You can get rewarded by playing a deck so well, knowing the cards so intimately, understanding all the lines against all the different lists, the positions you have to adopt, the sideboarding you have to do. You can succeed where others would not by playing a deck that isn't necessarily amongst the most represented in the format, and that's what I think we're seeing from Justin.
I agree. And it's one of the things that I absolutely love about
after this game, I'm gonna have to do a little break. I will keep the stream going. I have to feed my doggies.
Learn all those matchups,
so just so you know,
get rewarded for a little bit of a skill edge because you know some things about matchups that folks don't.
That's Cedric's second favorite thing about the modern format.
Oh, what's number 1?
The fact that Goblin Charbelcher is
legal. We'll see about that.
Yep, that's right.
You never see Cedric.
Let's see how this game goes on. So, Pro Tour decided to not show the hands of the players anymore. I'm not sure why.
Back into Standard, which Cedric, I understand, is agitating for every day within the building.
But we see Chandra. So Chandra is an interesting card. Whenever you cast, you can surveil, and once you have the Leorium, you get a lot of power. Oh, Ophelia. Yeah, of course you can flash in Ophelia. Keep the mana open for whatever you like. So honestly, I'm for Makoto because I really like Esper decks. Like, I myself like the deck Johnny was playing with Glorious Vengeance, but I also like the Esper playing, though right now with Quantum Riddler being one of the key cards, I might not be able to play that one. You guys have to play some Tabletop Simulator again? Honestly, that's a good question. Like, I could have time during the week, or if... Like, Too Hard to Think probably is working today, all the way till 19 o'clock in the evening. So maybe we can do it in the coming week, either in the evening or in the morning, whenever you guys are ready. Like, I still have some free time in the coming week. Like, Tuesday I do have a little bit of time. Yeah, I gotcha. No worries.
Ophelia's currently, like, I don't want to say doing nothing, but you know, it's threatening to be able to do something more. Just the question is, do I want to kill it now? Do I want to kill it on my opponent's turn?
Monday to Friday, alright.
At the moment, given that Justin is thinking about this.
Well, let's just then write it up later on, I guess, for some, for the next Tabletop Simulator game.
So it's actually a spell snare. It's not even the Ophelia hasn't even resolved.
Yeah, so this isn't. There's reactive removal and
a spell snare onto.
So the question is, you know, what do I want to use?
Wait, did he think all that? It was the. So he was spell snaring and thinking about the Core Steel Cutter and decided to put the Core Steel Cutter in the graveyard. So now he has an instant, an artifact, and a land. He just needs one more for Delirium. Okay, at this point, it looks like Justin is having... Oh yeah, how is it called? It looks like Justin is having a real good control of this matchup. And here comes the fairy. Yeah, he brings Chandler onto the hand and making sure he cannot cast spells. Oh wow, that means that I know, right now Makoto wouldn't even be able to cast a Force of Negation.
The Unholy Heat we talked about as well as a bauble spotted.
Remember, one of the nice things here for Justin in this matchup is
no land drop.
To worry about solitude, right? So playing a haste creature like Monastery Swiftspear and going after the Safari is gonna work. It's just a thing that's gonna work.
Here's an expressive iteration now with the top three.
This looks strong. There was a really cool dragon in. I think it was the Murktide Regent, yeah.
No, not this time. It's a Murktide Regent which just can't be played.
Yeah, that one's gonna be gone for good. I hope Justin has a land, otherwise it's gonna be real awkward. I think the goal was to try to hit the land with the expressive iteration. Yeah. That didn't work, and that means Teferi is going to stay on the battlefield for an additional turn. And as we have seen many times over the course this weekend, iteration.
So he has Delirium now, if I remember, if I see this correctly. And Makoto uptimes his Teferi, which means he can now react again. It's so funny that Makoto has so much Japanese cards.
In that situation, if Justin had a red land, play Monastery Swiftspear, attack in for one, get the Teferi off the battlefield, that would all. We got a very, very different looking game.
Correct.
But Makoto was untapped, played a land.
In that aspect, Feeks, since you were the one winning, usually bad for me if it's later than 9 PM. Like generally, since you asked us, Feeks, I would say you decide which day and which time, and we try to think, and I will try to join that. How about that? So look into the calendar and check the time for A, when you want to do the League of Legends battle, and B, when you want to do the the tabletop game. I'm really up for both.
The question is, does Makoto fire it off here against the Monastery Swiftspear?
Oh, there comes the Trample Haste guy.
And I think the answer is yes. Yeah. You're already seeing the fetch land be sacrificed.
Yeah, Monastery Swiftspear.
Okay, you just let the Swiftspear resolve, and then when the attack happens, you can just play Subtlety then and block the creature. And there are no spells that can be played because of the Teferi on the
I think we would try to do 1 against 1.
Fancy play syndrome, and this is just a little more straightforward.
10 and 21 our time.
Huge upside if Justin doesn't have a land. Huge.
Oh wow, he's gonna no, he's flashing subplay in because he has the 4 mana. But that's strong.
I think part of Justin's plan here was play Swiftspear, play a spell.
I'll Planeswalker spell. It's almost put it on top or bottom of the library.
Then go after the Teferi, but this is what I was kind of talking about last turn, which is the express.
Oh god. Okay, I take it all back. With the subplay, Makoto seems to be on the offensive here.
Like this entire game revolves around the Planeswalker now. And this is a huge problem for Justin.
And is that 2 more non-lands here?
No, that's 2 cards that are going to go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that's what they are. There's no lands amongst those. So we have seen Justin.
So to your question, try to think, I and Feeks were probably talking about playing 1v1 against each other. Feeks said that he wants to have to challenge me. So being able to challenge me means how do I say it? He and I will be fighting against each other, and if he wins, he shall double his points. And if you're up for it, to think, if you want, like in the challenge where we're playing all 3 commander, we could say like, you guys put your points in, and if you guys win, you get double the points, or one of you guys wins. While the other one loses them. Something like that. Or if you guys make it to be on a higher spot than me, that means you guys get to double your points, which means I will obviously get focused, but I'm fine with that. No, it's fine. I was just pointing it out. Okay, okay, there's a Tapland coming in as much as he, and 3 hits from 3 damage from the subplay.
Do the commercial work for them?
That would be a lucrative job.
I'm so lucky I got free Solitude, but for the deck that Makoto has, I would need way more subplays, maybe.
That's good. That'd be good money for the people doing the voiceover on those. Could be you. All right, hit me up, Bunnings.
Feeks is from Austria. When he said our time, he meant my time. So obviously, hard to think you being from USA, you're having some issues in that aspect, but it is how it is.
Alright, so, finally, Cedric, at long, long last, a 3rd land.
Teferi may finally bite the dust here.
Okay, Dragon Chandler coming in. She should have Delirium, so that means she's a flyer. I think 3/3 was it, or something like that? Oh, another subplay and without the Evo cost. Yeah, I already thought and said so, but Makoto Hiruuchi has a really good deck. I really like his Esper Blink deck.
The second Monastery Swiftspear to come into play at any? No, there's another DRC here. Okay.
Oh, she got another.
But this is when I mentioned that we're basically playing a sub game around Teferi. Teferi changed the entire texture of the past couple of turns.
Yeah.
And now the sub game is technically
over. I gotta look up the time difference.
And that's the biggest
alarms to wake up at that time. If this website is right, German time is about 7 hours ahead. Depends. At what time is it on your side right now? Too hard to think. I can write which time it is on our side right now. It's 18:25. So whenever you see schedules, yeah, 7 times. So you're completely right. 7 times, 7 hours.
And you notice a single black mana has been ready. Oh no! Oh no, dude.
Good time for the aforementioned removals.
Yeah, fatal push.
Oh yikes. Okay, Justin is really having another nice time here.
This is going from bad to worse here for the American. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Riddler draw 2, I believe. Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I mean, this what we've seen over this past couple of turns here from Mikado is.
Yeah, just set the time and I can set my alarm if it's in the morning. Yeah, just write it in Discord, Feeks. Just write it in our group and I guess we will find a solution then. By the way, you should recheck the live video if you want to already get informed. Or in the coming week, I'm gonna do a YouTube video where I'm gonna explain how to earn the checkpoints, what good they do and everything. So check them out if you want to earn enough points for the giveaway. These autocorrects are crazy. I meant I just meant to type nice.
The fact that Justin has been a bit unfortunate, hasn't found the lands that he maybe needed to enact his game.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Full credit to the player.
Okay, did I see? Yeah, he brought Quantum Riddler in, robbed it in, and then got the frog in, I guess.
There was always just that on that specific turn. It could have just been cast Swift Spear, attack your thing. Yeah. Right. So incurring risk, yes. And again, Justin has played this deck for a very long time, so I imagine the thought process here is, you know, you're considering the risk versus reward. The reward is so high if you hit the land there, you're maximizing your mana, you're killing the Teferi, you're doing everything that you want to do. But the downside is if I brick, I may just lose.
But that doesn't. The other thing that this is another.
Oh boy.
We're going to share some more wisdom here. Justin didn't necessarily make a mistake by casting an expressive iteration.
No, I don't think so.
Like he's odds on to find the land that he needs, and if he does, then the game opens up in a completely different direction. So players may look at that and go, "Oh, what a foolish error that was." To
this is looking really bad for Justin.
It's actually correct too. Sometimes you can make all the right plays and still lose, and that's a really important part of leveling up your Magic game, recognizing that you don't always win. You can't always win, and sometimes you can do everything correct and still lose a game.
Yeah, there's a very huge risk versus reward analysis there, and the reward is very high, but also the risk is very high. If you brick off in the expressive iteration, which we did see take
Lightning Bolt, okay.
really bad, and that's kind of
that way he increases his monastery damage string. And now Makoto is discarding to increase the power of his frog. So they both are fighting out with their spells to make their creatures stronger. So Justin used Lightning Bolt to get rid of one of these things. And Progress +1. So it's 1v1. And now Justin is thinking about which spell to cast to see if he can manage to kill the frog and survive. But he only had like one more spell. He uses that. For what? What did he just use? Yeah, it looks awesome. The Psychic Frog. It's such a nice card, honestly.
So now it's back to Makoto to figure out what's going to happen next.
The thing that I think makes this game really difficult here for Justin, outside of what's happened in the early stages of this
now the question is, honestly, if I were Makoto, I would even discard, if necessary, my entire hand to increase the Psychic Frog more on the damage, because in the next turn he can just normal play his Quantum Riddler and draw so many cards. Oh wow, honestly, I don't think so. I think this Psychic Frog looks really good and authentic, like a Magic creature should look like. I do think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has some nice artworks, but only the old ones. The newer ones don't look that cool to me, actually.
That's the biggest issue, and then you have to work through a 6 toughness creature, which Unholy Heat does allow for with Delirium.
Well, that's my view, though.
You to have it right away, and in the meantime,
you're taking 3 from the subtlety as well.
Yeah, I think the full art actually represents the Psychic Frog better than anything else.
Just passes.
Yeah, that's probably really good news.
Okay, he doesn't even play the Quantum Riddler.
Probably nothing to worry about.
Don't have anything to do. Your turn.
I mean, maybe he has 2 cards that he wants to handle. He even sacrificed the frog to stop the damage from Justin's Monastery Sweeper. So apparently this Monastery Sweeper did kill the frog, but survived. Now the question is, even if Justin with the lands he has, apparently he had to use a spell where he sacrificed a land. He only has 2 lands remaining. So the question is, how can Justin still turn around this game with 4 HP in his Izzet Prowess deck?
Here's an expressive iteration. Let's see if this one's any better than the first one, Cedric.
First one hit 3 spells, technically.
Okay. No land to play. The marble is not gonna save him. But he still chooses to exile it. Well, okay, he can cast it for free. It gives him another Prowess deck, I guess. So
move from the little provisional exile zone into the battlefield there.
It's 2 Prowess triggers now on the Swift Spear.
So that's 2 ones already. And he sees the top card of the enemy.
2 cards in hand for Makoto. I think another 2 for
okay.
well. One of them that Unholy Heat that we talked about. Now that does deal very
well, there may be I'm not sure if there's an Unholy Heat hand. We know there's a Lava Dart.
No, it was an Unholy Heat.
And there comes another Fatal Push, I think, or something of the likes. And yeah, Subtlety has also Flash. Like, okay, that's too strong. It was a quite close game, though. No, not a quite close game. Sorry, that was the wrong thing here. Unlucky for Justin.
Very confidently finding his way into our top 8. First player to do so, the top seed in the quarterfinals.
There's Makoto. There's the Justin. So what did he play for 1 mana before? Not a Lava Dart, not a Violent Urge. So that was the Monastery 1-2. Also, they had both the same power and toughness, so that's why. No. Unholy Heat probably was it, no? Delirium? No, that was the other card that he had. That one is the one that he already did side in, apparently. Violent Lava Dart, it did some damage. Flashback, sacrifice. Ah, he used the Lava Dart from his graveyard. Flashback, sacrificing a mountain.
And players have success with it, but you have to have pinpointed the things that you want to beat and get the metagame correct. Amulet Titan we know is a modern mainstay, but it's not a deck that a lot of
oh, and now comes Amulet Titan against the other deck. And that was the last quarterfinal. Right? Or not? No, yeah, it is. Spain against USA. It's Azorius Control versus Amulet Titan. And I'm really interested to see how Azorius Control is gonna play here, because I have no idea how he plans to play this. But no wonder this game is still in the last play. That the last game is gonna start now, because I mean, it's Azorius Control. It's
Dr. Frank thought that Sanchez's list is not that all well.
Is he cycling a card? That's the Azorius Control is the only deck that I have no idea how he plans to play that one. So he just discarded Lorien Reveal. Eastland cycling. Okay, that's strong. It's either 5 mana you draw cards, or you just add yourself a land. So you can, if you have this one in the hand with only some less lands, you can just search for a land. That's strong. Ooh, the Isolate Explorer. Of course, the Isolate Explorer has to go into the hand. And a second land that comes in tapped. Oh yeah, that's the one land I didn't check from him in his Amulet Titan deck, so let me just see. It was not this one. Here. When it enters the battlefield, tap. When it enters the battlefield, add 1 mana of any one color to your mana pool. Tap, add 1 mana of your mana pool.
Just a thing to be wary of. I don't expect to see Mason run into something like that.
So when it enters, you create mana. Okay.
It's something that he has to be aware of.
It's something he has to think about.
It's something that's going to disrupt his play. Yes. Right, Iceland Explorer eats a counterspell here.
Of course, if Iceland Explorer enters, then the game is over. He had to counter that. I can totally understand the idea from Francis.
Still hanging out. Francisco Sanchez, Lorien revealed, fetched up an island earlier.
Okay. Amulet Titan, no mana available.
To Mason Bonadonna, who has drawn a Vexen Bauble. How does that shape up in this matchup?
Most notably for Solitude.
For 5 mana? Oh, a Senate. Green Sun Senate with mana value 4. Oh, another Isolate Explorer enters the field. Now he can play a 3rd land this turn, and he can play lands from the graveyard. So since the land enters, he puts 1 in. Now he could get this one in where he sacrifices lands. Now I understand why he put that land into his deck, because with the Isolate Explorer, you can just put this one, sacrifice 2 lands, and get a free mana land on the field. And with Isolate Explorer, you can still get those lands back instantly. So yeah, here for example, bam, and then it enters tapped. No, he taps it for 1 mana for the Mishra's Bauble. So if no mana was spent to cast a spell, it gets countered. That was the bubble that he tried to play, but it was countered by consign to memory. There comes the Ferry in. He bounced the Isolate Explorer, understandable.
Bad little tempo play here for Francisco, who doesn't seem to be able to find a land. Jeez, we're having lots of players having mana issues.
So yeah, I agree. Like, or that's what they say, and then in the next moment there comes the land drop. So the Amulet Titan looks already really strong. He has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana available. If he has a Primal Titan in his hand, he can just play it, and then this thing is gonna look good. Oh, in his starting off his turn, he makes it so that that player can cast spells this turn. If the spell was kicked, creatures can't attack this turn. Huh? Didn't he just use that in his own turn right now? That Sanchez? Because if he wanted to use it in the enemy turn, he shouldn't be able to because of the Teferi. So why would he use it in his own turn to end the turn that way? He just removed himself a potential cast.
So I think that says something about Francisco, his threat recognition, threat analysis, wanting to make sure that he stays in this game, and realizing that 6 lands is a key number for this deck.
I'm curious what the fine is going to be here with Tolaria West. Remember, with Tolaria West, when you transmute it, you can get lands, and there's a bevy of them.
Urza's Cave is the pickup here.
Okay.
Urza's Cave, so we'll remind ourselves...
With transmuting, you search for Urza's Cave? Why would you go from searching one land to searching another land? I'm a bit confused here. Put it onto the battlefield tapped and shuffle. Okay, he can get a land onto the battlefield tapped. And then he passed the turn like that. So the Orange Chant actually went true in the enemy turn, even though each player can cast spells and he just bounced at one guy. I'm really confused about what happened here just now.
With Ice-Till Explorer. Sure. You keep bringing it back out of the bin. Sure. There are, like, we're sort of making light of it here, but there are lines that Amulet Titan takes that look like they're very silly.
Oh, for sure.
But then
they're very strange.
But when all the pieces come together, you're like, oh, right.
So we do remember he still has an Isolate Explorer and he still has his Amulet Titan in his hand. So he now is probably gonna try to play the Amulet Titan. No, yeah, 2, 4, 6 mana.
So in this situation, what are you wanting? A subtlety to deal with this?
Well, Consign's going to take care of the trigger, and that's actually not bad. You know, it's not subtlety, but it's stopping prime time, at least for right now.
Playing a Colossal Dreadmore.
Yeah, triggered ability from Amulet Titan gets cancelled, so he will not have any extra land drops. These land drops would have been great.
Alright, pass the turn back to our White Blue Control player here from Spain, Francisco Sanchez.
This game not slipping away from Sanchez just yet, but now that there's a Primeval Titan on the battle.
Okay, goes to 1, 2, 3, 4.
I do not want it to ever attack.
So Orum's Chant is one way.
And Orum's Chant, making sure he cannot cast spells during his turn. But here we are in the moment where I'm like, how does Azir's Control even get to win? Like, okay, he has his Planeswalkers, he can bounce things. Okay, so he bounces with the 3, the Titan gets it on the hand? No.
And was that with the kicker?
No, just single.
Okay, he uses the Teferi 1 to cast things, and then he plays the other one onto the -3 to bounce the Titan. So now, in Amulet Titan's turn, he cannot cast a spell because of the Orange Chant. And he still has a Teferi 1 there, so he bounced it, and then played Orange Chant. But in the first time he couldn't do that, like, how was he able to...
Yep, there it is. So that's effectively going up. That Urza's Cave effectively went and found a spell. Yep.
I have to check the rulings, but can you cast it like in the end step? So to make sure that the player in the next turn will not have it?
Well, there's no prime time in the graveyard yet. Circle Extraction.
Or did I miss something out? Probably must have missed something.
The numbers have varied over the years. I wouldn't be surprised if there's just one now.
Yeah. Just the one.
Yeah.
Because if that actually worked from the rulings wise, then I think that's the reason why Azorius Control, or Francisco with his 2 Planeswalkers, managed to control the games up to this point, because if he manages to get his Planeswalkers out, he can just keep tracking them up, making sure the enemy cannot really play much, and make sure to like take control of the game, getting a lot of cards back, getting all of his counter spells, and at one point comes in with his giant land. But then again, he is running out of Orim's Chant.
Yeah, really nice way to leverage some value out of this card. I think we knew that one was in the hand because it got bounced by Teferi, and there was obviously already one in the bin from previously when it got countered. So this is a nice way. Like Surgical Extraction often just hits things in the bin, right? You're very rarely guaranteed to hit anything in the hand. So
the only thing that no, if you have a Teferi without the +1 ability, you couldn't even cast it in your end step because all of your spells are sorcery speed. So if you don't get your +1 on Teferi, you cannot cast spells. I still don't understand how Francesco was able to bounce the Isolate Explorer and manage to still get the so-called Orim's Chant out.
Well, as Frank pointed out, heading into this round, there just aren't a lot of hard answers to it.
Nope. It's going to resolve a lot.
Counterspell and subtlety, essentially.
It's going to resolve a lot. The question is, what do you do
in any case? Primeval Titan trying to enter the field, and Francesco actually lets it trigger. Okay. Well, Mason still has 2 Isolate Explorer in his hand.
One copy of Supreme Verdict has been taken out. There is still one copy in the deck for Francisco, but he took out Supreme Verdict, stock up, Stern Scolding, Spellsnare, unsurprisingly, and the Isochron Scepter has been taken.
Yep.
Surgical Extraction and Consigned Memory coming in 2 and 4 respectively.
You'll be pleased to know this is a board wipe for 4 mana.
Scapeshift also hitting the bin.
Okay.
So we don't have to try
this
to navigate.
Can be counter-destroy all creatures.
We don't have to navigate a complicated Scapeshift. What's he going to get turn?
Thank goodness.
Arboreal Grazer also hitting the bench for Vexing Bauble, Tireless Tracker, Ice-Tool Explorer, and Elvish Reclaimer, all as one of. So
okay, 1 mana. Oh, there is his amulet.
Right on time.
Yeah, I mean, better late than never. And because these games are going to go a little while, and it looks like Saga should be up to 2 counters right now, and they're going to discuss that. It's not a thing I don't think you can miss. I don't think you can miss a Saga trigger. No. So, yeah, it's going to go up to 2. Maybe stay to 1. They'll figure it out, obviously.
Yep, there to
even then, it wouldn't matter. If it's on 1, it stays 1 turn longer. If it stays... Like, that's what they just discussed, I guess. Missing the Saga. Oh, wow.
To something over the course of the game now. What can Urza Saga search up? And its constructs, of course, also have to think about now, because those constructs can actually do a nice job of pressuring the planeswalkers that are on the battlefield. So the lands you have to pay a lot of attention to when you're playing against Amulet Titan, not only just for the Amulet Titan player, but when you're playing against the deck, of thinking about what those lands can actually do.
For 1 green mana, apparently, there's comes something else. I'm not sure. The creature, maybe it will be illustrated soonish on the left side.
That one sacks lands to find lands, and when there's multiple lands in the graveyard, it actually
and that's
3-power creature, but Prismatic Ending is going to
the Prismatic Ending. Now I can see why Prismatic Ending is left here, because for 1 mana you can remove 1 mana creatures. I still don't really like Prismatic Ending. Like, from the thing we saw before, it seemed really weak to me before.
Have so many decisions to make every single turn. You've got this toolbox suite of lands, Cedric, and every time you get access to it with a tutor like Elvish Reclaimer or Teleria West, or there's all these different combinations that you can try to do.
And here comes the land where he sacrifices to get 3 mana. He can just sacrifice to the 2 tapped, and he gets 3 mana back instantly. For 3 mana.
Remember, the Lotus Field enters the battlefield untapped because of the
4 mana. He paid 4 mana now for what exactly? To copy and like to make the land that he has another land where he copies one of the land in his graveyard.
It actually matters when you have multiple amulets.
Yes.
If it was just a replacement effect and it came into play untapped.
Oh, I didn't know I was actually such an amulet master.
Yeah.
Wow. tell me more about it. Wowee.
All right, I should have kept my mouth shut. I feel like I'd won that round and then decided to do a victory lap.
Yep, shouldn't have done that.
And you just stuck your foot out and I tripped over and ate dirt.
And you're barreling down a hill right now against your own will.
Okay, what is it now? Okay, what is now the issue with all these lands entering?
The score between us two to what? 20 to 2?
I'm sure.
20 to 3.
Sure
They're keeping track of it. We'll catch him later on in any case. I've got an unassailable lead, so I'm not worried. But who has the unassailable lead in this match is the question here. Francisco Sanchez has struggled to pull a game plan together. He hasn't drawn a lot of lands, unfortunately, and some of his answers don't line up against the questions that Mason is asking him. Mason, however, just able to fiddly fart around with his lands, as this Amulet Titan deck loves to do.
Okay, now for 4 mana comes that guy, and I'm not sure what's...
What they are discussing. Some clarity will be revealed here over time.
Like,
the one thing we know is that this entire engagement began because of a prismatic ending
on the Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah, on the Reclaimer.
Yeah.
Reclaimer again.
he tries to get all his land drops back from the graveyard.
Trigger from the
But
amulet.
how?
Narset on the battlefield. What a hoot.
That's gonna change things.
You shuffle his or her hand and graveyard into his or her library, then draw 7 cards. If it's your turn,
that part's very clear.
Yeah.
end the turn. Oh, okay. But he can flash it in because of his Teferi. Well, on the other hand, the other guy tried with his not with the isolate, with the tree.
He draws 0 cards.
Let me just check where it is.
For the Amulet Titan player, but far more important is the fact that Francisco's just
they're shifting woodlands. For 4 mana, he becomes a copy of target permanent card in your graveyard until end of turn. If there are 4 more types of cards in your graveyard, becomes a copy of target permanent card. So you try to do a permanent card, and here he used for 1 mana, what creature? Or which card? Elvish Reclaimer. As long as there are 3 or more land cards in your graveyard, sacrifice a land, search the library for a land card, put it into the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So with that one he got this land, and with that one he had to sacrifice other. And what he probably tried to do with 4 mana was make a copy of one of his creatures that lets him get all the lands back into the field. I just don't see it right now. I hear this. Aftermath analysis. For 4 mana, sacrifice this creature, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. If that got true, he would have had all the lands back. And that's where the Francesco used Days Undoing in the right timing to make sure he doesn't get any lands back. Okay, this turn he actually manages to get an Urza Saga, so they decided to leave the Urza Saga at 1 for whatever reason. They really wanna do that, but then okay, he said okay and played a different way, and now he got his thing where Francesco had to intervene and get that creature out.
You never been locked by this before? You can play Modern, bud? Huh? This is so you? Yeah, man.
How would you? Why would you play a land that lets you open and draw a card as well?
It's a compliment.
One of my roles, Cedric, here is as the
Okay. Francisco doesn't want him to get another amulet in. I can understand that. So he has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 mana. Mason has 10 mana open.
Incredible scenes here. He's in a terrific position.
While everyone had to like shuffle and get 7 cards. That a serious control card to make everyone draw 7 cards again, while the Amulet Titan guy had so many lands on the field. Really a risky play. Okay. they're gonna try to get Kaheera in.
You don't get a chance to cast the card. It's not like if it's an instant you can fire it off before you discard it.
So he has a 3/2 vigilance creature on the field.
Yep. So discard the
in your starting deck.
It looks like Saga's going to go to chapter 2.
So that can get something. Or not.
Okay, consign to memory.
Consign, stopping the triggered ability of the Saga.
Getting the ability to make construct. So it can't make one this turn, and it can't make one next turn because it doesn't have the ability.
Francisco is cooking.
Interesting decision. So, consign to memory not used to counter a colorless spell, but rather the triggered ability of the Ursa Saga before it before it could. Now he gets Misha's Bubble, I think it was called, the spell that says if you cast a spell where no mana was paid for it, it gets countered. And of course he's trying to remove it, and now he surrenders. So Francisco is actually controlling the heck out of him. Can't believe it. He actually won.
We have our 4 semi-finalists assembled, Cedric. We're going to be talking through what these matches are going to look like, of course.
I'm still confused how it works, but I guess he's gonna control, and at one point get his things out. If I were to play a game where I'm like 40 minutes standing there to finish one game, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. Alright. There seems to be a little break. I will be going and checking if I have to feed my dogs or if they are feeded. And then I will be back, since it seems to be a break anyways. So, everyone, I will be right back for you guys. In the meantime, I think I will let the documentary explain a little bit what happened.
You don't want that on a record.
Yeah, which I know, like, when we're in between rounds, you're probably going to go play this deck. But it does look very, very good. And pretty well positioned right now.
Yeah.
For maybe potentially winning the tournament.
Which is saying a lot.
Yes.
About a control deck in Modern. So hard to stitch one together that can answer the format, but this bloke may have done it. We're going to catch up with him right now, down in the feature match area. Our winner of that quarterfinal caught up with Ailey.
We have another semi-finalist, and it is Francisco Sanchez playing Azorius Control. Tell me about that matchup. Did everything go according to plan?
Oof. At the beginning, it was a long match. At the beginning, yes. I was able to pull the first 2 games before sideboard. Kind of smooth, doing what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. And then he took over the third game, on turn 2, he almost killed me, so the game was almost over on turn 2. Oh no, sorry, pardon me, I got mixed. Turn 2 went extremely game 3 went extremely long. Yes. He milled himself out and killed me without cards in his library. And I was without lands, and it was like a crazy game where he started looping the whole deck with the Isetil, milling himself and doing infinite ghost quarters, and crazy game. Then 4th game, he killed me on turn 2. And then in the 5th game, I stumbled a bit. But then there was a key turn where I could flash Days Undoing in response to Analyst trigger, bringing back lots of lands, and crazy turn, and then took over from there.
Wow, that sounds like an awesome match indeed. I can't wait to go back and have a look at that. But now let's talk about going into the semi-finals. Who do you want to face? Do you want to face a Prowess deck or the Blink deck?
Here is very easy. Like, the Prowess deck is my worst matchup for the tournament. I was hoping no one would register it, but it seems someone did. And the Blink is a very, very favorite matchup for me. You have to play the games always, but I'm rooting for the Japanese guy.
Well, Makoto, you got a fan here, friend. So,
all right, I am back.
I'm back. See you in the semifinals.
And those semifinals are coming your way before very much longer. We're going to head back to the news desk, my friends, to set things up for the next stage of our...
Okay, what did I miss here? So, seems like there's the next break, and here we go, I guess, for another Magic game. In the meantime, I sadly was really close, but actually lost that one game. So we'll definitely get to pay this back at some point. But for now, let's go into the play section and actually play the event. Somehow I couldn't register into the game. Maybe because I left it alone all the time. Wait, what? What happened with the... Huh? Okay, I think I have to restart Arena after all. Even though I left it open thinking I could just go for it, but the draft event happened to close right now. Like, I paid money for it, or money, like the gems for it. They cannot close it like that. That was unfair. Huh. What's happening? I do have internet, so I don't know what really is happening here. I think I will have to really close MTG Arena and reopen it. Okay. Seems like Arena doesn't like me anymore. It's at 2, so maybe there's another one open. MTG Arena, MTG, nothing here. And nothing in A as well. So that's really weird. Alright, one more try. Let's reopen it. Come on, Arena. Don't do that to me. Okay, sorry guys, I have to put you into a break time moment for it. Okay, here we are. So I'm not sure why I just logged out, but seems like now it's kind of working. Well, it tries to reconnect me, at least. Today, no incidents. Okay, today, no incidents. Why am I not being able to log in then? One more try, I guess. So now I did close and open the arena. I tried to reconnect, like log out and log in. And with all of that, nothing had worked so far, so I don't know what else to do anymore. Yeah, okay. It is very, very weird. Yeah, not even the symbol can get opened correctly. Oh, let me just see. Is my browser that hard working? Weirdly. So weird, this thing. Yeah. You're free to do so. I'm also trying, but it seems like it's not allowing me to. Doesn't seem like I have any issues here. Okay, I think I can just close Spotify for now, if that helps. Oh well, one more try. Oh wow, the Twitch of Magic, Pro Tour and everything goes on to 7,000 watching this. Nope, it really doesn't like me right now. It also says 2. Maybe I have to restart my PC, but I don't know why it wouldn't work. Well, that's how it is then, I guess. So Mason is out. The 2 Belcher go into the finals. I really hope to not see Belcher in the finals, but this deck is getting still strong, I guess. Oh well. Did it work for you, Feeks, or do you also have issues with Arena? I am in. It works for you. Okay. If it works for you, I guess that's nice. Yeah, I also don't. I did use it in the morning, so they probably closed the Final Fantasy because I tried to play there. I got the bug or anything. But what is this? Because I tried to play the Final Fantasy draft from the morning again, it didn't work and I got kicked out. That's crazy. And now I cannot log into this at all. Oh well. I have another chance. Might take a while, but what can you do in such moments? Alright. I will go. In the meantime,
Mikko Araksinen and Michael DiBenedetto-Plummer will be coming up in our semi-finals. So now that things have shaken out here through the quarters, Corey, I've got to ask you, we looked at the predictor this morning and things have not fallen the way the predictor thought.
They sure haven't. You know, of course, that's why we play the games, because things are going to change. But let's take a look at the updated predictor now and see really what has shaken up.
So I'm going to try to remove it right now.
So these are the 4 players we, of course, lost. And now we're going to be divided between the top 4 players with, of course, 25%. So anything less, not as advantage. Anything more, a little more advantage. So 3
I'm going to try to deinstall and reinstall it.
Push there to Michael DiBenedetto-Plummer for being on the play. But then they're
in the meantime, let's see.
The top 2, so that is really saying the winner of those 2 is disadvantaged in the finals. We have Francisco at 27%, and now one of our players that went from the 7th most likely to win this tournament all the way up to first, winning a really, really tough matchup up against that Is It Prowess deck last round. I thought that matchup looked atrocious. Of course, it was 5 close games that were incredible. Make sure to go back and watch that for sure.
All right, just proves you.
Yeah, I really want to see the game with Makoto versus Justin.
Let's turn our attention now to our first semi-final that we are going to be showing you in the feature match area. Everybody, gear on up because we got to send one person to the championship match. Who is it going to be? Mikko Araksinen.
Oh, so it's a mirror match, the Belchers. I'm so not interested into that.
For DiBenedetto-Plummer. Take a look at Mikko's round by round here. On
it's Belcher against Belcher.
His spot on the Sunday stage. Went 8-2 overall in Modern. Coming up next, Michael DiBenedetto-Plummer rebounded from a 1-2 draft on day 2 of competition with 4 Modern wins to lock up his spot here today. Had a 9-1 record overall in Modern. All right, there's our semifinal players, but what about this matchup? I know they're both on the same deck, Corey.
Yeah, this is pretty much a coin flip. The die roll is important, but that's only 1 of 5 games. So let's take a look at the deck list here. They're going to be very similar, but starting off with Mikko here, Tameshi Belcher, you know, both players are going to be trying to go as fast as possible. There's going to be spots where they just have to jam.
In the meantime, well, I mean, it's a mirror match. We both,
but there is a big card.
We know what it is going to be, so in the meantime, I'll try to reinstall MTG Arena for me.
Sacrifice it and force through your combo. That's what they're looking for. So now let's take a look at Michael DiBenedetto-Plummer's list. And I will say Michael is 2-0 in the Belcher Mirror, where Mikko did pick up a couple losses in the Swiss in the mirror match. So I guess slight advantage to Michael on that as well. But otherwise, very close list here. Really not too many notable changes.
What do we have to be on the lookout for, Corey, for watching at home? For which deck is going to get the edge here?
You know, I will just say whoever resolves Belcher. I know that's such a like an easy answer, but mulligans and just whoever goes Pachoo to the upstairs is going to be the winner. Is
that what it sounds like?
That is what it sounds like.
I thought it was more like what?
Yep. You know, historians are still trying to figure it out, but yeah.
Well, we'll just have to see.
I want to have it in
English. What sound the Belcher makes when it kills you. Take it away, Marshall and Paul, with our first semifinal.
I was thinking a different sound coming from the Belcher, but you know, who knows? It's an imaginary thing, and we may never know. That's Paul Chiano, Marshall Cycler. Thank you so much for joining us for semifinal number 1, where we do have, Paul, this Belcher mirror. We saw that the Belcher players have to position themselves against potential hate while also moving their own game plan forward. How does that play out if you're in the mirror match?
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. You're always just trying to leverage yourself, because if you tap out, if you're the first person to, for example, tap out for Charbelcher and you somehow don't manage to resolve it, then the opponent gets to basically combo you off on their turn. So there's going to be a very interesting dance here. Counter magic, all the free counters are going to be extremely important. Leveraging how much mana that you can pick up. Perhaps just going for a Belcher turn 4 might not be more important than, for example, getting a Tameshi in play. Maybe getting the Tameshi in play so you have a pile of counter spells to be able to maybe even play multiple Belchers in one turn could be pivotal in this matchup.
Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on that and everything else as we take a look at our head-to-head matchup. Mikko Araxinen is facing down Michael D.
Alright, in the meantime, Arena is getting downloaded, that works. Let's see how it goes. Seems like I should sometimes check the thing if it was gonna work the entire day, then I should have just played it. Feel sad now because I had such a good drafting deck, it was 1-1, I still had very good chances. But well, it is what it is. And there they are, both Belgian players, and that's the game highlighting all 5 games in a row. I really don't like it. Like, I mean, these games could be either very fast or very late.
And Michael's hand looks quite nice here. As you can tell, there is a Lotus Bloom actually not playing it turn 1. So we're already seeing some interesting decisions here. If that really is a Lotus Bloom in his opener, could not play it on turn 1. Meanwhile, Mikko suspending his Lotus Bloom on turn 1. So
I'm really not interested in this, but okay, here we are. Both playing Lotus Bloom at the very first game. Both having any kind of interaction. Michael has Flare of Denial. True. When every deck was Izzet or Mono Red Aggro was the worst. That was standard though. And I get that, but you see what I don't like I'm not a big fan of Belcher deck. That's the only issue. Like I don't mind mirror games or mirror matches, but I really dislike this. These are like 2 control decks fighting each other, you know?
That is a real rare skill set to have, honestly, to be able to just do that.
What I don't get, for example, is in the standard that they banned the things like Corey Steelcutter in the next patch. Vivi came out, and now Vivi is played everywhere. So, and they have to like wait all the way till November until they can finally counter or cancel the Vivi out. Crazy, but it is what it is.
Does have Flare of Denial and Force of Negation. So with Michael's hand, he can
Flare Denial, Force of Negation, Will of Intervention.
If Mikko tries to go for a Goblin Charbelcher.
And we see there were
3 mana and not a Lotus Bloom he tries to bring into play. And Michael says, yeah, you can bring it in. It's gonna be very, very interesting. So what does Mikko has? Mikko has a Tameshi. He has 1 Force of Negation and 2 Goblin Charbelcher. Oh boy. He will, if the Lotus Bloom both enter, he will have 6 mana with the Lotus Bloom, 9 mana in total. He needs 8 mana to cast 2 Belchers, and then he still needs 3 more for the ability. This is gonna be interesting. So he sacrifices his first Lotus Bloom.
Run out 1 Belcher, or do you just start things off with Tameshi?
That's also an interesting decision.
5 mana.
5 mana. And there comes the Flare of Denial.
Makes sense, because that's the only way you can actually counter it.
Now the question is, will he use Mikko?
Now, Mikko can sacrifice the other Lotus Bloom and hard cast Force of Negation here. He can't cast it for free because it is his turn. But if he resolves the Tameshi, he's going to have so much mana that he can just run out the Belchers and win the game that way. So
okay, there's the Javari that he tries to counter as well. And now Mikko has to decide if he's going to use his own Force of Negation.
There is a Force of Negation in Mikko's hand, but if he does cast it, he won't have any mana left.
He'll be out of mana. He needs that 1 white source.
Right, and then Michael next turn will have 4 lands plus Lotus Bloom.
I mean, I'm not sure what they are saying because he still has mana for the combo of Tameshi. If he right now cancels the Force of Negation, he will have all the mana he needs. Yeah, of course you should use it. Like, you don't know if the enemy still has Force of Negation, but this is like the yes or no.
I mean, you're left with nothing. So it might just be.
But this is what I mean. Like they're just countering each other out, and I think probably the one that starts the game always wins.
The mirror match is something. Because if you don't think you
What is this? Now I downloaded it and I'm still unable to log in because of that bug.
Pretty chill about this whole. This is the way I planned this out from the very beginning of this game.
Yeah, Miko doesn't have an untapped land here, and does let it resolve.
If I still not manage to, I will have to bring a ticket to Wizard of the Coast. Can't believe, because I didn't finish the draft of the Final Fantasy, I cannot log in.
But Miko will have the counterspell here.
This is what he gained by allowing all that to happen, was protection from the other side. And that's going to work out pretty well for him, because now Michael does not have a Charbelcher, and Miko's Charbelcher flooded.
Miko top-decked an untapped land that turn to slam the Charbelcher. That was huge. That was so big. If it was a tap land, Michael could be the person who could have Word of Invention for Belcher and then say go.
Crazy.
Well, I guess I have to cancel it out as soon as I can. For now, I would say I'll do that in between games for now, since I'm just looking. Where is the... Oh wait, this is this one? Oh, here it is.
It was a tough pill to swallow from Miko's perspective.
Yeah, as expected. He decided to use the Force of Negation and end the game with his Tamashi. Alright, for now I will...
Even if I win, I could just lose on Michael's turn. That's exactly what would have happened, by the way.
Yeah, that untapped land off the top
Crazy.
was so good. Because there's only 12
not
in the
that
deck.
many, yeah.
Right.
You see the Lotus Bloom here for Michael to start it off, and also for Miko.
Michael with the 2-mana creature here, a delayed Lotus Bloom, but can play out the Thunder Trap and actually choosing not to play it here. Wow.
The trainer?
The Thunder Trap trainer, right. Maybe trying to play around a Stern Scolding.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so the second game starts with the enemy having 2 Lotus Bloom on the field. Okay. Stern Scolding, Archaeologist, Disruptor Shovel.
And Michael hasn't done either.
Huh. He cannot cancel the Lotus Bloom, but he can cancel whatever. No, he cannot even cancel Charbelcher unless he uses Stern Scolding, maybe? I don't know. Let's see how it goes.
I think what he wants to do is have Miko run out his 2-mana play so that he doesn't run his Thunder Trap trainer into Stern Scolding, right? Because you think, well, it's going to be pretty likely Miko on the draw probably just has to play a creature.
Right.
So you let him do his thing, then you get the Thunder Trap trainer in play, and all of a sudden you're guaranteed to have a free counterspell up because you already have the Flitter of Denial in hand. So interesting sequencing, but I think it was really smart here from Michael's part.
And by the way, it's playing out exactly that way. We see the Archaeologist from Miko, which leaves him tapped out.
Oh, but Disrupting Shoal for 2 here, it seems.
Okay. But those are the exchanges that you have to be willing to take if you're in Michael C.
Definitely.
That's so much better than getting your card Stern Scolding, where it has limited targets, somewhat narrow. There's 2 of them there for Miko.
Yeah, Miko has
he finally found his Charbelcher too.
There is a Charbelcher, can't cast it yet, has a Tameshi in hand, but no way to actually counter Belcher here. Michael, however, has a Charbelcher in hand with a Lotus Bloom coming off next turn, so just based on what we see, if Michael can find an untapped land to play next turn, he could just play Belcher and activate next turn, but even if he doesn't, you can still run out Thunder Trap Trainer, maybe try to keep up Flare, and we have another Lotus Bloom coming in the next turn.
Let's see if you can find that untapped mana.
Yeah, because if
Miko did before.
Because if he goes for it with the untapped land here, if he goes for it, he will just win the game. Is that another Lotus Bloom?
There's another Lotus Bloom, so I don't know if this is even that much worse, though.
This gets countered because of the Stern Scolding.
Right.
And then I think Miko goes for it. He just has it here, right? Oh, no, excuse me. Michael can hard cast Flare of Denial with
This is crazy. So many Lotus Bloom ready. And a Flare of Denial already. I think once all of his Lotus Bloom is on the field, Michael will just win the game. Crazy. This is so... What is this mirror match? No creatures smacking each other and just control against control. And these are boring controls, not even with the frog or anything. I really hate the Champlay here, and there are 2 of them in the final round. Oh, like I wouldn't have minded if the Berlicher was at least fighting another deck, but this is like...
Looks like Miko is considering just running out a trainer here to maybe find just a counterspell. Thinking it's pretty likely
yeah.
Probably has either a Force of Negation or a Flare of
I'm not even sure how Miko is trying to play this out, because even if he tries to get his Tamashii out...
Alright, so that means he will be going...
I know, actually, yeah, well, Michael still has 3 mana, be able to counter the Tamashii, if anything.
Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Oh, interesting. Michael says, that's fine.
Okay. He probably wants to... stop the Tamashii thing, if anything. So he's saving his Flare of Denial, the Michael, for the enemy Tamashii. The question is, does Miko has any answer to the Flare of Denial? Like, I missed the beginning a little bit because I was still...
So Miko looking at 4 mana here. If you play the Tamashii, you're down to 1 mana. You'll leave the white mana available. You'll use the white, pick up a land, get Lotus Bloom in play. That's 3 mana. Miko hasn't played his land for the turn yet, though. So should have enough.
Yeah, and then with the Lotus Bloom in play, get it back again.
Yeah. However much mana you think you can have, it's more than that.
It's usually more than that.
Right.
It's really impressive combo.
Yeah, Miko considering everything here. It's like, okay, what if Michael can stop me this turn? Can I find something to stop him on his turn? And Disrupting Shoal.
Is that one of the ways that he can fight?
I don't know.
It depends on what else he has.
Because I'm not sure how many other resources Miko had. We know for sure he has a Tamashii and a Belcher. White left.
There's Tamashii.
Sure. Yeah, now this is tough here if you're Michael.
Okay, Tamashii tries to come in. Here comes the Flare of Denial. Can Miko react to it? Nope, he cannot.
What happens here? Flare of Denial is going to counter Tamashii.
And he has Disrupting Shoal. Does he have a 4 mana blue spell in hand? He does not. He's just posturing here. Michael knows that he's got the Shoal. The only blue card in the deck that...
Oh, what? Yeah, there's no blue card that could actually, I think... Yeah, it's game. 4 mana, Chamblade, and the Lotus. It's the same deck, they know each other so good. It's the good old thing. Since Miko didn't have anything to handle it. This time Miko will probably start. What does he have? Hope of Girapur. Okay, if he gets in the first turn, Hope of Girapur. Oh, wait, what? Miko lost and decides to take the second turn? Is that how it goes in Control? Interesting.
The one of Hope of Girapur, which could be really powerful, but Michael also has 2 copies of Tamiyo.
I'm not really sure what Stern Scolding does. Both of them play them, so that's probably one of the key sideboard cards for Mirror Match.
You can see Hope of Girapur.
Goes to 19.
Oh, and he just ran it out. Yeah, that's really strong. There's not too many ways to actually get this thing off
16?
the battlefield. Mono Blue, not really known for having good removal.
No, it's not its thing. And the Girapur has gotten in now.
Yeah.
Another 1 damage, so it's 15 on Michael's side. And Miko can at any time just sacrifice his artifact creature there to make sure Michael cannot cast any non-creature spells. Michael is now trying to get a Lotus Bloom onto the field with his Rear of Intervention.
The one hand disruption spell. Lot to consider here. Do you want to fire off the flare on the Whir here?
The only thing that I'm like kind of surprised or thinking about is
counter it, you can sack the Hope in response and then cast your counter spell, but I do not think that's what Miko wanted to do.
He is thinking about it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad if Michael gets a Lotus Bloom and then plays Tameshi. Right? I think that's the really, really big concern here for me.
So what I'm looking at right now, Miko has one Flare of Denial and a Tameshi of himself. So he only has one counter spell. If he does counter his Veer of Intervention, then Michael will just cast the second one. He himself will still have Flare of Denial. I think Stern Scolding is actually gonna be... Wait, it costed him 3 blue mana anyway, so that's why. And now he comes with the Archaeologist. Let me just check, what is Stern Scolding? Here it is. Contact a creature spell with power or toughness 2 or less. Oh, okay. With power or toughness 2 or less.
Does he have the mana here? So now
seems like it.
You can Whir of Invention for Lotus Bloom, play Tameshi, generate a ton of
Tameshi
for Belcher, and then
is 2/3, so he could even counter it with just one Stern Scolding. That's interesting.
Given how quickly Miko is going through the actions here, that he has enough mana here to basically get Tameshi going with the Lotus Blooms, and then Whir of Invention for 4 for Belcher and activate the Belcher.
So he needs 10 mana total to do all that?
10 mana total, that's right.
He returns the land.
One of on the play can't get countered.
And that just means Michael
can't
has
do
to
anything.
sit here and watch.
Exactly. It's effectively Orim's Chant. He's basically been Orim's Chanted this turn.
3 whites. Yeah, I think Michael is just gonna try this combo. 3 whites. Then he returns a land to get it back. He goes from 3 to 5 with just blue, let's say. Then he pays another 1 white to get another 3 blue, so he will be on 6.
Now you have 5 mana. Pick up a land. Or no. You don't want to lose 2 mana. Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't get this one.
Maybe he was 1 short or something, given that he's going for this line.
He had 3 white. He does it 3 more times. He was on 9. Yeah, he was 1 short. Because he needs to use the white mana 3 times, and then he would only had 9, so he needed more white mana, but he doesn't have it, and he already had his 4th land drop, I think. I mean, he has the mana by returning all his lands to do anything he wants. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now he has it, because now he just needs to, like, get the Trailblazer into his hand, return the Lotus Bloom 2 more times to get 6 mana, 5 mana. No, he could only cast the Trailblazer once and that's it. He cannot. He tried the combo, but he was 1 mana short of the combo.
Just because that gives you the option to also hard cast Flare of Denial if you need, or even hard cast Sink into Stupor if you need.
Yeah, we saw that exact thing from Michael earlier.
Yeah, so really choosing between Belcher here or Tezzeret.
And he decides to go for the Tezzeret to later get the Belcher with the Tezzeret, I guess. And with the last 1 mana and 1 land returning, he's gonna get the Lotus Bloom on the field ready for the next turn. So it's all on Michael if he has a chance to end the game.
Does survive, but Miko is the one with the Lotus Bloom Tameshi combo in play.
So for 2 mana, he's probably gonna cast 1 of this, yeah. That goes working. And a Force of Negation into the hand.
Tameshi that flipped in a previous match. Excuse me, Tamiyo.
Land drop goes on. So now he has 2 counter spells. 4 counter spells in total, the Michael. And if anything, mana for Whir of Intervention to get either the Lotus Bloom or the Charblazer into the field.
Alright, no other great options here for Michael. Has a Force of Negation, a bunch of counter spells, a Whir of Invention. Could use that to get in Lotus Bloom, however, still far away because no Belcher in hand.
Okay, he lets the land enter tapped.
No Belchers to be seen currently.
Right.
For 3 mana, obviously Whir of Intervention. So Michael, with having so many cards in hand, could just decide to...
And by the way, Tameshi can also be used here to return that Hope of Ghirapur from the graveyard as well. So if Miko wants to play a slightly longer game here, pick up a land, get that into play, attack, to ensure that you'll be able to combo off on a future turn.
Yeah, there we are. Control against control after all. Flare of Denial, obviously. He forces of negation. And now he looks for the Lotus Bloom. So Michael only leads the Charblazer and the game is over.
Okay.
Or
Michael does have another counter here, right? In the Flare of Denial.
Let's see. Miko, what does he have? He has
that would be huge.
And Sing into Super, but no mana. Oh no, he has the Lotus Bloom mana. He has Javari's Disruption, and that's it. Well, Michael only has Suppression Ray. Like, Michael has 2 counter spells ready and a lot of mana. What Michael needs is the Charblazer, or a thing that can find him the Charblazer. Well, Miko actually has his combo pieces ready if necessary. And yeah.
Lots of mana available here, but does he feel good enough to go for it here?
1 white mana and 4 mana would return Charblazer on the field. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. He would have 1 mana remaining to maybe get the Lotus Bloom out. Yeah, I think he has the combo out. And Michael wouldn't be able to respond because those are all abilities. So 2 blue, 3 white, 4 white, 1 white to get this one back. And draws a card, then Lotus Bloom for 5 mana, 1 white, Lotus Bloom in.
But it looks like generating a ton of mana here first.
4, yeah.
Miko is going for it here.
3 to get this one back. And it's over.
Yeah, and now
that enough?
Michael just wants to see the sideboard plan.
Wow,
that
so that
enough.
is game number 3 going to Miko. And he is just letting Michael take a quick look.
Yeah, but no big surprises here. You already kind of know what's coming in. I think it's more important to figure out what Miko boarded out. You know all the counter spells are coming in.
Yep, that works.
What do I need? How many Lotus Blooms?
Oh, 1 more game, hopefully. Come on, Miko. Kick Michael out and let us go for the to watch the other game. I'm 1,000 times more interested in the other game. Oh, they go both down to 6. Okay.
As far as combo decks go,
right. And both players very, very aware of different types of counter spells.
17 and
the mana that they have available.
wait, what? Miko doesn't cast his Hope of Ghirapur?
It's just so hard to interact.
Yeah, no. Of course not. What were you thinking?
Michael's on the play here.
No, Michael has no mana available for his counterspells, but Miko doesn't know that. He does know that he has no mana ready for it. Okay, Miko has Tameshi. Michael has no Tameshi. I think Michael is not playing with Tameshi at all, so we can see which Belka deck is better.
Mentioned before, counters lots of things. Does also counter artifacts.
So what Miko needs is to get only a Lotus Bloom or Weir of Intervention to find his Lotus Bloom, and then he wins. While Michael needs to find a solution for the counter spells that Miko has. Strix of Surrogate. He could pay 1 blue to counter that, because there were like 2 spells on the cast. But he could only counter Strix, like choose Strix Regenerate, but that should work. Like he uses two cards to gain which discard 1 back. Okay, that's the best idea.
The thing is, currently Miko can't interact with that anyways, right? You can't Disrupting Shoal the Belcher based on what you have in your hand, so perhaps could just go for the just to try to find some action here with the Archaeologist.
If he counters that just to get his creature in, he will have no mana and be able to counter whatever Michael is gonna try in his turn. Michael will be on 4 mana next turn. And that's what he's probably thinking on. He allows it because if he doesn't... if he like tries to cancel it, he will have no mana for his Floor to cancel the Charblazer. Then again, thinking about what he had in hand, he wouldn't be able to use it anyways. Okay. He does go for the attacks, so he gets to sacrifice his thing to get anything ready if necessary. Or to make sure that in Michael's turn, he won't be able to cast anything. But I think at this point, like, Michael cannot really do much anymore.
If he has enough counter magic in hand, he can be the one just kind of saying, hey, I'm going to force you to do something here. I'm going to keep attacking you.
Yeah. This is where even just tempo plays, keeping your opponent off of their plan temporarily, can add up in Miko's favor.
Disrupting Shoal for with Tamashi onto him would work.
In response, a War of Invention, 4-0, which Michael could use to get a Lotus Bloom. Now this is kind of awkward here for Miko. Does he want a Flusterstorm? And the thing is, now Miko can't cast anything. He sacked the Hope of Ghirapur to try to resolve Tameshi.
But it didn't work.
Right, because he had to counter the War of Invention.
Wow, so that worked out really well for Michael.
Right. Still a 5-turn clock here.
Yeah, that's rough for Miko.
Yeah. Archaeologist meets a Stern Scolding, sure. Okay.
I guess sometimes it just devolves into a beatdown plan.
Can we just win with this Drake here? I mean, this 3 more attacks and that's it.
It can.
Okay. Mode. Trainer.
Does he find something with it?
It's a War of Invention, which you can use to get a Lotus Bloom, and then if he top decks a Belcher, and it looks like he's going to go for it main phase so he doesn't run into a Flusterstorm or Mystical Dispute.
Okay, so he's got the Lotus Bloom on the battlefield, 5 lands, no cards in hand.
Right, but
this is so crazy. If Miko wins this game with the bird Michael gave him, that would be very funny.
If Michael top decks a Charbelcher, he just wins as well.
Oh, actually, Michael does have a card in hand. He's got 1 Flare of the Night.
Oh, he does have a Flare, so the Flare would work here if Miko just goes for the Charbelcher, but actually
Michael's
passes.
At 4.
2 more attacks.
Go for it.
And Michael didn't get the guy. Well, and now Michael is going for the damage. But Michael can just keep hitting with the bird.
But he still needs an answer to the flying creature here. Michael's at 2.
The bird is just smacking Michael around.
Strix Serenade for the loss? Oh my goodness. And this is the first time we're going to see a 1-4 here. Now, if Michael finds a sink into Stupor, he could bounce the token.
Yes, that would be a thing.
Or maybe just go for a Belcher off the top.
He found Tameshi.
Tameshi? Trying to come in. Michael has mana.
He can at least draw a card here, and one of the lands is a Seagate Restoration.
He has, but Michael has no artifacts in his graveyard, so there's like no reason to. I know, but he has the Lotus Blooms. But that's it.
Not entirely sure.
No flashbacks.
What does Miko have? Can he counter this in any way? He cannot Disrupting Shoal for 3.
I'm not sure what his Seagate Restoration is. Probably the land on the backside.
If you cast Strix Serenade, that gives Michael a 2/2 flyer to block with.
It's another one. It could just be a bird fight here.
It's like I want to counter this, but I don't want to give you the flyer. Brutal.
And you can see Miko talking about
Oh, he just gave him the flyer.
he said, I had the win in the air, but I'd rather not lose right now. So I'll go for strict
It's like if Tameshi resolves, I think I'm losing this
And
game.
I think if I were Michael, I would just let it choose to have a flyer. Like, how does two same decks just end up with...
Having fun with this as well. There is the flare, though. There is the flare,
and putting the Lotus Bloom in the graveyard, not a bad plan when you're trying to resolve a Tameshi.
All right.
What?
Go now.
So now what can he do?
Well, he's gonna have
Land. Oh, he just draw cards. I see.
double-digit mana.
Right.
He's drawing a card off that first trigger off the Tameshi.
So, Michael is gonna try to draw a lot of cards with this Tameshi and regenerate a lot of mana. And he has a Whir of Intervention, so now he needs 10 mana. So, like...
Easily, right?
This is also really interesting, Marshall.
Yeah, 1, 3...
What's the mana value on that?
7.
3...
No way.
That's a disrupting shoal.
3, 6...
Restoration in hand.
9, 12, but he needs to pay 3, and he's in the same position as Michael in the last game. He will end up with 9 mana. With 9 mana instead of 10. Why does he need 10? 3 mana for the blue spell, 4 mana to get Goblin Belcher, and 3 mana for it. And he goes for it because he thinks he could maybe draw it.
Sitting back in his chair and watching the show, we're assuming that the amount of mana is not an issue for Michael.
I mean, 7.
He's picking up all of his mana here.
Right?
All his lands.
4.
Has he played a land for the turn yet? He can't play. Well, he can't play an untapped land as he's at 2 life.
Right.
So he has 7 mana with the Lotus Bloom here.
And he had not played a land yet.
Ah no, this triggers only once each turn the Tameshi. If it was, every Tameshi would be so broken. But like this, it actually balances things out. So he has 8. He has exactly 10 mana. How does he have exactly 10 mana though?
For 5 is 8 mana.
Yes.
So that's 6 mana
9,
left.
10, 11, 12.
And you still have 6 mana left to activate the Charbelcher.
But he would have to play around.
3 and 4.
If it were for 4, it would be devastating.
Let's see what he does.
Right, be white. Right, be white. Or 2. No, yeah, I was at 1 and I talked about it.
Michael also has a Sink the Stupor in hand that he could
Couldn't be
cast.
counted.
So I think Michael might have it here, but we'll see.
I remember you had 7. You started with 3,
just going over exactly
you
how
have 4
much,
lands in play, right?
how much
So if anything, they could start from the beginning.
just to make sure that they have it.
So he had 4 things, 4 lands. Like he's now discussing if he had enough mana or not, because
Alright, so
It's extremely relevant now.
Definitely.
Michael is on the verge. Michael is on the verge here of. I mean, he was literally going to die to that 2/2 token.
so this is like the most crazy thing. Just let Tameshi get countered, get your bird, and then Michael will be the one winning because he has 2 creatures on the field, while Miko has nothing. Instead, he tries to go for the combo where he doesn't take this one moment to think things through. Does he have enough mana with this Tameshi combo to get it off? And they are now maybe looking through the recording or anything to check it out. But the thing is, he will not have the mana to get the combo out. I think we did calculate it. I sadly stopped the recording, not sure why, or I didn't press the recording correctly. But he cannot use his combo here to get exactly the mana he wants to.
So Judge Call coming over just to confirm, but they did in fact confirm that everything was right. So let's see what Michael does with all of this.
7, 11. Now he has 11 mana for whatever reason. With 11 mana, he could do it.
I think it's still just that one land that's actually in play. That's his hand. Yeah.
Got it. What is he casting Whir for? He did cast it for 4.
No way.
He did cast it for 4. He must have, right? It
He
just
had to have. He had to have.
How much mana does Michael have? Does he have enough to cast Sink into Stupor to go for it here?
Is Michael realizing that he should have overword here right now?
It's possible.
Oh, he's got his hands on his forehead.
Oh my goodness.
He looks...
So there's 3 blue, but there's still a Lotus Bloom in play, right?
There does seem to be.
So that's still 6 mana. So you can play... If he has a Sink into Stupor in hand, you can, because part of casting Disrupting Shoal, you have to exile a card from your hand. So if you Sink in the Stupor, the Disrupting Shoal, Miko probably doesn't have another 7-drop. Okay, he saw it.
He just hit the bird and attacked.
Oh!
He sunk the bird.
He sunk the bird. I mean, this, I guess, also works.
He has no lands. He has 3 mana, but no lands. Oh my gosh.
But now he's just going to go Charbelcher and then just die to the attack.
Right.
So Michael does find a way to finish that game.
Oh my gosh.
Combat.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a bizarre mirror match.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. It really looked like...
Okay, and now Miko really had to go down to 5. Damn.
Decider?
That's gonna be rough for Michael. Like, when I counted, yeah, it takes way longer than I thought. I honestly thought that in the last game, Miko should have won it, because as much as I remember, Michael didn't had the mana to pull off the combo, but apparently he did. 5 in control versus control is rough. Yeah. But well, it is what it is, so let's see how it goes.
Just a trigger from Hope of Girapur, resolve the Charbelcher, maybe with a counter.
That Girapur is a flyer, is also so strong. Like, what the fuck is with this thing? How can there be a one drop that has flying and this fucking strong ability?
Archaeologist in the Thundercat trainer here for Michael, and the answer was no.
Yeah, one interesting thing, by the way, Miko choosing to draw this matchup.
Oh, really?
Right, because both players have so much counter magic, it almost never is the case where you just go turn 4 Belcher kill you. So having that extra blue card for the 3 counters and the Disrupting Shoals, Miko identified as being more important than just trying to combo off as quickly as possible.
Alright, we'll see how it goes. I really am actually counting for Miko, because I'm not sure why he seems more sympathetic than the Michael. Michael's hand, pair of Whir of Inventions. He has everything he needs. Michael has everything he needs.
A Flare of Denial and a couple of creatures in play. So Michael kind of has all the pieces here. Miko still needs to find many more pieces due to the mulligan to 5.
Okay, Michael just max for 1, well, that's fine. Then 4 mana, he pays 3 life, he goes to 12. And passes the turn. In his turn, in this end phase from Miko, Michael will bring in the Whir of Intervention to get his Lotus Bloom. To then in his turn end the game. He has a Flare of Denial and a Floor Storm, while Miko only has a Jawari Disruption and then Sink into Stupor. The only chance Miko has is in Michael's turn, sacrifice his biggest and strongest thing, combo piece, just to get 1 more turn. This doesn't look good for Miko.
And there it is, Whir of Invention on end step. It's for 0. And this is the first major fight being picked here.
I just wanna check this flyer thing from this guy. Here, Hope of Girapur. Sacrifice until your next turn. Target player who was dealt combat damage by Hope of Girapur this turn can cast non-creature spells.
All right.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Miko just can't fight every fight.
And then now if you're on Michael's side, do we go for it next turn? Do we play it slower and try to get...
I mean, it's still his end step, letting it resolve, so now that he can say it resolves, and now he can still sacrifice that thing to make sure Michael cannot cast the thing he wants to cast the most.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Michael maybe waits one more turn. Get another Lotus.
Or the other thing, like, if he, like, doesn't do that now...
That lets you play Belcher, because Belcher
I mean, he has creatures, so he has always a Flare of Denial and the game is over. If he doesn't do that now, the game is over for him.
As is, if he doesn't draw land, you can't.
Like, in such a matchup, going down to 5 is so hard for you.
Miko also considering, should I use Sink into Stupor to bounce Lotus Bloom? Right? Because then Michael can't just recast it here.
True, that is an option.
Sign of weakness, right? If you see that Miko's in the tank to do something like that, if you're on Michael's side, you're like, okay, how proactive can I be now? If that's what he has. Because if you confidently just pass with 3 mana up, it's much harder for Michael to just go for it.
Especially since with Lotus Bloom on the hand.
And you can see him shaking his head.
Wait, he doesn't sacrifice? He just passes the turn? Was that hand just passed the turn, or what was it? Or he's still calculating and thinking, I guess. He passes the turn. Game is over.
Decided to let it sit and hold his breath here.
Well, found a land though, so Michael could be a little bit more aggressive and just go for it.
It looks like he's just gonna go for it here.
He's going for the Charbel here. Like, if someone starts with intervention, the Lotus Bloom, that probably means he already has Charbel here in the hand. Yeah. Sacrifice that guy, you gain 1 more turn. Can we finally move on to a different game, please? Thank you.
Mulligan to 5. He said, I even have Flusterstorm.
Yeah, and he drew the land.
He drew the land to cast the Flusterstorm or the freeze spell. Yeah, so that was, he really just had all of his bases up.
Yeah, but what an incredible match. Because Miko was on the verge of winning the match entirely.
Yes.
Right? With a 2/2 token, but that timely Tameshi allowed Michael to basically just pick everything up, find what he needed to win that match. That was actually... You know, as far as Belcher mirrors go, sometimes you look at that and you're like, oh man, whatever, it's just a combo mirror. But I mean, we even saw a win through combat damage.
So here we now just gonna wait. So I mean, we could recheck and everything, and maybe I should start recording again so we can actually see some of the games being played. But here, honestly, that was so close. I do still think, like, if I could re-watch the game later on, do the math. Maybe I did miscalculate it, maybe I find a solution, but I think Michael wasn't able to really play the combo that he wanted to play. The combo that he could win the fourth game on shouldn't have worked in my view, but it somehow did, and he goes with Belcher into the end step. I am not agreeing with this. I think Michael was the better that had the better Belcher deck and play, but it is what it is. In the end game, I hope that the Japanese guy is gonna flicker the Michael out of this tournament, but onto the second place at least. Let's say it like that. So 1 minute break. I will do a little drinking break and then we go into the next game. Hopefully more interesting than this mirror match that was terrible to watch. Alright, and just now I started to bring the bug online into the arena. Oh, let's see how it goes. But well, it is how it is. Sorry if I missed some of your text, guys, but I really wanted to check things out. Now I'm back. It's really frustrating when something like that happens. Well, in any case, it seems like there's still some things happening here. They're still waiting for something, so we have to wait. How is Felix? Are you still in here? How is your deck building going? Oh wait, it's. Oh, I was just watching streams right now. I thought so. So what did you think about which creatures? Answer, if you control your opponents, you don't own trophy cards. Or you're thinking of stealing creatures from the enemies? You cast up to target. So flickering abilities, Starfield Vocalist, of course, yeah. Well, Feeks. Yeah, I agree, that was such a boring match. Like, I don't mind mirror matches, but I really dislike the Spellsure deck. Maybe because I lost so hard against it, but I really do not like it. In any case, I really like the Blink deck, so I'm really curious about how the Japanese guy is gonna win this tournament, because I do feel like he could win it easily. I feel like, I don't know, but I feel like he could win it. It's funny. Maybe that's an Austrian guy, Stefan Schütz, because that last name does seem like a name from a Swiss, Austrian, or German guy. It's just that I cannot really read the flag there. Felix, can you correct me? Was that Stefan Schütz, that guy with like 2 red on top on the bottom, and in the middle a white line? Is that the Austrian flag? Oh no, school system failed. School system? Wait, what? Ah yeah, that's the Austrian flag. Yeah, thought so. So I'm not sure why they're showing all the other players. Like, if the other game is working, I would really like to see it. I think the other game will be way more interesting. Or do you guys want to tell me that we are not gonna even see a little glimpse into that other game? Oh, come on. The other game would have been so much better to watch.
Yeah, I think like we're
Oh,
always
dang it.
like developmental thing. Like we just recently like had a new take on like how we share information. And I think we like really going to like try and work on that with like sharing our games, like recording videos and such.
All right, I'm back. I had to get my cell phone right now. Oh, how do you know? It's just that I'm not always 100% sure, you know. Like for example, some flags do look very similar to each other, and I do not know every flag. I know countries and capital cities, but flags is something I do not watch that closely. But yeah.
Okay, so remains to be seen. Anthony, how about you? Any lessons or takeaways?
One moment, guys. Okay, here I am back. So let's see. Password putting in. Dum. No, my cell phone went out of battery. Even though I'm not really using it all that much, but it's whatever.
As well, thank you so much for joining me and talking through a little bit of the team process here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity.
Okay, they're going back. They're going back. So, a lot of talking again. We want to see decks and plays. Okay. As much as I remember, the other game should take actually longer, I think, because they are also kind of controlly players. The other, like, quarterfinal would be... the Japanese guy with his Blink deck against the Azorius Control. Since we saw it, like, the Azorius Control wants to get his Planeswalkers out, Teferi and Narset, to keep casting his spells and drawing his cards. Oh, okay. Seems like you want to show your deck now. Is that the next deck you're building? What is this guy? Whenever Miko Queen Electric deals command damage to a player, exile any number of target non-land permanents you control, then return those cards. Oh wow, you're going for a Blink deck? This is my Blink deck. I had one of the combo is Bounce the Dragon that untapped my lands. Bounce the Dragon? Dragon. Oh, draw, Blink. Crucian removal. Where is the creatures? Maybe board, sideboard. Okay. Huh? Starfield Vocalist. Ramp, tokens, recursion, lands, Blink copy. Let me just do full of this. Oh, there, only one creature so far. No stacks. Mana Breach. Where's the creature you were talking about? I had it for a while. Origin Saurier. Huh? Right there? Spirit. Bird Serpent. Okay, in there. Alright, let's see it then. Angel. Aura. Ding. Flicker Wisp. Instant. Human Scout. In ramp. Okay. Ramp. This is sideboard. Removal. Ramp. There, right in front. There. Peregrine Drake. When Peregrine Drake enters the battlefield, untap up to 5 lands. Okay, you might want a whale. I don't know which was, but a whale untap lands. This is the card that I saw the other time. It costs 7 mana, but when it comes into play, you untap 7 lands. So if you flicker him, you up to 7. Oh, okay. That one was 5 for 5 mana. This one is 7 for 7 lands. So here I show you another one of your combo pieces. It only has one thing, but maybe it's cheaper than the 5 mana guy. Check it out if you have time. I just lost to one of those cards on Saturday. So Great Whale, I will write it to the chat real quick for you. Great Whale. Here it is.
Thanks very much, Maria, and thank you, Cedric and Corey as well for being
Okay,
here.
let me close this one in the meantime. Yeah, no worries. Always there for you guys. That's what the Manage community is for, showing each other very nice things.
Esper Link deck, as Corey sort of lined up saying, it's not the traditional list that we may have expected from.
So, when is the next game gonna start? Or they showing it us? It should be Control in a way against an aggressive playing deck. So I hope it's faster.
In this matchup, so Makoto Horiuchi will be very happy. It's not his list.
Yeah, weirdly, in a way, sort of pre-sideboarded for this matchup by not having any copies of Solitude, but actually having copies of Subtlety, which aren't their best in this matchup, but they're good enough because they are much better than Solitude. So if you are rooting for Esper Link, it is unique.
Good. Oh, there we go. Finally, it's. Oh, we are gonna see the full game. Nice, nice.
Playing this hard all week. He's done a really good job. Are we going to see an Isochron Scepter with an Orim's Chant on turn 2?
Welcome back, Tabin. Good to see you're still here.
Well, there are ways out of this.
Okay. There is.
Tell us about what's on the
I can.
Artifact. It's funny that artifact is in Japanese.
Okay, well, that solves that problem. Okay, so
So Makoto should be very easily be able to read it. Or does it just look Japanese but it's actually English because it's zoomed out so far? The site you have open in chat with the top 8 deck list? Sure. Here it is.
So that's one way to reset the Scepter, though it cannot attack. So that was one of
I mean, there is some good cards, so you can always check them out. No worries. A pleasure to help. Oh wait, can he, with this artifact, always use the Orim's Chant? That would be awful. That would be freaking awful.
For Sucrose plays Scepter, Ophelia comes down at the end step. Yeah. Right, so no attack because the Scepter champ was kicked.
So, here I'm actually also gonna check the Scepter real quick. This is the Osiris control. He has 1 artifact, right? Yeah. So, enters the battlefield, you may exile an instant associate card with 1 or 2 or less from your hand. 2 tap, copy the exiled card. If you do, you may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. And when you copy a kicker spell, you can always use the kicker ability, but that one makes it so every turn you can now make sure that no one can cast a spell. So I guess now I understand it. Whatever Makoto wants to do, he will always like use 2 mana, 3 mana even, to make sure you cannot cast any spells, and you prevent all combat damage. So as long as he leaves 3 mana open, he can use 2 mana however he likes. Makoto will never be able to cast any spells, only in the enemy turn. So here he tried to get rid of Felia by paying 2 mana, because that's the mana value of Felia. Did Makoto not have other sleeves before in the last game, like some like looking like a ship one thing? I want to use that, but I didn't really know how it works. Does that spell stay in exile when you cast it? You can play the spell as long as you tap the artifact. Yeah, exactly. So this artifact exiles the spell and makes you for 2 mana you tap it and you may cast the exiled spell. So what you see here is kinda Sanchez making sure that in Makoto's turn he cannot cast any spells. Then again, Makoto has a lot of flash things, just like the subplay right now, so he can just cast them in the enemy turn, kinda. So at the moment, like, he goes into his turn before the draw step and everything, he makes the cast of Orim's Chant. So also as long as the artwork doesn't get destroyed, you can capitalize. Yeah. So right now, as long as he keeps 3 mana safe, Francisco, he will always be able to stop Makoto from interactions and anything. So as long as you doesn't so you can tap. Yeah. Yeah. That seems like a lost match. Yeah, exactly. It seems like a lost matchup. Just the same idea as you I had. Oh, okay. Nice. He managed to somehow sneak in and ephemerate to get rid of the Teferi. For 4 mana he's trying to get... Like, as long as the Teferi isn't there, he can still try to attack and blink. Like, actually... I think Makoto doesn't have an issue with not being able to attack because he has his subblades in. The subblades I think said that let me just check if I'm wrong. 2 guys up here. I think you can remove it with subblade, no? A target creature spell or planeswalker spell. Oh, only spells. Okay. So first of all, subblade can only bring cards back into the hand that's a creature or a spell. And that's why Makoto gave up, because he has nothing to destroy that artifact. So if you have like the artifact and Orange Chant gone for 3 mana, Francisco can like take all the time he needs in a control deck. That's exactly what you need. Yeah. So in the first turn, Makoto searches probably for a Surveillant, if he's not wrong. Yep, that's the white-black one. And with that one, after it's finished, he gets to Surveil, and he keeps it on top probably. Right, yeah. And he casts for another fetch land, goes to 18, probably to 16. He's gonna get a shock land that gives him a Watery Grave. Yep, just as expected. He goes to 16, he has all 3 colors in that aspect, and he comes in with Overlord of the Baelmorg. 5 counters, mill 4 and gets to bring a creature from those back into his hand. It would be either the Quantum Riddler or the Frog, and he decided to go for the Quantum Riddler. So in the next turn, he's probably gonna get either the Teferi out, or does he have his Felia? Probably not. Okay, he doesn't have the Felia. So now Makoto is probably thinking what he should do in his turn. It seems like he didn't have a land. Oh no, he did. He's just gonna use the creature. That's like the redirecting one, where you can, when you flash it in, choose the target of a spell, which means you can use the counter spell for this creature itself in that aspect. Now he tries to get into Teferi. The +1 ability, yeah, of course, that one has to be countered from Francisco Sanchez, since once the Teferi gets out, a control player that has like lots of counter spells and everything will not be able to do anything anymore. So I think Makoto still has some plays like a Force of Negation, but it didn't seem like it was necessary for him to get it over or truth. There comes the Teferi in. That's probably gonna be negated because we already know how annoying it can be. He still has a Quantum Riddler in the hand, so I think it was no issue for him to counter the Teferi there. And for 2 mana, a Quantum Riddler with the Rob ability to draw a card. Now he's gonna cancel the Rob ability with Consign to Memory to keep a 4/6 on the field. Okay, that's strong. Because now Francisco has to find a solution for this Quantum Riddler. I didn't know you could use the Consign to Memory to stop the triggered ability of the second part of the triggered ability from the Rob. That's a hell of a combo. Okay, I see now why Quantum Riddler is so strong. It's crazy. But that's what I love about this format. Seeing cards and spells being used different than you would expect. Like, I did never in a million years expect that you could just start getting the Quantum Riddler in that aspect. Okay. So, in this turn, he still can take damage, but now we have, again, the loop with the free mana he can always use to have for the Orium's Chant plus the kicker, so he cannot do any more damage to him, and can cast spells in his turn. Which means he can only like use flash things and abilities in Francesco's turn, if anything. So yeah, on tap, upkeep, draw. He can't do much. So was it at Orange Jump that he can't even attack to get any triggers? Felia, no. Orange Chant, is it in this? Oath? No, it's not here. I have to go for this guy here once again. Here, there's Orange Chant 4. If this spell was kicked, creatures can't attack this turn. Yeah, he cannot even attack to make a blink ability of Felia work. So yeah, this combination of this one artifact with Orim's Chant is so disastrous. Because no matter what he tries to do, Makoto, he will have the issue that he cannot fizzle, or not fizzle, but I mean, what did he just do? A legendary creature sacrificing Felia to draw another card, I guess. So he just had to sacrifice Felia to get another Felia in, and he flashed it in the enemy turn. But the Felia does nothing when he enters, he only does something when he attacks, if I remember correctly. So here it says Felia, whenever it attacks, exile to one target creature. So the combo of Makoto is getting the Felia to exile Belmuk or the other guy to draw cards or get to mill and everything. But if Makoto doesn't find a solution to this, Francesco is just gonna get land drops and cards back into his hand and have everything he needs for his control to work. On the other side, Makoto is like going through his entire library with all his fetch lands and everything, reducing the number of things. I think he added one card to remove that. Maybe a triggered ability like, if we look at it, what does he have? He has Oz to remove creatures. Echo Sign to Memory he already used. So what does he have? It's up to one target non-basic land, land destruction, Lavanya, that player, he has 2 copies of Clarion Conqueror. If he gets the Clarion Conqueror, he will be able to play the game. So that's the thing that Makoto should now focus on the most. He needs a Clarion Conqueror on the field. If he doesn't manage to get that, as long as Francesco will have this artifact, the game is over for him. That was the reason, I think, why he scooped up at that point, because he couldn't find it. Okay, he still has one thing open, so he's probably just gonna do year 19, searches for a surveillant. The white-blue one this time. He keeps that on top, he draws it. What is it? Oh, it's the Teferi! And now comes the Psychic Frog. Yeah, with this one on the field, he at least starts drawing, and everything. Now I get why Azurius Control is so strong. The Azurius Control player actually seems like he really has good chances. He has thought of everything. Graveyard stuff and other things. I think the only biggest problem for the Azurius control is gonna be the Belcher, which he's gonna play next. Oh, there comes the Solitude to get rid of the frog. Huh? Why is he on 18 though? Wasn't Solitude that you gain life from the creature? He doesn't have Solitude, so it's funny that they have equal colors but not the crowd. So here, if enters the value against the creature's controller, he should have gained life, not lost 2 life. But looks really hard for Makoto here. From what I can see, I think that guy already just got a Hull of the Storm Giants onto the field. So that was in his turn. So now 4 mana. He's gonna try to get a Teferi out that the enemy cannot cancel. So he has it on 4. He's gonna go with 4 on 1. Return after 1 target artifact creature or enchantment to its own hand and draw a card. He just used it to draw a card. Okay, interesting. Orim's Chant. Players can cast spells this turn. Will Makoto let it through? Yep. And he plays a land. 18. And he plays Narset, his Planeswalker, where... what was it? Here it is even showed. Each opponent can draw more than 1 card each turn and look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature non-land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And he can just return Thalia onto the hand. And goes with Teferi to 2. And now in the... Since he has the Baelmurk, he can just mill and get cards that way, because he mills it, it's not drawing, and return a creature card into his hand. It might only be creature cards, but at least it's better than nothing. Oh wow, Francesco has the artifact yet again into his hand. Does he really have 4 copies of this in the Azurius control? Or only 1 copy, because that's like the 3rd time in a row that he has it in his hand. Like, come on, you can't tell me that with this little draw he had so far, he actually has that artifact all the time onto the hand. This can't be serious. Okay, okay, he attacked the Planeswalker from Azorius control. And he has the Baelmurk onto the field. He has 4 mana. This game is actually looking really good for Makoto. If Francesco gets his things ready though, this might be an issue though. I have to check though, but what was it? Here. Imprint. Enter the field, you may exile an instant card with mana value 2 or less from your hand. Okay, it has to be from the hand. So why is Francesco casting this thing? He now tries to cast his own Teferi. It goes to 1, right? Yeah, and he returns Thalia to the hand. Okay. So here we have 4 mana, 5 mana. Subplay is gonna kill the enemy's Teferi, and he gets an attack trigger. Probably gonna return... Oh, the guy of the bones. Francesco takes the 5 damage. Yeah, goes to 13. And lost the Planeswalker, and this might be the one game where Francisco has to give up. Here he asked probably for the card that got brought, and I think Francisco is gonna think about getting the everyone brings his graveyard back into the deck and draws 7 cards. Then again, can he actually do something? He can only cast spells in sorcery speed, so at Teferi, I get now the Teferi Planeswalker. This one kills control players with the sorcery ability. Five mana Solitude with normal cost to exile maybe the Baelmuk or anything. And yeah, well, Makoto is just gonna get a subplay, and yeah, here they scoop. Here he scoops up. At this point, he had no chance of winning anymore. The issue that he had before, if he just casts his artifact with the card in hand, it's just gonna get countered by Makoto with whatever he had. He had Force of Negation and some other things. So, generally speaking. Okay, now it starts. So now Makoto is gonna have to struggle because in the second game he was starting and still lost. So now he really has to fight a hard game because he's already in the backhand of not really having the leeway of at least having a card on the field already. Like Azorius, or rather say Francisco, has mana open already to start countering if anything happens. But what I'm like wondering is, how can Francisco have in 3 games this artifact so fast into his hand if he only has 1 copy? I would understand if it's 4 copies, but if it's 1 copy, it just makes 0 sense. So here, what a creature card exiled onto the battlefield under your control. Okay, with Emperor of the Bones, he's probably gonna try to exile creatures once they hit the graveyard, and then use Adapt to get counters on Emperor of the Bones and put them in. Together with Failure, he can then reuse these abilities. But here he tries to get in Teferi, which probably will get countered. He even is putting it down towards his cemetery because he is already accounting for a counterspell. Like, oh yeah, there comes a subplay. By exiling a blue card from the hand, you can flash it in with his Evoke Coast and make sure that the blue spell goes on top or bottom of the library. Makoto chooses it on top. Then he will just take the subplay, attack for 2, and pass the turn. The next turn, he can just adapt, getting subplay into play under his control. And okay, but it's not gonna work. That's fine though. Because Frances had to use a spell to get rid of the Emperor of the Bones, which I can understand. That Emperor of the Bones, if it stays on the field, it's gonna be disastrous. But now, for 3 mana, Makoto could get Teferi in, but he decided not to. He wants to keep the mana open. He's gonna fetch, probably to Surveil. Looking for exactly his Surveil land or something like that. Oh, it was on the bottom. Yep. No, wait, is it a Shockland? Yeah, Shockland. He goes to 12. And flashes in at subplay himself in his turn. Yeah, subplay is really good because for 4 mana it can flash in and is already on the field. I bet if it wasn't for Graham being banned in Modern, they would play Graham because Graham is black, has 4 mana, and also can be flashed in like that. Now Makoto has still 4 mana and can do anything he wants in the enemy turn in the worst case. Yeah, flashes in another subplay. And oh, Orym's Chant, and he can't attack this turn. Like, he cannot cast spells, and he cannot attack before this draw step. So he has to pass. But that's what I think is the strong thing, or the strong deck about the Makoto Hiroichi and the Esper Blink deck. Because with a lot of his interaction and flash, he can just cast spells in the enemy turn. Except for the Teferi though, but that's making it so strong. Now he got Teferi out, Francisco. That's gonna be annoying to deal with. Because now he has sorcery speed, and if Orim's Chunk come in where you cannot cast spells... Oh, there comes the Solitude. Oh, he lets it Truth? Okay, to get up to 50. I would have expected he would use an interaction. Ah, he cannot. Sorcery speed. True. Instead, oh, that was a good play. Instead, he just cast a Clarion Conqueror when Francisco was having issues to handle it. And that will be able to stop the new art, like the artifact combo that Francisco has. Because now he cannot use the activated abilities of it anymore. Okay. He fetches apparently, goes down to 12, and surveils. Makoto only has 1 mana available. I don't think there's anything he could use to handle this better. Surveils. Doesn't like the card probably. Or no, he's thinking about it. It goes into the graveyard after all. So we can already see that once Francisco ends the turn, his Teferi is gonna go. Okay, now he stops Makoto from drawing more than 1 card per turn. Okay, Teferi is down. Now Makoto can again flash in subplays if anything. But now there is a different issue on the board. It's gonna be the Narset, which makes him not being able to draw more cards. If he had, for example, now a Quantum Riddler, he wouldn't be able to use it that well. Oh, but he could also just bounce back the Narset. Or, wait, what? Does Teferi come in? Like, did he not plus Teferi up? Okay, he doesn't want to bounce it up because he wants to remove it, but he couldn't flash it in, so he just passed the turn with so much mana open. What I don't understand is, why wouldn't he give Teferi a +1? Yeah, the cards not the best. Quantum Riddler, probably because of the draw thing. Oh, and he cast the Overload of the Baemuk for the normal cost, rather for the impending ones, to give the Francisco a bit more issues. Ah, that's also one of the things. Francisco has no creatures, so he can get his other creature onto the field. He tries to get Ophelia into his hand, the Makoto. Will it go Truth or will it get cancelled? Apparently, it will go Truth. I think they're discussing something. Not sure what, maybe the life total or anything. I think they both were not on equal standing about the life. Must be a 1 life difference because Makoto says, oh, I'm on 14, my bad then, or something like that. Not sure if it matters though, because Francisco's only gonna win if he gets to get his 2 mana artifact combo ready. This game looks like a win for Makoto, because with a Clarion Conqueror, a flyer already as well, and his life going this down, once his Orim's Chant is gone, Francisco will have no chance anymore to win this game. And honestly, I like the idea and the deck of Makoto way more. Come on, Makoto, you got this. Yeah, he scoops up. Nice! So here you see the Emperor of the Bones getting a subplay from the enemy. Can get the game really, really dangerous. Since you can flash it into the enemy turn as well. Like, what I like about Makoto is he can do stuff in his turn or in the enemy turn. That's exactly what I like the most. And it's not like the usual control deck. It's more of an I am allowed to do what I want, if you get what I mean. So it's 2v2. It's coming down to the last game. So it's probably gonna be a surveillance for Francisco. And oh, now this looks more like a measure game. In the 4th game, I don't see the artifact, and now I don't see the artifact, so I'm fine with this now. The early 3 games, it looked like really lucky for Francisco with having his artifact so early into the game. Now Makoto is probably gonna surveil one. Mm-hmm. Okay. Makoto decides to keep 2 mana open, probably gonna flash Infelia in the enemy's end phase, after seeing what Francisco's gonna do. This is interesting. So what does Makoto have? He has 2 Felias, 1 Teferi, and a Consign to Memory, while Francisco has a Subplay ready, a Supreme Verdict, so like a board wipe, and Counterspell for blue, and a Teferi himself. So apparently, like from looking at Makoto's hand, it seems like he really is gonna hold on to something, to his things until the very end. Is that? So what is it gonna be? He's gonna fetch for now. Does he have any interaction against that Teferi? I see an Consign to Memory, or he could also just flash in the Felia right now to make sure that the Felia can handle the Teferi in his turn. On the other side, Teferi can just bounce the Felia up. Yeah, I thought so. Like, and now he has no flash, so nothing to destroy the Teferi. Unless he casts his own Teferi to to bounce the enemy Teferi, then we will see a bounce matchup happening. No, of course not. A subplay is gonna come in to bring the Teferi of Makoto away. And now Makoto has to decide if he wants to draw the Teferi in his next turn or not. We already can see that Francesco has a Narset, so in the next turn what's gonna happen is he will get his own Teferi, like, still on the field, while he's gonna get his Narset to himself draw more cards than not. So now I really want to see again the Narset, yeah. Upgrades the Teferi to get Flash for all of his builds. Is actually, that's the one thing curious about. With Teferi as Planeswalker, each open can spells only anytime they could. It's just okay. Now I get it. Now how it works. I thought with Teferi you yourself would also be blocked, but no, obviously not. The Planeswalkers say only the enemies do that, while you still can flash anything you want. Okay, Makoto got a Clarion Conqueror in his hand. He doesn't know what Francisco has in hand. He still Francisco still has 1 mana open. And Teferi still needs to turn. So if I were in Makoto's shoes, I would try to get the Clarion Conqueror out, because you need to have something that starts hitting the enemy Planeswalkers in the next turn. With that being the case, Francesco will need to find some solution right now. With Clarion Conqueror out, he couldn't care less about the artifacts that could come out, because Francisco couldn't use his abilities anymore. So what Francisco needs to do is find a solution to the Clarion Conqueror. So Francisco does have stock up. I'm not sure what Mystic Gate was, probably a special land or something. Yeah, there comes the Mystic Gate probably, and stock up. So now he looks at the top 5 cards and gets 2 of them into his hand. The rest go randomly on the bottom of his library. He still has... This is, for example, one card that I don't understand. Like, with his Teferi, he could use it. Oh wait, does Clarion Conqueror also... I think it was only artifacts. Do I have to scroll up? Here, Clarion Conqueror is only... And Planeswalkers! Oh wow, that Clarion Conqueror is stopping all his Planeswalkers. Activated abilities, not triggered abilities. So yeah, obviously, that's why Francesco needs to use it. That's why he cannot... that's also the reason why once he had the Clarion Conqueror in the last game out, he couldn't use his own Planeswalker's abilities to get flash on his sorceries or stack him up. It was activated abilities of Planeswalkers and artifacts. Yeah, of course. Players can't attack and he cannot cast any spells before he draws. And he has to pass, but that doesn't matter. Makoto has a lot of flash things. He's trying to get rid of that one. Makoto still only can cast spells in sorcery speed because of the Teferi's passive. And now he can start stacking up the Teferi once again. So yeah, that was unlucky, that spell together with the Prismatic Ending. But seeing that Francesco added Prismatic Ending, he needed to find a solution to the Clarion Conqueror, it seems. This last game is really spicy in my view. What do you guys think? Like, seems like... Oh, there comes the Thalia in. For 2 more mana comes Overload of the Baelmorg. Probably with 5 impending counters. That one is gonna get countered. That's fine. He already got his Thalia out. He's sacrificing Teferi to bounce the Thalia. And draw another card. And he gets another Teferi. Oi. Talk about being lucky. No, he drew only... No, he draws 2 cards probably because of his Narset. Yeah, it's understandable. I'm trying to keep up, but there it's like that game goes really quick. I'm trying to keep up with how fast they're playing and commenting on what they do, but oh boy, it's looking hard. From what is it looking now, Francesco has no interaction but a lot of drawing things. Because of his lands, he now gets to search for his things. I think at this point, what Francesco is looking for is to get his artifact out again. Makoto lost Clarion Conqueror permanently because of the Prismatic Ending. So the cards that... Oh, he got a counterspell. So the card that Makoto needs the most right now is finding another Clarion Conqueror. If he doesn't get another Clarion Conqueror against Francisco, he will have issues. That's why sideboarding in this game is so important. Another Thalia. He still has 2 mana open for a counter spell. He's gonna use it. And he still has 2 mana open for Consulted Charts. I think with Consulted Charts, Francisco's deck got the power to where it is right now. Because now, as a control deck, being able to wait for so many turns together with Orange Chant was not there before. On the other side, since Makoto lost Clarion Conqueror, he's like just standing there having to accept that he cannot really play anything. Alright, thanks for being here, Feeks. Then we will probably talk the other days about our League of Legends duel. Have a good night, Feeks. Baelmorg gets countered and Thalia gets removed. Makoto keeps 2 subplays in his hand, but at this point, Francisco is exactly where he wanna be. In this control matchup, he doesn't have to care at all about whatever is gonna happen. And he's just gonna keep controlling this until he finds his last piece. His last piece is a land called, or maybe his companion. He can at one point just get a companion out and start smacking. But for now, he's gonna focus on getting... Yeah, Makoto's gives up. Unlucky. But once these both Planeswalkers are out, you cannot draw extra cards. And you have sorcery speed, so you cannot really handle anything else. In such a deck matchup, you really need more Clarion Conqueror or you're having trouble. So the final game is gonna be Belcher against Azorius Control. Honestly, guys, seeing how Belcher works, I don't think that Azorius Control can handle that. Then again, do we wanna see it, or do we just say let's scoop up and end for today? There's the interview and everything. Well, I'm very curious about your commander deck, Too Hard to Think. So I would love to see it, playing against you or with you once. Yeah, like we probably see. You're probably gonna play this deck then when Feeks wants to play with us, right? Gonna be curious about this. Really, really curious. So I really hope to see a bit more of the Simic deck, but I really still don't understand how it really works, except for the Saura that you can you may accept the green cards rather than pay mana cost. It's still a cost, okay. Whatever. The tournament is let's keep going. Alright, let's end the entire stream. So the last game is gonna be 2 control decks once again. And I can try. I use a wheel to decide my decks. I have like 20 in the name wheel. Well, feel free to do so. I do have some decks as well. Like, let me just check mine. Like my decks that I'm able to play right now would be my Gonti deck right now. These two I still have to upgrade a bit because they're still a little bit weak, both of them. I have my Tavelmill deck, that's my strongest deck. I hope I have some matchup. You have some matchup to play against it at some point. My Rocco deck, I'm gonna upgrade it to Bracket 4. Because I felt like it was still too weak for Bracket 4. But too strong for Bracket 3. So I really want to make sure it's getting into Bracket 4 already. I've got my Stoller deck. I've got a new Aminato deck that I really want to see what I can upgrade, so I need to play it a bit more. So that's one of the decks. So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decks that I can play. Those 2 decks I'm still gonna upgrade. And I'm building also this this and this deck. So I'm like building 2 decks, upgrading 3 decks kinda. So I let's see how it goes. I'm really, really interested in seeing how it goes. Okay, so since there's gonna be a little break here, apparently, I'm gonna use this break to get something to drink. So, not really my advertisement, but have fun while I will be real quick going to get a drink. Be right back, guys.
Stimmt. Hier jetzt die absolute Freshheit von Ehrensteiner.
12 Promis müssen diesen Gipfel erklimmen, um 1 Million zu gewinnen. Ein Kinderspiel, oder?
Ich bin der unsportlichste Mensch auf diesem Planeten. Bin ein ganz harter Hund.
Ich dachte, Sonnenstrand mehr.
Das ist schon eine heftige Summe.
Jeder weiß, wie gut ich bin.
Ist mir nicht ans Bein.
Langsam raste ich auch aus. Ich mach für Geld alles!
Alright, guys, I am back. So, sorry for having to let you wait and watch an advertisement that isn't mine. Hey, Hikirax, welcome to today's stream. How are you doing? So, You missed quite a lot of today's stream. We did play some Arena. We found an Arena bug, which means I cannot play Arena anymore, even though I was planning to have my next challenge gonna be in Arena. And we have been watching the Magic the Gathering Top 8 Finals kinda Pro Tour. There were some nice games to watch and some disturbing games to watch. And the final is gonna be Control against Control. So I'm not doing all that fine, but I wanna still be a moderator, so why would I stop now in the final? And else, well, it was a very long stream today. I streamed, I think, almost the entire day, except for the lunch break. So my voice is getting sore. But I'm doing fine. Enjoying the day, enjoying the modern tournament, and enjoying to be for a first time being able to communicate more with my viewers. Because normally I'm doing something, playing a game and watching the chat sometimes, but right now I can actively talk with you. So I do hope that you guys are actually also actively watching me and here to communicate a little bit with me as well. When one of the moderation games starts, though, I will try to moderate and explain what's happening. It's just going very, very fast, like especially the last rounds. They're like, I'm gonna do this and this, because they know what's gonna happen on the other side. And it might sometimes be way too fast. So I really, really am trying my best to keep you guys here and interested, if you know what I mean. Oh, there was that one guy from Commander at Home, I remember. Mystery boosters. Oh, some of them get some cool mystery boosters. Very nice. But yeah, I'm doing fine so far. What have you been doing all day, Hikirax? Did you have a very nice Sunday, or did you actually play some Spell Table online or some Commander with some friends or anything? Okay. Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, standard format. Atlanta, Georgia from January 9 to 11 and Lyon, France from January 9 to 11. There's gonna be a MagicCon in France. Okay, I'm so gonna go to that one. January 9 to 11. That's so close. I can drive there if I want to. I just might need a stay in France. Like, I'm not a fan to drive in French, but no, I was just moving stuff in my room. Okay, that's very nice. There will be one MagicCon in France. Okay, I will need to go to that one. Because the ones in USA are just very hard to get, but one here in Germany might be possible. Okay. Very interesting to see where all these spotlights and everything is gonna come. So here's the Magic Spotlight Fracture. Only have one friend who plays Magic, but only MTG Arena. No one with cards, sadly. That's very sad, but then you do have to check out Spell Table. You can download it for free, and if you have Commander decks, you can play online there with others. I sometimes stream Spell Table, you see. If you need help setting it up, just let me know. I will try to get a short video ready on how to place it up. Generally, I would love to show every step. The issue is, when I use a cell phone with OBS, like my streaming platform, it's kind of hard to show how to work the camera, because that never works. OBS kind of takes, goes onto or activates my camera. So that's why whenever I try to show how to set things up, it never worked. But once I'm out of OBS or haven't opened OBS at all from my PC, it always works. So just for you to keep in mind, if you're using your camera in another application or anything, you might need to make sure to force stop it before you start Spell Table. Then you can use either your cell phone or just the camera that you use from your PC to show your board and play with your board in Spell Table online. And if you're ready and have it set it up, just let me know. Or if you still need issues, just give me thumbs up. I will whisper you my Discord, and then I will try to help you figure things out. I also needed Akron at that time to set it up. So I mean, generally, if you want to play with your paper cards. If not, Tabletop Simulator, I think the other days, Feeks and Too Hard to Think wanted to, together play Tabletop Simulator once again. In Tabletop Simulator, a Commander game. That's where you, like, don't need the cards at all. Like, while we are still waiting, I'm gonna keep the microphone up so we can hear when the game
Magic the Gathering is doing
starts.
Special for the Spotlight series. So
wait a second, what is the Spotlight series? Sorry guys, 1 second, I need to check this out. Oh yeah, here.
In honor of the event, we have a brand new trophy.
I have to see that.
One of the lucky winners is gonna win.
A trophy of the first Infinity Stone. That's very cool.
Perfectly representing the Soul Stone. Comes with a certificate of authenticity, so you know, really cool.
You're probably gonna have to drop $20. I think it's $20. On sale a long time ago. Yeah, I will show Hikirax the Tabletop Simulator in a moment. I just want to see that with the gauntlet.
Hours of ideation, you know, selecting the right gemstone, 18 karat gold surrounding it. With you see the etching and the details on the gauntlet, making sure that it's absolutely perfect. Takes a lot of time and effort, and we want to really deliver for, you know, all the fans involved in these massive, you know, companies and franchises.
Absolutely. And Huey, what's most exciting about this for you?
Well, I'm really excited about the partnership with Marvel and East Continental Gems, and I'm really excited to bring this trophy to the Magic ecosystem. I wish I could play and compete for it, but I can't. But you can. You can compete at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore and Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. And the winner of each will get a trophy.
Cool. So there will be more chance to get this one.
For coming and sharing this
with many birthdays and drunk days, I can imagine. All right, now this one is over. Okay, let's go for Tabletop Simulator real quick. So generally, it's an application in Steam, and you, for example, don't really need that much anymore for it. Once you have Tabletop Simulator and we add each other as friends, for example, you can just like start the game, and I can also help you find the right table later on if you want to play it later with other ones. The issue with Tabletop Simulator is the only issue in my view is you need kind of a site to find Magic players that have Tabletop Simulator to play it yourself. But the good thing is, like, if I created now, for example, multiplayer for people with friends, everything, here I can just go for this Magic table. And there we have a very beautiful Magic table, 4 players here. Then you have this beautiful thing here on the side, or this one here. And wait, maybe here you can search Magic cards, or wait, wasn't there some... a friend of mine once showed me how to load decks in differently. I would have to recheck that one, but normally you can just get this table all off, and then... Okay, I'm having issues with getting this table loader in right now. Let me just check again. So experimental, open, GU import. Yeah, here. You can also just click here, and then from the deck side, like for example, I use Architect to have my decks online. Let's just take the Aminato deck, for example, 100 cards, everything correctly. Copy that link. Or you can just here enter your deck list, submit, and yeah, exactly. I just wanted to show it up. Here it is. Now I have my deck. I have my Aminato. I have 2 sideboard cards that I put out of Aminato and waiting for cards that match it, and my tokens. So here my tokens. Here my commander. Here is the thing. I'm just showing like how good it is. And nowadays, if you're like, let me just see, here's the mulligan. If I then start playing cards for others to see, you can just click Alt and you can even see the art card. So in comparison to Spell Table, I feel like this is so much better. 1000 times better, if you know what I mean. So generally, if you don't have that many Magic cards yet or don't want to spend that much Magic cards, spell Tabletop Simulator, build your decks online, try them out, and then once you feel satisfied with it, build that one deck if you want to, and try to play it in Magic things. And if you're really interested in playing Magic more outside of how's it called? Outside of Tabletop Simulator, you can also just always go to a local game store, because normally a local game store should always have like a play section. If they don't have it, they're gonna lose a lot on that. Okay, here they're revealing the deck of each other. I think it's gonna go into the next stage. That would Tabletop Simulator. Sure! Feel free to, if you're interested and once you have it, just let us know. We would love to have a 4-player Tabletop Simulator. I mean, Tabletop Simulator in comparison to Spelltable is way easier. You just need to get the application. So once you have the time, feel free to do so. Feeks and Tour to Think wanted to get this week a game ready with us free. So if you manage to find it till that time, you are free to join. Just gonna check at what time. So currently we are planning on either on Tuesday or Wednesday to play another game of 3 people Commander via Tabletop Simulator. And if you're interested, Hikirax, to join in, well, for now I will give you have till Tuesday if you join in on it. Yeah, also, check out the YouTube video, at least the beginning. I took time, 30 minutes at the beginning of the stream, to explain how my next giveaway is gonna work, what the rulings are and everything. I'm gonna make a YouTube video for that in the coming week. Now I have the footage ready. I'm just gonna make the, how is it called? An own recording of the voice to explain it calmly, slowly, everything you need to know about the giveaway that's gonna happen in January. So generally what you want to know before the game starts, real quick. What's this? It's alright, you can also come in and join to a different time with Tabletop Simulator. That all depends on whenever you're free. I'm just saying that we are planning to do it tomorrow, that's all. So generally, the 23rd of January is gonna be the release. That means this week is gonna be the pre-release. So till the 11th of January, everyone will have time to collect checkpoints. And on 11th of January, if we somehow manage to get my follower count to 50, then I hope in the pre-release I will have my collector display. So on this 18th of Sunday, the giveaway will be a collector display. If we do not manage to get till 1150 followers, it will be a play display from Lorwyn Eclipse. Just so you know. Okay, so here we are. Azorius Control versus Tamashii Belcher. We already can see Michael has no Belcher in hand, but a lot of counter spells ready. And he starts off with one of his creature to get everything ready. The good thing about Michael is if he has this combo onto the field, he doesn't care about the Orim's Chant. So the combo that Francisco had with his artifact only stops his cast, not abilities and burn damage. So this is gonna be interesting in how Michael is gonna play with his Belcher deck. From what I see, generally I feel like Michael has the overhand here because he still has a 4 to 5 card combo. At this point, I'm even confused that he didn't bring his Lotus Bloom into the hand, but probably because he doesn't want to use the Whir of Intervention to get the Lotus Bloom, but rather he wants to find the Belcher by drawing it and looks with the Whir of Intervention to end the game. never mind, he has a Damacy in the hand, so he just needs to find 1 white mana, which he has in hand, to get his combo going. The good thing about this, once Damacy goes Truth, that's the thing that Francisco needs to check out. Once Damacy goes Truth, Francisco will have nothing he can do anymore. So he does have Orange Chant twice, which means he can 2 times make sure that Michael can do nothing. That's it. And that's how it's gonna be. Okay, so he looks for Surveillant. He has a Narset in hand, so what Francisco is probably looking for is his Teferi. If he gets his Teferi out, he gets to control the game as he loves to do it. Because with Teferi he can also bounce the Belcher. Okay, he has 3 mana probably gonna be on the play, the Francisco. He will have a counterspell ready. And Days Undoing. I'm not sure what Days Undoing is gonna be, but we'll see. What I'm also curious about is, can the players already, before the first game starts, use their sideboard to upgrade their decks? That's something I have to ask the judge next time I'm gonna be in a big tournament. If you do, like, before you go into the next game, you just decide to put in some of your sideboard cards already in deck to already have countermeasures for something you might face or not face, or just trade out cards that you didn't like before. Well, I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. So now I'm curious. It's another one of the Surveillance. It's surprising how many Surveillance enter, like how they increased. If I knew that, I should have just gotten the Surveillance from the Karlov set when it was printed out, like when the things were all super cheap. That's the one thing I regret, and you guys should be also careful to not regret it yourself. Try to get copies of very good cards in decks that you or in sets that you think that are gonna increase. Like, would you have known that a Quantum Riddler would be this big in price? I wouldn't have known till I saw this modern format showing that this card alone was such a good play. Okay, in the end step of Francisco, he tries to get a Lotus Bloom into the game. And with that, he has now 3, 6, 7 mana. So now Michael has a Damacy in hand. And if he plays it right, he can get a lot of mana into the game. A lot of mana, I mean. And yeah. But it's bringing his lands back into his hand, so I'm not sure if he wants to exactly achieve that. And what is the card he's drawing? It's Hydroelectric Spiceman. So here, for 3 mana, he's gonna try to get the Damacy out. What is Francisco gonna do with that? Like, using Orange Chant now is not gonna help Francisco. Because at this point, he already casted Damacy. So what I would have done in Francisco's shoes is, when I see that he got Lotus Bloom out, I would have cast Orange Chant to make sure Michael cannot do anything in his turn. It costs him 1 mana, but it stops him for an entire turn. Because now with Damacy out, now he will have to use all of his counters just to make sure, like, to win the counter battle. And he's playing against like almost a mono blue deck in counter spells. I don't think he wins that battle, but we can see. Like, we have Michael having kind of 4 mana available right now. He just needs Damacy to enter, and he can get his Lotus Blossoms back into the field for as much as he wants, and thousands of mana. Okay, not 1,000, but around 10 to 12 mana if he wants to, since he has a second Damacy. He has in hand a Singing to support that he cannot cast. He can sacrifice his one creature for a Flare of Denial. And he can flash in Hydroelectric Spiceman to counter his Hydroelectric Spiceman. Like, what does Francisco have? He has 4 mana available, one of them being an Orim's Chant that doesn't help anymore. That's the most stupid thing he could do. Because now, well, what is Michael gonna do? He will return one of his lands into his hand with the ability of Tamashii. Ah, okay, now I see it. So first he's gonna cast Orim's Chant and ask, is that gonna resolve? And if that resolves, he then counters the Tamashii to make sure he cannot react to it. It was a good play, but that was the worst way of how to handle the situation. Because now he used 2 cards without knowing what Michael still has in hand. Let's say Michael had the best hand. Michael could have 4 counter spells or 2 counter spells by exiling a blue card in his hand. He could have some other stuff and he didn't use any. So I would be like, if I'm gonna cast Orim's Chant and Michael is not gonna respond, why is he not responding? That was the issue. If Francisco just started to use the counter spell first, then he would have been able to counter the spell and see how Michael reacts. Because if he just allows a plain counter spell and anything, that just means that Michael may not have the good, not such a good hand, or has a good hand that he doesn't necessarily need to interact. This way, he used 2 cards and got no information out, if I were in Francisco's shoes right now. So I really do not enjoy the decision he did there. The other thing he did, he discarded his low-win thing to draw a card. So now he is at this moment where he's like, okay, what do I do? He could risk the Teferi's Time Reveler, but that's just probably gonna get countered, or just let Truth because he doesn't care. Michael doesn't. Ah, no, he would care because he can only cast spells and sorcery speed once it enters. So in Francisco's shoes, he passes because he really wants to stop the thing. Okay, at this point, he's not using Orim's Chant again. While he has so much mana open for to get a good draw with Consult of the Charts in the end step. So I really don't understand what Francisco is trying to achieve here. He's gonna do it again, Orim's Chant, stop a player from casting spells. And where is his counter spell? If you're not gonna get, like, if Days Undoing is actually a counter spell, then he's doomed. Let's see, Days Undoing, I don't know that one. Is it actually part of his... it's sorcery. Yeah, the Orim's Chant is not the best thing here. Because now Michael can just return one of his lands and get a Lotus Bloom back and has ton of mana and another draw. So using the Orim's Chant now means the Tamashii still gets Truth. Because Orim's Chant says a target player can't cast spells. Which means that while Michael cannot cast a spell, he can use abilities. So his Tamashii should resolve. This card is so good. Oh, he used 4 mana for it? Oof. But this is gonna be such a bad turn for Francisco. Because now, if I were in Michael's shoes, like with Tamashii, I get a draw, I get my 2 Lotus Battle on the field, I would have, in my next turn, 10 mana open, so I would just need to get an my tutor thing going and And then he will be fine. Because he doesn't have the combo pieces now anyways. Instead, let's see what's the rest he's gonna do. Oh, and there he comes using the suspend ability, because it's not a cast, it's a suspend, it's like an ability. He can use that for free. So he has 2 Lotus thing on the field, he does a land drop, and he has 1 that comes in 3 turns. This was like a free turn for Michael, because for the 1 mana didn't counter his Tamashii, and it's on the field now. Okay, so Michael casted the Tamashii. Let me just show it. Are we here? No, this is not Michael. Wait a second, it should be... No, here. So Michael used Tamashii, Reality Architect. That card says, whenever one or more non-creature permanent are returned to the hand, draw a card. This ability triggers once. And for 1 white and X mana, you can return a land you control to its owner's hand to get any artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard with mana value X or less into the battlefield. Lotus Blossom is an artifact that you sacrifice for 3 mana, and it costs 0 mana. That's why he can, like, with 1 white mana and returning 1 land, get it onto the field again. Francisco tried to react with it by casting for 1 white mana a spell called Orim's Chant. Yeah, and the Orim's Chant says target player can cast spells this turn. So, while Francisco doesn't see the threat of the Tamashii, he decided to make Michael not being able to cast any more spells this turn. But Michael is like, okay, I got my Tamashii out because it's like you cannot cast spells anymore. But once you have like the Tamashii spell onto a stack, it's not a cast anymore. It's like just a question of resolving. So even though you cannot cast any more spells, that the spell has already been casted for Tamashii, so you can still say that the Tamashii spell still gets out. So that's why for Michael, the question is now, I just need to wait for either the Goblin Trailblazer to enter. Yeah, exactly, he can still use the ability. That's why Tamashii came in, and he, instead of not doing anything, he can still use abilities. So he got the first ability to get Lotus Blossom back, and because of the Tamashii other ability, he drew 1 card that was the Lotus Blossom. That's that one here with the 3 counters. And he just used the ability to get the Lotus Blossom into the play. So he just used 2 abilities. So the Orim's Chant was kinda completely useless at that point. Because you're saying to a control player that he cannot cast spells in his turn. And he's like, well, I don't fucking care. And now again, like, he's using the prismatic ending to remove a blossom, and he just taps it and gets it into the graveyard. In his next turn, even though he could cast Orim's Chant again to Francisco, he can use Tamashii's ability, return a land to his hand, and then play it as a land drop. Like, Michael is in a spot where he says, like, yeah, I'm just gonna do what I want and draw cards. You cannot block me anyways. The only thing Michael needs to care about is the Teferi. Like, from every card Francisco has, the most dangerous one is the Teferi and the artifact, actually. Because once the artifact is on the field, unless Michael finds a Consign to Memory in his sideboard deck, which he right now doesn't have, he will have no counter action to that. We saw already how many players gave up when they saw the combo with the artifact. With just 3 mana, you can stop the enemy from doing anything in their turns, not being scared in anything. So yeah. And here's the moment where, like, Michael is like, yeah, I'm going to my turn. I have my Tamashii, I have 2 Lotus Petals, and I have 5 lands. With 5 lands, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get thousands of mana. So here you see now a very important combo. He's gonna get 1 white mana, he's gonna draw a card, turn 1 of his lands that he tapped before for a mana into play, and get the Lotus Petal. So right now he has the Lotus Petal, which means 6 mana, and the blue 1 mana that he left from before. Now he can use another, like, he taps a land for another mana, he can now sacrifice the Lotus for 3 white, then use the those 3 white manas, or 1 of those mana, return the land, bring the Lotus back into the field. he cannot draw a card though, because Tamashii says you can only draw one card by returning a non-creature permanent to its hand. But he can like use all his white mana to create thousands of blue mana. And if I see it right, he has one of those big cards in his hand. I think this Sea Gate of Restoration is a card that lets him draw his entire library. And on Francisco's hand, we see he has nothing in his hand to be able to intercept. That's why I'm saying, like, the moment he allowed with the Orim's Chant to not use it in the beginning of the turn, like, allowing the Tamashii to enter was the worst thing he could do. Because at this point, even the Orim's Chant wouldn't help. Like, okay, it would cancel his one of his cards that lets him draw like 1,000 cards probably, but you see, he has still 6 mana around and has 9 mana already in his pool. So you have like 9 mana. Hey, what can you do with 9 mana? Maybe win the game. Like, this is having mana is like having power, I guess. So here he uses, from his 9 mana, he uses 7 mana, and here comes the Sea of Restoration. No, wait, that's a land drop, maybe, probably, sorry. Wait a moment. I think he's explaining it. Let me turn on the sound.
Oh, so he's casting a restoration for how many
I think
cards?
it's 8.
7 mana. I'm just looking here talking to you guys and I can still count better than the moderators. They said 8 for 8. It's 7, guys. Come on, you're moderators of a Magic game. You should know the cards. Even, especially since they have been playing this card, or this, since there are 2 of those decks that even got to the semi-final playing a Myro match. Come on! What is this? Okay, now total cards 11. He doesn't count the land cards there. And here we see he has the Goblin Trailblazer. He plays it, he finished it. They Francisco scoops up. So the reason why the game was over is Tamashii was on the field, he had 2 Lotus Petal, and he had 5 lands. So every land can turn into getting the Lotus back. And you saw how many mana he had. He still had like 1 land drop and 2 Lotus Petals. So he had like still 7 mana to not be on the trigger, while 2 mana still on the pool. So he can use from after the Sea of Restoration 2 mana, 1 Lotus Petal to get Goblin Belcher in, and the other one to activate his ability. In this deck, if you get for 4 mana, you probably don't know this card yet, Kirax. This is the controller player. This is the Michael one. So the way of how you win in this deck, as you see, you have no lands at all. No lands. Instead, some of your cards can be on the backside a land. So this, for example, the Suppression Ray is on the backside a white-blue land. This one is on the backside. On the front side, it's a draw equals to the cards in hand +1. Sounding like my family when they watch football. The ref not calling the plays. Exactly. So this was the Sea of Restoration. That on the backside is a land. On the no, it's. Wait, what? No, it is. Sometimes it is actually not showing the backside of this land. Very funny. On the front side, it's this 7 mana spell where it says you draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand +1. And you have no maximum hand size. That doesn't matter because you will have just 1,000 cards in hand. Then, and the way of how you win with this deck is by having no basic land cards. You use this card, an artifact. For 4 mana, you place it onto the field. For 3 mana, you tap it. And you just throw like your entire deck, or you just reveal your entire deck and deal damage equal to the number of cards in your deck. So if you have 30 cards in your deck, you deal 30 damage to one thing, anything. Here it says, damage deals, Trailblazer deals damage equal to the number of non-land cards revealed this way to any target. Yep. Crazy, right? This could be funny with Tough. Tough said that every non-token artifact is a land in addition to its other types. But it's not a land until it's on the field in comparison to the other things. So in general, what you could do is build your deck entirely of red, white, and green cards that are on the backside lands. Use them to get your artifacts going. And use your artifacts as land and then try to get that card off and smack someone in the face with Goblin Charblecher. So you can kick out one player after another with a Goblin Charblecher. Sad thing is, since Tough doesn't have the blue color, you cannot get Tamashii to get your Charblecher back, but you should find something else, like White has some restoration spells to get artifacts back. This is funny. Okay. Okay, so Francisco, Ishiron Scepter. What is the Ishiron Scepter? Here it is. Ishiron Scepter. Oh. The Disruptive Flute would be a good thing. Yeah, it's this one. So he already got his combo again. So Francisco just needs to find an Aura Enchant. He found it. Oh my god. The game is over. Can you interact with it, Michael? Oh my god. Not sure if he doesn't have it, but Michael needs to find a solution to that, or he's not gonna win it. Yeah, George, I think you remember it, right? Like, from the next turn onwards, Francisco's just gonna say, I will pay 3 mana, you cannot cast spells, you cannot attack. I will go into my turn, you cannot cast spells in your turn, and you cannot interact. So it's like crazy. So even if he, for example, plays his Blossom, like his Lotus Blossom, with Suspend 3, yeah, he will not be able to cast it. Oh my god, this is terrible. He should have checked the card on the field. He didn't counter it, and he has no card, I think, in hand to really remove it. Or does he have Sink into Super? If he has Sink into Super, he might be saved. Only then. Yeah, before anything, it goes into his turn. He cannot cast it. He can only cast his spells in the enemy turn. He has a Goblin Charblecher into his hand, so he'll just get a land drop, pay 3 life, and pass the turn. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Here we are now in a game where we are just gonna see them pass turns till someone finds a solution. Oh, he actually has Sink into Super. So in the worst case, he can just one turn before it gets to an issue, like in the end phase of Francisco, for example, use it to get... Oh god. If he draws a land just one turn before it's his turn, he's just gonna put that card into his hand. Oh wow, okay, he's actually using Sink into Super right now. If he doesn't get a land drop right now, he will be fucked. Okay, Francisco's probably gonna look for a counter spell. And yeah, that one will not help him at all. Cause Flare of Denial to deny that counter spell. Yep. Sink into Super resolves. This one stays in exile. And now the very nice combo from Francisco is stopped. That's how you play. That's what happens when you play against blue, I guess. Come on, a land drop. Ah, the game is not over yet. Sad. Because if he, like Francisco, gets another thing in, then it's the end. The problem for Francisco is he has way too many lands in his hand. Feels kind of bad. Next turn, the game is gonna be over. Because his Blossom enters the field, and his Charblazer enters the field. He has 4 mana for the Charblazer, and the Lotus Bloom is gonna give him the 3 mana for Charblazer. Charblazer. Francisco Sanchez has 1 Force of Negation. Oh wow, never mind. The game is not gonna be over instantly since Michael still has no interaction. So with the Force of Negation, and he has the mana to actually pay for it, with the Force of Negation from Francisco, he can actually just how's it called? Use the Force of Negation for the Charblazer. Okay, what did Michael just draw? Michael just drew Whir of Intervention. He Keyrugs. When Whir of Intervention is, you pay 3 blue and X mana, and you can get any kind of artifact onto play. So it's like a tutor, and it costs less the more artifacts you have. So normally you want to use this to find, for example, Lotus Blossom. So you just pay 3 mana and get your Lotus Blossom onto the field. Then you trick the cast and suspend ability in a way. And that's also the easiest way Michael could do. Right now, I'm not sure why Michael is hesitating. He has 3 Charblazer in his hand. He should just play it. Because what is gonna happen is, I'm not sure why he was waiting so long. Maybe to apply more pressure into Francisco or so, but I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna get hit by 1 and pass the turn. What is kind of funny is if Michael wants, he could end the end step of Francisco, sacrifice his Lotus Bloom to use his Whir of Intervention to get another Lotus Bloom onto the field. What happens is he has less chance to draw another Lotus Bloom. I would do that if I were in his shoes. On the other side, he would, if that one would get countered, because you never know what the enemy has in hands, he could try to interact in that way. But right now, this game is over. Francisco has nothing in his hand to handle Michael. I'm surprised with how many Charblazer we saw in the tournament that Francisco is gonna get his second loss against that kind of deck in that aspect. Because I don't see a chance where he still wins. Like, as much as I remember, Nasser was something where he draws himself some cards, right? He only has 2 mana available. And if Michael just gets a Force of Negation or any kind of counter spell, he will have no... Wait, what? He doesn't even get to draw a card. Yeah, okay, it's game. Like, of course, Francisco doesn't know what Michael has in hand, but now it's just a Charblazer, and since it's an artifact, his Solitude in hand doesn't help. Also, he doesn't have the mana for the Solitude anyway, so... Just casting the Narset now was kind of like the doom. I can just check what it does. Like, I thought he could get cards, so that would give him a hand, but apparently it did not. Let me just check. Here it is. Narset. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature non-land card from among them and put... Oh, wow. He had 4 lands. Okay. Okay, that hurts. Okay, that was just bad luck, I guess, the second game with his Narset. I think he really did try to get something out. So, currently, we can say... there are 2 cards on... No, 1 card on actually... on how to handle... the enemy, and it would be the Sink into Super. Being able to flicker the artifact interrupts the combo. Just no one except Control plays that kind of. So that's why I think a lot of players with any kind of decks lose against the Francisco. I mean, the other card would also be something against activated abilities. A Disruptive Float would also be a very good sideboard card. I'm really not sure what sideboard cards other players use. I mean, since they're control, let me just check. Counter spells doesn't always have, since some people can use Cavern of Souls to stop counter spells. So here's Stern Scolding to counter creature power 2, a Force of Negation, a Tamiyo, Fluorstorm, Island for the worst case, Consign to Memory, into the Flu, stock up. Tesseract. Well, we'll see how it goes. I know. I feel you, Hiki Rex. I feel you. Do you have any questions about the cards and things so far, like what they did? Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. I totally get you, Hiki Rex. Totally understandable. Mono blue is really not fun to play or play against. Yeah, understandable. But here, the fun part is Hikirox. Right now they are playing 2 control players against each other. So both of them are like countering. Okay, why was Lotus suspended? Here. Lotus itself has the ability to... maybe I should go for big up here. Lotus Bloom says itself that instead of casting it, since it has no cost, it has suspend free, which means rather than cast this card from your hand, you pay 0 and exile this with 3 time counters. And at the beginning of your upkeep, remove a time counter. When the last is removed, cast it without paying its mana cost. So you cannot play, or rather cast, the Lotus Bloom without using the suspend ability. If you... Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of cards. I think Soul Talisman MTV is the same. Here you see it. Soul Talisman is the same like the Lotus Bloom. You have 0 here and suspend 3, 1. So after 3 turns you have to pay 1 mana to cast it. No, here it says, rather than cast this card with, from your hand, you pay 1 and exile with 3 time constant. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove a time counter. When the last is removed, you pay cast it without paying its mana cost. Didn't know that, so OP. Yeah, this is modern. There is a lot of OP cards in. The biggest OP card has been used by the Japanese player. Here he is. That's the newest thing in the modern format, called Quantum Riddler from EOE. Pretty strong. You can Robin in for 2, exile it, and it comes in as 5 with 5 mana in. Super strong, this creature. Alright. We are still having to wait, apparently. So we can put this one back to the side. Yep. I really liked his Blink deck, honestly. Let's just see. Teferi, Time Traveler. Oh wow, Lavinia is also such a good card against control players. Alright, here we are, on to the third game. It's 2-0 for Michael. They had 2 minutes, so Francisco can relax, chill his minds, and find a solution to how to handle this enemy control player. Like in comparison to any other players, this is the moment where Francisco would need all of his counter spells. I'm surprised that Boros Energy is nowhere in the finalists. Like maybe I have to check. Maybe he's there's one in like place 20 or something. But this is crazy. So, not sure what they're talking, but they're talking with the refs. We're coming closer to the final moments of this game. The third game is gonna start. The highest win rate deck in Modern, on how do you check which decks are good? Generally, generally if we are going for competitive decks, there are two ways to check which decks are good. No untapped, but some features are on the tap, but some features are on the paywall. Generally, Hikirox, if you're fine with it, I would like to check it, but the game is gonna start, so if you don't mind, let's check that that question. I will keep it for later. Let's check that in a second, okay? We come back to that question in a bit. I just want... Okay, never mind, they're still not starting. Okay, so generally, for your question, the best decks are those who were played the most. Like, if you're looking in Standard, for example, there was a season where only Izzet was played because of the Corey Steel Cutter. So what happened, obviously, even though it wasn't it didn't win the tournament or so, it had so many mirror matches. At that point, I'm not sure if it won or not, but it had so many mirror matches that, how is it called? The game didn't work, or the game didn't go well because it was playing so often the deck. That showed just how strong a deck was. And since the Standard rotation has been quite shaked with the last ban, and Vivi was the only one spared, Standard didn't improve. They still had a lot of Izzet, which is why in November there's gonna be a ban on Vivi, because without Vivi ban the game is not gonna recover from it, I bet. In Modern there haven't been any bans because they're in a very balanced moment, which is the strongest deck we will probably can check. But I mean, for example, in the last SCG Con, Boros Energy, which was said to be a very strong deck, didn't manage to get into the top 8. In this one, once again, no top 8 Boros Energy, but this time 2 Belcher decks, so I guess it's not always the thing. That's why I'm saying, where do you check decks? I will show you in a second. The game is starting, so for everyone who doesn't know, there's Tamiyo in. When she attacks, she's a 0/3 flyer. You create a clue token. You can use the clue tokens from Tamiyo to get extra draws. And when when you have drawn 3 cards in one turn, she flicks around to be a very strong planeswalker. So Francisco, as a control player, is also just gonna play it slow. Michael will probably have no issues since he is on 2-0 right now. So what do we have? We have in Francisco a counterspell, a consign to memory, Narsets and Teferi. So, oh wow, this hand of Francisco doesn't look as good as as you would expect normally, because he has only 2 interaction and that's it. While on Michael, he has his Tamiyo already on the field. So unless Francisco gets rid of her, he's gonna have to handle soon a Planeswalker on the field. Alright, for 3 mana, a Teferi comes into play, which is obviously probably gonna be countered by Force of Negation. I wouldn't have seen any other use here. So, Michael is just probably gonna get another land drop in. He needs mana right now, and he can just keep attacking with Tamiyo, getting clue tokens, and at the end turn of Francisco, just sacrifice the clue tokens and draw cards. 1 mana, so good. Yeah, Tamiyo is such a good card. For the top 8, I already put a link in, but I will put in another link. This one in. Here. So here you see the top 8 decks. There you can see the cards and everything if you need to know. While the general decks, there will be more decks, so I will show you the other decks, modern decks that there are, how they work. I did do a video at the early stage of my streaming career where I went through the modern decks and some combos. But yeah, we'll see about it. Okay, so he exalted Tameshi to counter the Narset. Of course, like the Narset is gonna stop his drawing step. So he obviously had to do that. This one enters tapped, okay. He has 2 cards in hand, one of them being a counter spell, the other one being a very good draw step. Oh, interesting. Ah, yeah, okay, well, Francisco has a lot of counter spells ready, I guess. So I think Michael wanted to keep the free mana open for a Flare of the Nile if anything nasty is gonna come in from Francisco. Okay. Ah, Island Cycling was that card. True, it was not a draw card, but a land cycling. So Francisco is gonna look for a land that he can play this turn for a Lantern, and then for 3 mana probably gonna try to cast either a Narset once again or the Teferi. Since he seems to only have 1 Teferi in hand, I bet he wants to cast another Narset. Because if he gets the Narset out, then Michael's Tamiyo is not gonna be helpful at all. So that's why Michael will always have to react to the Tamiyo. And now Narset has Michael has an empty hand, but in his turn he can now just draw 2 cards, get the Tamiyo to turn around. I also had 1 Tamiyo, but I just recently swapped it for an Ujin. I can see the strength of Tamiyo in a control deck. So Michael is now thinking if he should swap the Tamiyo or not. Because if he swaps her around, he will have no mana for any counter spells or anything. On the other side, he could also just use stock up to get look at the top 5 cards and get... No, it's not a draw, it's get into hand, so it wouldn't flicker the Tamiyo around. While if he turns the Tamiyo around, he can just get one of his counter spells back into the hand and draw 2 cards in the meanwhile with his clue tokens. I think that is the wiser play. Since Francisco is tapped out, Francisco can't really interact. So Michael is, since he sacrificed 2 mana for one draw, he's gonna do that again, or at least he should. And that way he can get his counter spells into the hand, or at least one good one. Tamiyo flicks around. On the backside she says, you can pay plus her to make sure that whenever creatures attack you, they get -1 until your next turn. Or you can minus her to get a card back from the graveyard. Wait. Why didn't he return a card from his graveyard to his hand with Tamiyo? Here. Oh, she starts with 2. He cannot return it yet. Okay, now he's busted because now Tamiyo is just gonna get back into his... Oh, what? He doesn't flicker the Tamiyo? What is this? What is Francisco doing? Ah, he's gonna use Orange Chunt in his turn, so he cannot cast any spells. I mean, the clue token is permanently gone, so that was not such a bad decision, I guess. On the other side, now Michael is like left free to do what he likes to do. He's gonna use stock up, and he can still use Tamiyo -3 to get any of his counter spells back into his hand if necessary. It's just sorcery speed though, but I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Francisco with 2 mana open thinks about, should I counter it or should I not? And I bet he decided to not counter it. So I think Michael is right now considering what cards to keep to get to his hand to turn this game around and win the game. Like, it's 2-0, so the chances of Michael winning this game and winning the tournament with this game, winning this game also look very good since he managed to get a Tamiyo off very early and flicker it around. The only issue that Michael has right now is no matter what cards he gets, unless the Teferi is removed, he will not be able to interact with Francisco. So Michael for 3 mana is gonna try to get the intervention out and get an Lotus Blossom onto the field. Then he can sacrifice it to get a Tamashii into the field. And then he could have his mana combo again. And this is the moment probably that Francisco is going to interact and remove the Tamashii from his hand. Then again, he still has a Tamiyo, so he can always use her -3 ability to return instant or sorcery spells from his graveyard into his hand, which would in that aspect probably be the tutor, the instant tutor he just used to get the intervention into his hand. Oh no, he pluses her. Okay, I think she needs 8 to use her minus ability Tamiyo, right? 7. So he needs to plus her one more time. Then he gets the 7 ability. The 7 was, I think, draw equal to half of the number of cards in your library, rounded up. You get an emblem with no maximum hand size. I think he's trying to win the game with that. So we are coming closer to the end. Okay, he got a Narset, he shows a Surgical Extraction. He has a lot of mana open, Francisco. Michael can only cast spells in sorcery speed right now because of the Teferi. So Michael needs a Sharp Lacquer out, but whenever he tries to achieve that, it's gonna get countered and he cannot interact into it. Having a Teferi or a Cavern of Souls is like, you as a control player can't play anything anymore. So he has 2 Tamashis in hand, the Michael. He could try to get one of the Tamashis out. Since Francisco only has 2 mana available and no Force of Negation, the only way for Francisco to stop him, he can only stop one thing, like one cast or one thing that Michael tries to do. The other thing Michael could try to go for is pay 5 mana for the Tezzeret. No, actually 3, and then he has 6 mana remaining. He could bait a counterspell with a Tamashii to then get a free cast of a Tezzeret and look for a Sharp Lacquer that enters the battlefield. Because the moment the Sharp Lacquer enters the battlefield, I think the game is over. Like, I'm not sure what Surgical Extraction is, but as much as I know, that's nothing that can remove an artifact, right? Choose target card in a graveyard other than a basic land card, search its owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that card, and exile them. Then that player shuffles. Okay, the Surgical Extraction in the hand of Francisco is there to remove the Lotus Blossom. So the moment the Lotus Blossom touches the graveyard, it's gonna be gone. Okay, so what did he use? He used that card to get rid of the intervention. That was a mistake from Francisco here, I think, because that tutor is not gonna help. He now knows that that Michael has the Tamashii and the Tesseract in his hand. Yeah, exactly. When you suspend a card, they are in exile. That's a card that you kind of have in exile, yeah. He's now checking the entire deck, seeing what he kind of swapped around in this deck. I don't think he would play this one. I think Francisco can now, with what he saw, see that the game is for him kind of over. Like, this 2 Planeswalker combination he has would normally be no issue. Oh, good cards against Lotus Blossom. Yeah, the Surgical Extraction was good, but he used it on the tutor thing, which I can understand to not get it onto his hand. But I mean, now he has to interact with Tamashii. Like, right now he has no more Surgical Extraction in his hand. Michael doesn't know that, but he's still, like, playing very offensively here. Because, I mean, he has 2 wins anyways. Yeah, that card is good. Yeah, that's also a very good card. And I know what he meant. It's just, I think Francisco used the Surgical Extraction very bad here. Because let him turn that card into his hand. He still needs a ton of mana just to cast it. And you have a counterspell in your hand. If I were in Francisco's shoes, I would like make sure that he cannot use it. Because if you can't, like, if you know what Jar Balcher does, you lost 2 times, you know exactly how much mana he needs in combination with that card. Oh wait, he had Lotus Blossom on the field, so he could have casted it for free. Okay, never mind. Maybe it wasn't that bad of what he did there, considering the mana. I forgot that tutor that he just exiled, the White of Inspiration, has also improvise, which means for every artifact currently Michael controls the Lotus Blossom, for every mana for every artifact, this will cost 1 less. So rather than paying 6 mana, he would only have to pay 5 mana to get the Jar Balcher into the field. What I don't really he's maybe thinking of getting the Tesseract out onto the field. But then again, let's see how it goes. He's just scared that the moment the Lotus does touch the graveyard, he loses it. Because he doesn't know what Francisco has in hand, but that's what I'm saying. You have 2 wins. If something like that happens, you lose your Lotus Blossom and your Jar Balcher in such moments, then that's it. You just go to the next round, where you start even. So I would be more proactive rather than defensive how he is. He's so scared of what Francisco has that he wants to play it good and carefully. Since a land got into this one, he can now draw a card. And now bring Lotus Blossom back into the field because of the Tamashii ability. He used Lotus Blossom, get 3 white mana, used 1 of the white mana, activated the Tamashii ability, tapped a land for blue, then returned that land into the hand to get Lotus Blossom from the graveyard back into the field. Sorry, never mind. He cannot draw another card because of the Narset. The Planeswalker might be interrupting with him right now. Still, he has enough mana to just cast his Planeswalker. So what, since Francisco now sees the hand, the only thing Francisco has to focus on is using his counterspell against the Tesseract. Once the Tesseract is countered and enters the graveyard, Michael is fucked. Because with Narset, he cannot draw extra cards. I take it all back. Francisco's deck is actually good against Jarl here because he cannot draw cards. So even the Planeswalker ability from Tamiyo is not gonna help him at all. Like, Michael needs to get rid of Narset. And then in the end, Francisco still has Narset onto his hand. So now he decides to use Orim's Chant to make sure that the enemy cannot cast any spells anymore. And Michael is just gonna get Lotus Blossom back into the field. Bring in a land for the turn, I guess. I mean, their brains are probably spinning like crazy thinking about how to play this, how to turn it around. But here he just starts to pass the turn and ends up with Tamashii at least on the field. So for Michael just needs to find a Jar here and get it onto the field. On the other side, Francisco has a counterspell in the hand, a Consign to Memory, so, and another Orim's Chant. So Francisco can buy 3 more turns yet again. Francisco is just gonna play this game as slowly as possible, because for Francisco the only thing he needs is to find his giant land, a land that turns into a 7/7 with Ward 3. Since Michael cannot interact in his turn at all, Francisco can do whatever he wants in his turns. He knows what Michael has in hand, so just with Narset alone, the only thing Francisco has to do is keep his hands full and have 2 counterspells ready. One for the Jar here that he might draw with luck, and one for his Tesseract. Everything else that Michael does can be of zero concern to Francisco. I mean, right now Francisco even has an Orim's Chant in hand, right? Or no, not anymore. What? Like at this point, what Francisco might be looking for is his combo A with Icron Scepter and Orim's Chant that he just found. So in next turn he can just use that and keep 3 mana to stop Michael from whatever he wants to do. Like right now, even with Tamashii and Lotus on the field, if he can never in his or in the enemy turn do anything, like a Teferi and that chapter means you can never cast any spells. Never. Like if Francisco gets this combo out, he can take all his time. So next turn, Francisco wins the game and we go into game 4. So right now Francisco just needs to keep his counterspells ready, and next turn he just plays that and it's the game. Because with the cards Michael has onto the field right now, he will never be able to get rid of either Teferi or the Isotron Scepter. Like, now I understand how Francisco ended all the way into this final stage. This deck Francisco has, it's crazy. I would hate playing against that. Wizard of the Coast, when you see Francisco win with this deck, please, after so long, get rid of it. Because this deck takes hours to end. Like, not this game in general, but Francisco winning the game with what he has just takes hours. Like right now, he just needs to get any kind of land onto the field, and then start stopping the enemy in his turns. Like if you're playing in a modern tournament where you have like time for you get 50 minutes to get your games done. The first round might not even be finished in 50 minutes. That's how hard and long this game is gonna be. And in such moments, I would be like, okay, I'm gonna go for a draw, cause I would rather go for a draw than give you the first win if it's the very first game. Did he? Ah, okay, he casted an Orim's Chant in the enemy's turn. Wait, why would he do that though? Like, wouldn't it be better to keep the Orim's Chant for the combo he has in his hand? So Francisco used his only Orim's Chant, not sure why, to stop Michael rather than keep it in hand and just trust in his 2 counter spells when Michael only had sorcery speed to stop him. I don't get it. But it's fine. Alright, he goes into his turn. He has 3 Orim's Chant in the graveyard. So, unless he finds the last but not least thing. Oh, okay, he's gonna get another Narset in. 2, 3, 4. Assertional Extraction. Now he has something in play, even if it comes in. Okay. Or is he gonna use the imprint on Assertional Extraction and always remove cards when it enters the graveyard? No, that would make 0 sense because Jarbalacher doesn't need to touch the graveyard for his ability. Like, I really don't understand why he wouldn't keep 3 mana open. Michael couldn't do much, and once he had that, it was... They could have just scooped up and went to the 4th game. This is such an... like, annoying game to play if I would be playing against Francisco Sanchez. To go now, need to get up early for work. Bye. Alright, goodbye Hikirax. The next time we see each other, I will definitely show you around the decks that we were talking about before, about the, you know, the modern decks where you can see the high percentage and everything. Alright? Sorry I couldn't show it today, but I really want to go, like, keep going with this moderation. Sure, on the next stream, I will keep that in mind when I see you. I will interrupt whatever I'm doing on the stream for you. Alright. Thanks for being here, Hikirax. It was a pleasure having you here. See you next time. Okay, so Michael's turn. He pays 5 mana to cast the Tezzeret in his hand. That Francisco obviously knew. Since Teferi is still on the field, Michael still cannot use any of his counter spells. So yeah, now he's coming back with the mana to try to get his Lotus Blossom back into the field. But I don't know, like, why isn't... Oh, okay, Francisco's gonna interact right now with his Surgical Extraction to get rid of his Lotus Blossom. So maybe that's the reason why he wanted to go for the Surgical Extraction, to interrupt this combo as well, rather than have his permanent combo. Which is something I'm not really fully understanding, but that's fine, I guess. So Michael has Waterlogged Teachings that can search him, his tutor that is already exiled. At this point, I'm not even sure what it's gonna be. Like the last, I mean, at this point, Francisco can just like put Consign to Memory with his Ishiron Scepter into the stack and then just use 2 mana to counter the Belcher, because that's the only thing he needs, kinda. Okay, so for the 3 blue mana, Michael still cast the Hydroelectric Spiceman. And hopes that he will find a solution, but... And Francisco still has the Narset on the field. With Narset, he might get more cards in his hand. Okay, he decides to bring Tamashii back into the hand. Even though the Spiceman can just with 1 hit go for either one of the... Oh no, he decided to use the -3 to draw another card. Now he should probably go look for the last orange chunt in his deck, but he doesn't have a tutor. Like, that's the thing that I found so surprising about Francisco. If he kept the orange chunt in the hand and kept the 3 mana, okay, he's gonna get his companion into his hand and then play it out and have a blocker so that the Spiceman, who doesn't have flying, cannot go through to his Planeswalkers. That way he still keeps control of the game. Okay, no, that's still fine. He just wanted to 100% make sure he doesn't fall down, and going for his combo could have been too risky, which I don't understand, because if you just take a little bit, think calmly and see that you still had 3 mana, a Consign to Memory, and another counterspell. So no matter how much mana Michael tries to get, you saw his hand. As long as you block any of his tutors for his Goblin, Achar, Belcher, you're fine. But it's fine. They're the pros, I'm not, so we'll see how it goes. So let's see. Okay, he's trying to look up the front side of this card. I'm not sure what that card does. That was one of the cards that normally they always play as a land. Ah, there it's being shown right now when I talk about it. Tap all creatures target players control. You may pay X energy, then choose up to X creature. Tap this way, put a stun cost of each of them. As he doesn't have energy, he's just gonna use the sorcery to tap the creature and then get rid of the Teferi. So right now comes exactly the moment where Francisco is gonna have to pay the price, in a way. So I think Francisco is probably just gonna try to use his... No! He taps it. Okay. Yep. Narset is gonna go. Now Michael can gets the chance to draw cards again. Very interesting. Since I think we know that Francisco still has only like his artifact and... So now Michael decided to actually go for the Narset so he can draw cards rather than the other one. Wait. Oh, he's gonna draw his entire library. Yeah. He's gonna draw... He had Tamiyo counter up to this point where he can now use the -7 to draw half of his library rounded up. So now he will have at least 1, if not 3, Char Belcher onto the hand. That's why he got rid of that one. Counter target... triggered ability? Is it a Planeswalker's ability at that point? No, it's an activated ability, I think. So here now he draws that part of the deck that he said, that Tamiyo said, rounded up. There's gonna be a lot of cards. Okay. Did he pass the turn just now? Or why is... Ah no, Francisco probably had still a fetch land, okay. Alright, I cannot really see the entire hand of this one. Oh wow, okay, you actually have an interaction here in Twitch. That's very cool. I didn't know that, so I didn't have to go through all of this. Here you can even select the language. But right now I would really like to see the hands of Michael. Is that an option 2? No. Waterlock Teachings is black, that's why it looks like this. Okay. So while Michael now has a full hand, he still has the issue that there's a Teferi that stops all of his speedy. So he still has no instant speed. He has enough mana though to just cast Jar Belcher and activate the ability. So what Francesco needs to do is always counter the Jar Belcher, no matter what else Michael casts. The Jar Belcher is not allowed to get Truth. That's the only way Michael can still win this game, with the Jar Belcher. Which is why I still unsure why Francesco was so scared about the Jar Belcher, that it was not in the hand of Michael anymore and he's had the free mana. I'm sorry to get back, but this game could have been ended early, but he decided to not handle that mistake properly. Okay. The Teferi gets in normal speed back into the hand. Okay, yeah, this game is over now. Because now Michael can just cast his Jar Belcher and he has half his library in his hand. We just see now 2 Force of Negations, a Fluorstorm. He has whatever he wants to interact with whatever Francisco does. Francisco has 1 Consign of Memory with a lot of reprints. But with a Fluorstorm it can get countered. Okay, wait, why does Michael not risk it and goes for the Char? He doesn't have the mana for the Fluorstorm. He rather wants to like counter anything Francisco's gonna do. Like both of them are probably doing whatever they can to make play it slow and find a sure way to win it, but I don't see a chance where Francisco from this point on actually turns the game around. Like his Consign to Memory can get countered by the Fluorstorm. And Michael has 8 mana, so the moment Francisco needs to pay extra mana for Consign to Memory, I don't think he will still have enough mana to handle another Jar Belcher. I think in Michael's hand there is at least 2 to 3 Belchers. Like that's like his carry card. So that's like the one card he never gets to side out. Just like with the Lotus Blossoms. There's a lot of cards he could turn around, but not that one. And if we turn this game around, if Francesco would have used his Surgical Instruction for Jar Belcher, like try to counter a Jar Belcher and get to extract that one, then he would have won. Like he had multiple chances. He could have used his Isidron Scepter with the Surgical Extraction in that aspect and kept the control with his board and everything. Or he could have used the other cards he had to handle it. By losing Narset, he allowed Michael to have his entire hand his half his deck in his hand, which means now that Teferi's gone, whenever something happens, there's gonna be a counterspell. Like Michael can protect his things so good now. There's nothing Francisco can do. Like right now, he's gonna use Consign to Memory with 4 just to get ready against a Fluorstorm, I think. Which Michael says, yeah, that's fine. I don't fucking care. Because now... Okay, wait, he says... I'm not sure, maybe I need to put the volume up here. Sorry guys, give me a moment.
He's got a Flare of Denial for 1. He's got some Disrupting Shoals.
He could do a Flusterstorm
he could
after casting
after
other
cast a
counters.
bunch of other spells.
He's actually gonna try
this isn't normally an option,
that.
but with the amount of cards in hand, for Michael, maybe he can actually just do it.
He probably does.
He has used these sleeves to represent copies of Consign, and he's starting to hit them individually.
And now Flusterstorm with 1, 2, 3. So he can get rid of all of the Consign to memory.
He does have 3 mana.
But I would just say, okay, I'm just gonna let this through and then...
Oh, he does.
And you can Disrupting Shoal the Flusterstorm if you wanted.
Like, rather than... He had 2/4 piles and he probably had a second Charbel here. He should have just passed the turn.
I mean,
kept, casted the Charbel and kept his Force of Negation for anything else.
Cards left in hand still.
I mean, he drew
like,
16 cards off the Tamiyo.
And now he's using them.
He's gonna use
Francisco
2 mana.
Yes, I'll pay for whatever I need to pay.
And there's another Flusterstorm. And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour.
That's incredible.
With Goblin Charbelcher here in Atlanta.
That's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna stop the recording for quick, but not the stream. So here is where the moment went wrong. If you guys are ready to like end this day tonight, onto the last explanation video of where the mistakes were happening. So here we are into, let me just see, the third game. So here I think where are we? No, not here yet. No, yeah, here. Here he used the Surge Sticks. Here he has Orange Chant, Consign to Memory, and the Counterspell. He has full control, Francisco, whatever. He has full control. He has 2 Planeswalkers, and he knows the hand. So, just let Tamashii Truth. You are not allowed to let the Tezzeret Truth. Because what can Michael do with all this mana right now? Nothing. Unless he gets a card from his field back into the hand that lets him draw cards. And then you still have a Counterspell and a Consign to Memory to handle it. Michael, because of Teferi, can never counter a spell. Even though he has here, behind the Tezzeret, that's a Counterspell, 1 Counterspell, he cannot use it. So if we're in exactly this moment right now, this is the moment where, or I think at one point it comes the moment. Here, he cast the Orange Chant at this point. And that is the mistake. If you are in this moment right now as Francisco, know your cards, and I mean, he's a pro, he probably knows it, probably the pressure being so close to winning the game, but here he really needs to just ignore what Michael does, because he knows his hand. Because of his own Narset, Michael cannot draw a card. Because Michael cannot draw a card and has no interaction thanks to Teferi, you know exactly what you need to counter. There's only one thing. You go into your turn and you win the game with it. Oh wait, in this moment he didn't even have the auto card ready yet. So he didn't have it ready yet. He used the Orange Chant. So sorry, that was the wrong moment actually here. He goes later into this point. Here it was. My bad. Sorry guys. Here it was. Here it was. He has 2 mana open and 1 land there. He does know from before that that guy has the Tezzeret. So let's say, like here we are right now, where he just should ignore the Tamashii, should ignore however much mana Michael gets. He knows exactly that Michael has a Tezzeret in the hand, and that and some counters and 1 counter spell. So no matter what Michael wants to do, he cannot do it. The only dangerous thing here is the Tezzeret. So here is the moment where Francisco decided to use his Teferi Sphinx and everything to get some cards and use his Orange Chant in Michael's turn. Rather than just use the free mana he has, like get a land into the field, like an island or whatever, and then use the free mana to use a counterspell and a consign to memory to make sure even the Charbleicher, that might be the first card he draws, never touches the field. When that happens, it's your turn. You cast the Ichiran Scepter and the Orim's Chant imprinted in it, and then Michael will never cast a spell the entire game. Or the entire round, I mean. So then they have to go to to game 4. Instead, he allowed this play, like to not be able to make the enemy attack him. So that was the issue. If he passes, the Tamashii can just attack and maybe destroy one of his creatures. But didn't he had like, let me just check one thing. So he was on 3/3. Let me just check. No, here, that's the thing. Like, the only thing that could happen right now is actually the Tamashii attacking the Teferi. That was, I think, the one thing that the Francisco was scared of. Now I see the issue he had. He used the Orim's Chant with a double cast to make sure the Tamashii cannot destroy his Teferi, because he knew how important the Teferi was. That's the one thing I missed, actually. It's good that we can rewatch it. So I have to say, I take it back, Francisco. You know your cards. You just wanted to make sure that that happens. On the other side, I do think like losing the Teferi now is not the issue, because in your turn you can use the like after using the Narset to 1, you could just use the ability of your thing to make sure that in the enemy turn they cannot cast spells, so they have to somehow find a way to draw the Charbelcher. So like he will always have free mana open to always have like the chance to get to make sure in the enemy's turn they cannot cast any spells. So that way he could have had a bigger chance. But I see it now. Even though he has the things, Tamashii is already on the field and Tamashii can still hit the Teferi. That was the issue right now. That was why Francisco is thinking about what and how to play this round. I get it now. Well, this concludes the live game. Thanks everyone for being there. In the coming week, there will be a YouTube video where I will go through explain the giveaway next and what is important for you. Again, I'm counting on you guys to get the follower counting up in a way. I'm gonna try streaming and getting more people to enjoy my thing. But for now, I will call it a day. We had an entire day together. It was fun. And we will see each other, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday was the next schedule. Just check my schedule. I will pull it out. Check the striker tab.